distribution. Visit avnet.com to learn more.
We didn't reinvent the wheel here, because we don't make wheels. We make Whataburgers. We took the Whataburger Double, added Hatch Green Chilies, and the Hatch Green Chili Double was born. An all-time favorite with 2 fresh all-beef patties, melty cheese, and the smooth, smoky heat from Hatch Green Chilies. This isn't rocket science, because we're not rocket scientists. It's just a smoky, spicy spin on a classic burger. And that's right in our wheelhouse. Whataburger's Hatch Green Chili Double. Just like you like it.
This is Dave Pasch. Staying on top of my health is vital for everything I do. And as a sports broadcaster, I'm on the road a lot. However, I make doctor's appointments and health screenings a top priority in my life and for my family. Planning ahead helps keep all of us healthy. Dignity Health's primary care providers help you coordinate your family's care, including annual physicals, screenings, and immunizations. So, keep your home team healthy. Find a provider and schedule an appointment today at dignityhealth.org/DHMG.
Hey, D-backs fan, did you know milk is one of the most requested but least donated items at food banks? Together, we can change that. On June 14th, D-backs pitcher Merrill Kelly will be at the Fry's on 20th Street in Highland from 10:30 to 11:30 a.m. for the 1,000-gallon challenge milk donation drive. Stop by, donate a gallon, meet Merrill Kelly, and make a difference. Join Arizona milk producers, Fry's, and the D-backs to help fill fridges and fuel families. Learn more at arizonamilk.org.
Diamond Talk. Arizona Diamondbacks baseball, presented by Talking Stick Resort. Life well played. Avnet, delivering what's next in technology every time we take the field. Fry's, with Boost by Fry's VIP. Win game day with free grocery delivery, 2 times fuel points and more. Visit Fry'sFood.com/boost today. The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
DJ Cárdenas! All I do is win, 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 no matter what.
Osuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
All I do is win, win, win.
We needed that, huh?
You gotta be kidding me, man.
Wolf is wearing the fan hat as we start this shortened show, but shortened for a good reason. Wolf, how you doing over there?
I'm doing just fine, man. You've gotta be kidding me. Knock it off, you Arizona Diamondbacks. You are crazy. Oh, how in the world? How did they win this series, let alone sweep this series?
Yeah, I mean, we had plenty to talk about just from last night's game.
Oh.
And, 40 minutes ago, Wolf and I are in the prep room. We're kind of walking through the newsroom. We're like, okay, look, even if they lose this game, it's 10-4 in the ninth. Even if they lose it, we still got a series win. There's actually still some pretty legitimate positives to take from this. Well, in case you missed it, in case you kind of tuned out over the last hour, maybe you were working, you ran to lunch or whatever, that game the Diamondbacks were losing 10-4 in the ninth, they won that game 11-10.
Yes. Think about that for a minute. Do the math on that. They won that game 11-10, and you're telling me they scored how many runs in the top of the ninth?
7 runs in the top of the ninth. It is the first time in franchise history they've won a game that they trailed by 6 or more in the ninth inning. Wolf, their previous record was 0-419.
Oh, my goodness.
So the 420th time is the charm.
Luke, there you are once again, blowing my mind.
I was standing right next to you when they flashed the graphic on the screen.
I didn't read the graphic. I had the fan hat on like I do right now, Babes and Audience. Somebody tell me how they won Game 2 of this series. How did they win Game 2? Let alone come back and score 7 in the ninth and win Game 3, 11-10. I honestly, right now, it just feels so good, doesn't it? It just feels so right that the Diamondbacks swept the Braves.
Man, and that's a big series. Atlanta was a team that came in a half game behind them, but you look at Atlanta and you say, okay, I didn't expect them to be down here, but I get it. They haven't had Ronald Acuna Jr. for most of the season. They haven't had Spencer Strider for most of the season. You look at that Braves lineup and you're like, that's a team that's going to take off now over the next 100 games. And the Diamondbacks just went in there and swept them, Wolf, with everybody writing the Diamondbacks off and saying the season's over. And, okay, yeah, you finally won a game on Sunday, but you lost Corbin Burns for who knows how long. And they go into Atlanta and they sweep the Braves. If nothing else, it shows you they're not done.
Yeah, one of the things, it's interesting, Luke, because I say it all the time, all wins are not the same. All series wins are not created equal either. They are a little bit different. This is, how in the world does this not become the rallying cry for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now?
Could have easily folded up after Sunday's game.
Are you kidding me? They could have easily folded up. The news has been bad for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now. The results haven't been great either. And now all of a sudden they come into Atlanta and they sweep the Atlanta Braves, winning game 2. Really, I mean, if you want to talk about all three of these games and how they won those games, very, very important. In game 1, Corbin Carroll, Ketel Marte, both hitting 2 home runs in that game.
Yeah.
Getting Zach Gallen out there and Zach Gallen looking like Zach Gallen.
Game 2 last night was insane. We could certainly producer question, which game was more stressful? Your call's next.
That's right. And it is a producer question. But it really doesn't matter because once again, not only do the Diamondbacks win the series based on it, they swept the Braves. Could this possibly be an aha moment for this team that needed it badly? To say, listen, we are still, we lost our best pitcher. We lost Corbin Burns. Yet we're still a team that can win games. And I know the Atlanta Braves have been struggling. I know that they have. But that is a pretty good roster right there. And when they get healthy once again, before it's all said and done, you kind of got a feeling the Braves are going to be in it. They're going to be in it in September. That's what I think right now. Now, we'll see. Only time will tell, and it really doesn't matter what happens to them. What about first and third, nobody out, Ryan Thompson? First and third,
dude, last
nobody
night,
out.
To answer the producer question, last night's game was much more stressful because you had a monster performance by Merrill Kelly, but the offense couldn't get going. Now you're facing Chris Sale, so it's understandable. But you go into the 8th inning, and the 8th inning is like you're talking about right now with Ryan Thompson looking real dicey. And then they bring in J Mart. He gets out of it. Then he gets himself into a ton of trouble in the 9th inning, gets out of that too. And that felt like one of those crossroads moments where if you lose that game, if you blow the Merrill Kelly lead, then it's just, okay, you won 2 in a row. Okay, and then you lost again. You're splitting with the Braves, and you got to win game 3 just to kind of keep them at bay. You went into the series thinking, here's 2 teams going in opposite directions. And now you're 3.5 games up on Atlanta.
Yes.
And by winning that game last night, it opened all sorts of doors for today. Today was not nearly as stressful, Wolf, because you're not supposed to win a game when you're down 10-4 in the 9th inning.
Yes. No, I'm with you on that one right there. But, the name game. Once again, we like to play the name game in the Wolf League compound. Like, who showed up for the Arizona Diamondbacks? Well, we know in game 1, it was Corbin Carroll, and it was Ketel Marte, and it was Zach Gallen. Those 3 guys specifically showed up. And what I absolutely loved about game 2 of this was the fact that you had Justin Martinez come out in that situation and take the ball and do his job and get the 5-out save, okay? Loaded the bases up. It was unbelievably stressful. It was. And yet J Mart got it done.
Yeah.
He got it done. And once again, do we expect better from him? Do we expect better innings with less whip?
Be nice.
Yes, we do expect that from J Mart. No doubt about it. But to me, to get back into the saddle and to face that kind of pressure and still come through, to put yourself in that position and come through and do your job. Luke, that is a confidence juice booster for a guy like J. Mark.
He's one of the few pitchers I can remember ever watching where you're like, oh, okay, here we go. We're loading the bases. Okay, he's going to pitch better now that the bases are loaded. Like, obviously, the stakes get raised when you load the bases in a one-run game, and the pressure mounts, but he tends to pitch better with guys on base for whatever reason. At least it feels that way. He gets out of it last night. Last night, to me, was certainly going to be the signature win of the series until today. And I'm not going to play you every highlight of the comeback, but I will play you this one. So they go into the ninth down 10-4, okay?
Just think about that. Going into the ninth,
yes,
down 10-4.
I'll play you a couple. Here's Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Okay, I mean, just make it a little more interesting, I guess. Lourdes.
1-0, there's a bomb. Deep left field. White going back to the track, and that thing is out of here. Home run for Lourdes Gurriel Jr., his 9th of the season. And the D-backs cut the deficit in half. It's now 10-5.
All right, I'm sure Atlanta was like, that's cute.
I love Chris's nice home run by Lourdes there.
Good for Lourdes, but you're still down 5 in the ninth.
And let me just say, I thought that was cool too, because at least you could say, well, at least they didn't just pack up and move to a new river. At least they went ahead and actually balled out.
Everything
to the end.
You say has so much more credibility with that oversized fan hat on your head right now.
But if ever there was a time to put the fan hat on, Basin audience, right now it is with the Diamondbacks sweeping the Braves in unbelievable. I seriously, like Game 2 and Game 3, putting them together back to back, unbelievable fashion. This one's going to leave a mark, and it's going to leave a good mark.
Yeah, I love it when a team doesn't pack it in when they could. When you could just kind of be like, man, you know what? It's just not our year. Everything's going wrong for us. Bad luck. Look, we fight back on Sunday, and now Corbin Burns is hurt. Oh, we should feel sorry for ourselves and just kind of stumble through this road trip, and maybe guys will start to get fired. Or you can just sweep the Braves, and now you're on a 4-game winning streak for the first time in nearly 2 months. So that made it 10-5, okay? Well, then here's Alek Thomas a little bit later in the inning, guy on base.
The 0-2 now. Swung on. That ball drilled deep to right field. Acuna head down. Ball up and gone. Home run for Alek Thomas. It's his 2nd of the year. It comes on an 0-2 pitch. And the D-backs tack on 2 more. It's now 10-7. What a difference.
Well, it was at this moment that you and I walked out of the prep room, our show meeting, started to watch it on the TVs in the newsroom with everybody. Ketel Marte reaches on an infield single, and, Corbin Carroll comes around to third, and Jose Herrera scores, and it's 10-8. Okay, it's still 10-8. And then, Ildemaro Vargas comes up, and he just singles in a run. So all of a sudden it's 10-9. You're like, okay, wait, now hold on. 10-9, guys on base, and then here's Gino.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run 9th inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
Let somebody else feel it in the 9th inning. How's that, Atlanta?
This just feels so right, doesn't it, brothers? Like it feels so good. Like sprinting 60 yards and taking your forehead and just burying it into some guy's chin.
Thank you to all wedge busters out there.
Thank you, wedge busters.
That's how good that felt. And wild thing again, I keep going back to Game 2 because I don't want to forget about
such
Game
different
2.
games too.
Unbelievably different games. But when you think about there's Ryan Thompson, okay, and he struck out Baldwin with guys on the corners, runners at the corners, nobody out. What are the odds? Somebody look that up. Get AI on this. Will you, Rick? Somebody get
Somebody
AI
call
on
Allen
this.
Iverson.
What are the odds at that point a run doesn't score? 1st and 3rd, nobody out. Somebody give me that. I know there's some dude in his mother's basement right now with the pocket pocket protector. I know you're listening, and you're like, boy, now let me see, Wolf. Let me get that up here.
Let me run some calculations.
Somebody, and then just at me on X. That'd be really, really cool if you would do that. I just want to know what the odds are that a run doesn't score, first and third, nobody out. Well, what are the odds?
It's not great, especially when a guy like Baldwin comes up to bat and he's hitting .315.
Okay,
as a rookie,
unbelievable. And then there's Ryan Thompson. Hey, everybody, look, how many guys does Ryan Thompson strike out?
I don't think of him as a strikeout pitcher. He's a ground ball.
He is a ground ball machine, is what he is. A pitch to contact pitcher. That's who Ryan Thompson is. He strikes him out, which he rarely does. And then Torrey brought Wild Thing in with a 1-0 lead, 1 out, runners at the corners and scoring position. No, runners in scoring position because, remember, they stole as well.
Oh, no, I remember second and third. And I'm like, okay, well, this is going to be really interesting.
What does J. Mart do? Struck out Harris swinging, intentionally walked Acuna, of course, to load him up, and then struck out Austin Riley swinging on a full count.
Yeah, I was going to say on a full count because he gets the strikeout, then they make the decision, go ahead and walk Acuna, which, look, I get it. I mean, it's Ronald Acuna. So
yes.
But then there's no margin. You can't walk a guy. You can't just, hey, I couldn't find the plate, and he couldn't find the plate. But again, he's one of the few pitchers I can ever remember where it's like, dude, J. Mark can't find the plate. Bases are, strikeout.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw 101, and that guy can't hit it.
No, yes, J-Mark, yes. Yes, I've got the fan hat still on, Masononians, and I'm going to act like a fan for maybe the entire hour.
Hey, why not?
At some point in time. But if ever there was a time to do it, are you kidding me what we saw?
Imagine.
And then think about Wild Thing in the ninth.
Yeah, I know.
He starts the bottom of it. He walks the leadoff hitter. You've got a 2-0 lead. You walk the leadoff hitter in the bottom of the ninth, and then he would end up walking too.
Yep.
He loaded him up, hit a batter. All of a sudden, bases are juiced. Wild Thing got out of it, man.
Only one. Name me another pitcher who can do this, Wolf, okay? So you describe the scenario he comes into, just 1 out, runners in scoring position, 8th inning, okay? And at that point, it is a 1-0 game, okay? So he's got a 1-run lead.
Yeah.
So he comes in that moment, and the Diamondbacks did score 1 in the 9th, but so he basically the whole time was working with a 1-run lead, got up to 2 for a little bit. He comes in, and in his inning and 2/3, he walks 4 and still gets the save.
He struck out 4 as well.
That's the thing.
He walked 4 and struck out 4. No hits. No hits.
It doesn't matter who the batter is sometimes. He may just walk you. You could be the bat boy who happened to wander up to the plate and he might just walk you. Or you could be the best hitter in baseball and he'll just strike you out.
What a series. This is a memorable series for the Arizona Diamondbacks. And something tells me they might remember it as well.
Imagine a playoff game, a playoff series, and Justin Martinez comes in to close out a game. And it's like, hey, if he's on, the other team has no chance. And if he's not, well, hold on. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks take on the Seattle Mariners at Chase Field. Just text half to 620-620. We'll send you a link to grab lower level tickets for just $9.87. We'll be out there doing the show. Again, that's half to 620-620. Text half to 620-620. All right, we got a lot more D-backs coming up, but when we come back, Wolf, is Matt Ishbia telling everybody he's about to be even more involved in the Phoenix Suns decision-making? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Onions, Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. Listen to All Pro Shade Concepts, celebrating 20 years of shading Arizona homes, baby. They just celebrated their 20th anniversary this past May. 20 years of keeping patios cool, private, and protected. Locally owned and operated. This is something that I love about these local businesses with Robert Mulvin and his team. They have earned the trust of thousands of Arizona homeowners, 20 years of shade, means 2 decades of quality custom-installed patio shades, awnings, and sunscreens as well. Offering free installation on all products and free estimates as well. These shades are custom-built to block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays, cut the dust and wind, and drop temps up to some 20 degrees. Basinonians, are you ready, man? You got to go to allproshade.com. That's allproshade.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
As a fan, you know all the important sports cliches. And when you save money by bundling your home and auto with Progressive, you can get out there and give it 110%, even though that's mathematically impossible. And remember, failure is not an option. Well, it's always an option, just not a good one. But you're not worried because you've got ice in your veins. You're on fire. How can both of those things be true at the same time? Well, that's between you and your doctor. So get out there and leave it all on the field. Leave what? Who cares? Just leave it and save with a bundle from Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states or situations.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27 and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Arizona sports.
Drafting is going to be critical. The free agency is always critical as well.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Wolf and Luke.
All right, welcome back. We've had too much fun, Wolf, enjoying this Diamondbacks series sweep over the Atlanta Braves. We'll get back into that and what it means. I noticed your fan hat's off.
Yeah, the fan hat is off.
We might want to take it and throw it out the window for this segment. Okay? Yeah. We're still kind of all reacting to the Jordan Ott hire, trying to let that sink in. It's a shorter show today, so we probably won't get to talk about that a ton today. I can tell you real quick before we get into this letter, Wolf. This is where I'm kind of at. And this is where I kind of think we were at yesterday, but it was sort of hard to verbalize everything yesterday because you just have so many different thoughts going.
Sure.
To me, it's not Jordan Ott's fault. I know we said that yesterday. I don't blame Jordan Ott. I heard Burns and Gambo say this as I was driving home. You can't blame Jordan Ott for going to Michigan State. It's really not his.
Without a doubt.
But it's everybody above Jordan Ott that I just don't understand what's going on right now. Okay. And to I guess, feed into that, There's a story up on our site on ArizonaSports.com that has cuts from this, but there is a letter that was sent to members of the basketball operations staff on Wednesday talking about changes that are coming. Okay, this is per a source with the team. So before I read some of this letter, what was your initial reaction when this came out?
Oh, man, Luke, it was really tough for me because, once again, Basinonians, I am a fan of Matt Ishbia in regard to what he has done for the Phoenix Suns, the way he's gone about his business, especially with the Phoenix Mercury as well. Yep. I mean, I absolutely am a fan of his ownership, aggressive ownership style. But, man, does he really believe that he's found a better way of running an NBA franchise than every other owner that is in the association right now? That letter made me think he does believe that. And Basinonians, can I just say, I hope he's right. I hope he does.
He's right, too.
I hope he does know better than everyone else. I hope he does. But the odds and the results don't reflect that at the moment, which makes you think it's kind of an arrogant statement.
It hits me looking at this that Mike Budenholzer just destroyed this team. And at a certain point, we're not going to be able to blame Mike Budenholzer, but this feels like such an overreaction. Yeah, you hired a coach, and he wasn't the right guy, and conventional wisdom would have said you hired him, and he wasn't the right guy. And conventional wisdom would have said you trade for Kevin Durant, too. I still don't think that wasn't some terrible move. It didn't end up working out. I don't think it was because of Kevin Durant that it didn't work out. I think it was because of other things. But the Mike Budenholzer move, that was the wrong move, okay? But a lot of teams would have made that move. But, man, you can't burn everything down because one coach burned you, and you're just like, well, we'll never do things the conventional way again.
Right. Again, the Kevin Durant, at first, you know me. I wasn't for it at first base and earnings, then I was all on board. And after that, it was like, you know what? Hey, all right, it's KD.
Yeah, I mean, every team's going to make that trade.
Everybody, once again, KD and Bradley Beal, I was all for that. The Frank Vogel hire, I was all for that. The Coach Bud hire, I was all for that. I was a supporter. I believed, you know what, I understand it. I see it. Matt Ishbia is not going to wait around. He's going to go. He's going to spend money. Hey, man, the second apron, forget about the second apron.
That's a point that has to be thrown in here. And I should say, because I can hear people screaming at their radios, every team's going to make a trade for Kevin Durant if they can reasonably do it. I know a lot of people are saying, well, yeah, but I wouldn't give up all those picks and Mikal and Cam Johnson. That's fine. There were a lot of Suns fans in the moment saying I didn't want to give up that much.
I'm just saying I was for it, Luke.
Yeah, but it's so was I. It's not a ridiculous move to go for it, and to go for it by getting one of the greatest players of all time, who is still especially at the time, playing like they're in their prime. And I don't even look back now and say, oh, Kevin Durant making that trade buried them. It didn't. Kevin Durant was great the years he was here. Now he wasn't your answer, but it's moves like that happen. Every time you make a trade, you don't win the NBA championship. You can't then go completely off the path because of something like that.
You're right about that, Luke. I agree with that statement. Listen, I believe, this is just my opinion based on earnings, I believe Matt Ishbia has been making decisions for this team all along. He wanted KD, he got KD. Wanted Bradley Beal, he got Bradley Beal. Wanted Frank Vogel, got Frank Vogel. Wanted Coach Bud, got him. Jordan Ott, he got him. So when he says he's going to be more involved in this letter, and we're going to get to it, I wonder what that looks like.
So let me read some of it. Okay, it says, this is all quotes from the letter, according to a source at the team. Quote, let me start with the most important point. The Phoenix Suns will do things very differently than most other NBA franchises. I will be extremely active in the decisions and management of this organization on and off the floor. While I won't be reviewing film, designing offenses, or running the draft room, I will be deeply involved in ensuring that basketball operations, like every other area of our organization, is performing at the highest level. I'm aware that this approach is different from most other NBA franchises. I'm not the conventional NBA owner, and I don't want to be. I've tried running the typical NBA owner playbook, hiring the experts, signing the checks, and getting out of the way, and none of us were happy with the outcome. Making the playoffs 2 out of 3 years and only winning one playoff series is not good enough for this franchise and this community, unquote. There's other stuff, but that's just, kind of the main stuff that we're going to talk about here.
Oh, man. Where do you begin on all of that right there?
It's that last couple of sentences that makes me think they're overreacting. The making the playoffs 2 out of 3 years and only winning one playoff series is not good enough for this franchise and this community. That's awesome, man. Like, again, I like the aggressive nature.
Yeah.
And Matt Ishbia has been very successful in his business and his life in general. So I do like that. But when you say I've tried running the typical NBA owner playbook, hiring the experts, signing the checks, and getting out of the way, and none of us were happy with the outcome. No, nobody was. But it was for 2 years, and not every team wins every year. And so if you want to say, hey, we're starting over, hey, we're going to go, I want a coach to grow with the team, all that stuff I'm on board with. But when you're only hiring inexperienced people who went to one school, you're really limiting yourself.
Yeah, you are. And also, too, I would say, Basinonians, and this can't be the case, but it makes it almost sound like Matt Ishbia hired Brian Gregory and Jordan Ott because Matt Ishbia was done hiring the experts.
That's what it sounds like.
Signing checks and staying out of the way.
Yeah.
To me, it's okay. It means you were not making these decisions. You were not. It was James Jones. Maybe it was. I honestly don't know that. Okay? I do know that Matt Ishbia came in as the owner from day one.
Yeah.
What did he do? Kevin Durant deal.
Yeah, look, I'll say this again. I've been saying this all week. I understand the frustration of you're doing something, and again, it's Matt Ishbia's money running this team. You're doing something, and you're doing it the way other people have suggested you do it or tell you to do it, and it doesn't work. And it's like, man, okay, this is already frustrating enough that it doesn't work. I didn't even get to do it my way. I did it the way everybody else was telling me. But it's like Wolf, if I'm driving into work today and you're like, hey, don't take the 202 because you'll get stuck in traffic. And so I take the 10 and I get stuck in traffic. I'm not going to ride a unicycle to work tomorrow juggling fire. Like, that's basically what this reaction is. Like, you have to still take the roads. Like, you still need to. I don't like that you're setting yourself up to really be limited, and I don't know how this letter reads to potential free agents or coaches or whoever you might hire in the future.
Yeah, for me, one of the things I really do wonder about, he said, I will be extremely active in the decisions and management of this organization on and off the floor. Okay, so off the floor, I get it. A lot of stuff
he's done
moving
a good job off the
What
floor,
do you mean
yeah.
on the floor?
I mean, that makes it sound like he's. It
I'm
makes it sound like
just
he's the GM, really. That's what it makes it sound like.
Also a coach when you're talking about on the floor.
I'll just keep saying if you're
maybe he's talking personnel. That's not clarified in this in his quotes, but maybe he's talking about personnel on the floor.
If this letter came out, but they had just hired Bob Myers and Chris Quinn or something, we'd all be like, okay, but I mean, he's got it. But he doesn't have anybody in place that's going to be like, dude, okay, but this is where I step in, because it optically looks like he's just hiring people that will agree with him. That's what it looks like. We got to see how it plays out, but that's what it looks like. Hopefully it works. There's a good story. Bickley has a good piece up on ArizonaSports.com too that really just, among other things, says the Suns now have a target on their back too, because when you tell the rest of the league that they don't know what they're doing, they're all going to enjoy it if you lose. So there's a lot of pressure on Jordan Ott and Devin Booker this upcoming season. A Day to Remember is coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater October 25th with Yellow Card for the Maximum Fun Tour. Tickets go on sale this Friday at 10 a.m., but you can win a pair right now by heading to the contest page at Arizonasports.com. All right, we come back after that series sweep of the Braves. How do you feel about the Diamondbacks pitching even without Corbin Burns? It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Phoenix Suns have a new head coach.
Jordan Ott.
Yep.
Assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers is their pick to become their fourth head coach in 4 years. Ott has been on NBA coaching staffs with the Hawks, Nets, Lakers, and Cavs since 2012.
All right.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfliger from my brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com For more information right now, you don't want to move in the summer. A little tip from your Uncle Ron right there. You don't want to move, man. You kidding me? It's going to be 115 out, and you're going to move yourself. Let the professionals at Moving Team 6 do it right now. Whether it's a local move, you're just going to move across the basin, or maybe it's long distance. Maybe you're going to go ahead and move all the way across the country. Maybe it's going to be your house, your residence. Maybe it's going to be commercial, your business. That's right, Moving Team 6. They also do businesses and move businesses on a regular basis. They are the professionals, and they offer packing services for you, and even a storage, an air-conditioned storage unit right here in Phoenix. They're honest, trustworthy, and experienced. What you need to do, brothers, is go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4men.com. It's time to get it back.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dave Burns here with Liberty GMC General Manager Chris Scott. Chris, your service department moves fast.
What's up, Dave? We get it. Life moves fast. That's why our service department stays open late. Drop off by 8 p.m. and we'll have it for you ready for the next day. Plus, only at Liberty GMC all year round, buy 2 tires and get 2 free.
What?
Now that's service you can count on. And if you're looking for a truck, you can enjoy $12,250 off a brand new 2025 Sierra 1500.
Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Are you ready to buy your dream home? Well, before you start packing, there's one crucial step. Get pre-qualified. Getting pre-qualified is like your VIP ticket to the housing market, speeding up the entire process. We do more than just crunch numbers. We analyze your financial situation and fully underwrite your pre-approval. So there's no last-minute surprises. Don't miss out on your dream home because you chose the wrong mortgage partner. Get your free pre-qualification today within 24 hours. Go to lundmortgage.com.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? Yeah, who doesn't? I go to a lot of concerts. I go to, obviously, even more sporting events. And it hit me at some point, why not build up your credit when you're out? With the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card, you can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway. And you can avoid interest as you're doing it. So it makes a lot of sense. Learn more at Chime.com because the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Plus, with Chime, you get fee-free overdraft up to $200 until your next deposit and much more. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa credit card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress.
Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa credit card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical.
Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
The Arizona Diamondbacks were the answer backs today, scoring 7 runs in the top of the 9th inning to complete the sweep for the Braves in Atlanta. With the win, the D-backs are back to 500. They begin a series tomorrow in Cincinnati against the Reds. The Phoenix Mercury welcome the WNBA's newest team to town tonight. They host the Golden State Valkyries at PHX Arena. Tip-off for that one is at 7. And according to NFL Network's Tom Pelissero, free agent quarterback Aaron Rodgers will sign with the Pittsburgh Steelers tomorrow. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, it's Bernsey with Jordan Ott now hired as head coach of the Phoenix Suns. How can he execute the vision of the 2025-26 Phoenix Suns? It's the Burns and Gambo Show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports.
All right, Wolf. Well, just like that, the Arizona Diamondbacks are back to 500. 31-31 with exactly 100 games to go.
Yes.
3 games out of a wild card spot with 100 games to go. They are now 3.5 games ahead of the Braves, who they were a half game ahead of 48 hours ago. So you've put some distance between yourself and that team, who obviously won a tiebreaker over you to get into the playoffs last year. So, one of the conversations we had when Corbin Burns got hurt was, did you believe in this team before they went out and signed Corbin Burns? Did you believe they could be a playoff team and a team that maybe could do a little damage in the playoffs anyway, before they signed Burns?
Yes.
And I did too.
Yes,
I did too.
I did.
So for them to do that, they got to have guys like Ketel Marte and Corbin Carroll, like you said the other day. Those guys got to step up. Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen have to step up. And in the first 2 games of this series, they absolutely did.
Yeah, I guess to your point right there, you could point to that and say that's got to be really, really encouraging. I can tell you this, Basinonians. I can tell you this with certitude, that your best players, when they go out and perform their best, all the role players are like, yeah, let's go. You don't have to have your best players go out and play their best for you to do your job. You don't, Basinonians. You don't ever have to do that. Be yourself. Go out and do your job, no matter if you're winning or losing, no matter if you're up or down, no matter what the score is. Go out and do your job, period. But man, collectively, when it comes to a team mentality, when you have your best players like Zach Gallen, Ketel Marte, and Corbin Burns, or Corbin Carroll for that matter, if you have these guys stepping up and performing at their talent level, man, you feel like, let's go. Collectively, that mentality gives you a lot of confidence as well.
Yeah. Yeah,
it does.
Look, it sucks to not have. I'm distracted by the Aaron Rodgers reportedly signing with the Steelers after 2 seasons with the Jets news, but
cannot even believe it.
And after 2 years of making the Steelers wait, it sucks to not have Corbin Burns, because that was somebody that you add somebody like that, and it's like, okay, that's a team that could win the World Series.
Yeah, I just threw him in because again, he was pitching so well.
But you look at these, the first 2 games of this series, Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly give you 14 innings, and they allow 1 earned run. That's what those guys did 2 years ago when this team went to the World Series. It's not what those guys did for different teams 7 years ago. It's not what they did when the Diamondbacks went to the World Series 8 years ago or something. We're talking about October and November of 2023, all right? It was June of 2025, not that long ago. But it's non-negotiable that you have to get high-end pitching from those 2 guys. I just don't think there's any way you can pull this off if you don't get high-end pitching from those 2 guys, especially because Brandon Pfaadt struggled again today. You don't know what you're getting from Erod, and you're going to be counting a lot on Ryan Nelson, who I think we all believe can handle it in a starter's role, but he's going to have to now.
He's going to have to now. And I think Ryan, there's something about Ryan Nelson that I really, really like.
Yeah.
He's got a little something running out of the side of his neck, and it stinks, Basinonians, and I kind of like that. We'll see how that goes with Ryan Nelson going forward. Yet, having said this right now, I want to talk a little bit about Merrill Kelly and what he did. Think about it, right? He was roughed up his last 2 starts. I thought what he did last night was absolutely huge for the Diamondbacks to get roughed up the way he did in his last 2 starts, where he pitched 11 consecutive innings, gave up 12 hits, 10 runs, 8 of them earned, and had an ERA of 6.55.
Yeah.
Okay? He was that is not good in your last 2 outings. And then he went out there and got off to a great start against the Braves.
The Washington, or rather, it was actually the St. Louis game on that Saturday. So it was that May 24th.
The red team.
Yes, the red team they were playing. It was the same. It was because the Washington game, he just kind of got lit up. Like, he just did. He didn't get a whole lot of help from the defense in the first inning, but he got knocked around that game. But the game against St. Louis, he had pitched well. He had retired 17 straight batters. He had given up 1 run through 6 innings.
Right.
But they needed to get another inning out of him, and he couldn't do it. He ended up giving up 3 runs in that 7th inning. Didn't get any outs. He got tagged for 3 runs. To be able to go out there and give them 7 innings last night. That 7th inning in particular was huge because that's where he's kind of gotten into trouble at times this season. He'll give you 5 or 6 amazing innings, and then they kind of get him because he stayed in there 1 inning too long. That wasn't the case last night, though.
Yeah, for me, again, you look at it, 50 pitches, and the Braves have not had a base runner against him.
It's a good lineup. That Braves lineup's a good lineup, man.
It's a good lineup right there, man. 50 pitches. He was in the 5th inning before he walked Ozuna. I mean, he had a great answer. And for me right now, Merrill Kelly just got this feeling he's a step-up guy. When other people step back, I think Merrill Kelly's one of these guys who steps up. And it's tough right now. It is. Bad news has surrounded the Arizona Diamondbacks. Bad news, and not only that, bad play, frankly, has surrounded this team. And it's time for a guy like Merrill Kelly to do what he does. That's step up and be him.
It's interesting because you have the 2 guys who, I don't want to oversimplify this, but I'm going to. When they made that run to the postseason in 2023, they had so many injuries and even guys underperforming in the rotation that it was really just, it felt like, as that was all going, they had Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly. It felt like they had a 2-man rotation for a good stretch of that season. Brandon Pfaadt came in the postseason and was huge. Last year, it felt like for a good chunk of the season, Ryan Nelson was their only reliable starting pitcher. Well, now here we are in 2025, and it feels like you're going to have to rely on Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly, who came through in a huge way in 2023, and Ryan Nelson, who came through in a big way in 2024. You don't know what you're getting from Erod. And the swing guy, Wolf, might honestly be Brandon Pfaadt, who, when he's on, he can carry you, but he has struggled now these last few starts, and he's kind of been up and down now for the last month or so.
Man, I was watching this game, of course, today, and anyone else happy to see Brandon Pfaadt have a 1-2-3 first inning?
Oh, I was ecstatic.
I was like, yeah, baby.
I was already
That's what
here.
I'm talking about.
And I left here to go get food, and the first inning went by so quickly on the radio. I was like, oh, this is what it's supposed to be like.
Think about this, though. He had a 12-pitch first inning.
Mm-hmm.
12-pitch.
Yeah.
And yet finished the 3rd inning with 74 pitches.
Not ideal.
Yeah. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let that hang.
I think your best case scenario right now, until you figure out what's up with Corbin Burns, is to have Merrill Kelly and Zach Gallen be 1A and 1B as they have been in the past. And Merrill's basically been at that level this year. Zach Gallen's kind of been up and down. Really has been up and down. And then Ryan Nelson and Brandon Pfaadt just got to pitch like really good number 3 starters. And hopefully you get Erod. You get some version of what Erod was before he got to Arizona. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC June 10th at 5 for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Head to the contest page on ArizonaSports.com to sign up and become a VIP to get complimentary popcorn and a drink for the movie. When we come back, after they just swept the Braves in Atlanta, is your confidence in the Diamondbacks coming back at all? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. Listen, they believe everyone deserves a smile that they're proud of. This is what Dr. Joe believes. With over 20 years of dental implant expertise, their locally owned center specializes in transforming smiles with the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. I have had the All-on-4, and I can tell you right now it's a game changer. It's a game changer socially, professionally, personally. It is. Dr. Joe, he's traveled all over the world. He lectures to people and teaches people how to do the All-on-4 dental implant treatment. In most cases, patients can receive their final custom zirconia smile 5 days after surgery. Man, it's time for you, brothers, right now. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA Dentalimplant
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance. And Bear, tell our listeners why they should avoid the big box stores and shop at Waltz, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner.
Well, Dan, we offer unbeatable prices on all the products you really want. And if you think you found a good price somewhere else, bring it to us and watch us beat it. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Get what you want when you want it, only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. Picture this. You find your dream home. You move in right away. No waiting to sell your old place first. It sounds perfect, right? Well, that's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program lets you do. You can buy your new home now, and then you can sell the old one later. It's really the best way to do it. It's much less stressful than some of the other ways. So here's how it works. Orchard's going to give you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. You don't need any extra hassles at a moment like this in your life. Just focus on getting out of the old home into the new home. Then the Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home, make price-boosting upgrades. Once they're done, a local Orchard agent's going to list and sell your home for top dollar. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first. Sell your old home later. Buy before you sell. Get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. See what you have. See what you're working with. Get all that squared away. Again, that's Orchard.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. I'm Alex Weiner. Diamondbacks stun Braves with a 7-run 9th inning to snatch a series sweep. Suns' Justin Ishbia agrees to an ownership deal with the White Sox. Matt Ishbia to invest. Matt Ishbia's internal memo puts a target on the Suns. Those are the top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi.
All right, Wolf. Well, the Diamondbacks have exactly 100 games left this season. Feels like we've all gone through the emotional roller coaster, particularly in the last, let's say, 2 weeks, really. Since the start, I would say since the start of that Cardinals series, at least for me. I know people can look and say, well, the Dodgers series, yeah, I mean, you lose 2 of 3 to the Dodgers, but I don't know. Those games, you've taken 3 out of 7 against the Dodgers this season, and another one went to extra innings. The Dodgers games, I get that they're frustrating because people want to beat the Dodgers, but I don't look at a lost series to the Dodgers and say, well, your season's over. But when you start stacking losses against the Pirates and the Nationals and guys are getting hurt, you start to wonder what's happening. Well, they've shown us they're not packing it in. They've won 4 straight at a time when most people expected them to just go away.
Yeah, and it's great to see this kind of resiliency. I believe in that. We've seen baseball teams in the past that were very, very resilient in terms of never giving up, coming back late in the last three frames in games in which they were down, coming back. I think that doesn't just happen by accident, Basinonians. It does not. There are people inside that clubhouse. There are people inside that dugout that are saying, let's go. Don't quit. Don't fold. The expectation on this bench is for you to go out and do your job and do it as hard as you possibly can until the bitter end, no matter what it looks like, no matter what the score is, no matter if you're down 10-4 going into the ninth. Never, ever give up. It is a mindset that happens, and it starts with one. It starts with one inside the dugout. It starts with one inside the clubhouse. It does. One dude who says, I'm telling you right now, and he's got to be one of your best players. This is what I always say, but it's the truth. You got to model it. We're not going to quit. Are you looking at me? Just go up there with the intensity, the requisite intensity it takes to do your job and give it all that you've got. Man, it fires me up because Basinonians, I see faces when I'm talking about this. Faces of guys who actually did this when I was playing in a locker room, who actually did it. Faces of guys that didn't do it. Faces of guys that would pull up their stake, pull up their tents, and move to a new river. There were guys who would do it. That's why you need guys at every sport. I don't care what it is, Luke. Every sport inside the locker room, the clubhouse, the dressing room, whatever you want to call it. Step up and say, we're not going to quit. Follow me.
The second they lost Corbin Burns, and I get it, nothing is, official timeline-wise, but the second that Corbin Burns went down on Sunday, this season became a grind. Like, it doesn't mean you can't have a successful season. Doesn't mean you can't make the playoffs. Doesn't mean you can't take out the Dodgers in the playoffs. Doesn't mean any of your ultimate goals have to change. But if Corbin Burns is going to miss a huge chunk of or the rest of the season, you're probably not just going to be able to cruise. You know what I mean? You're not going to be like, hey, we just ripped off 8 straight wins because Zach Gallen gave up 1 run and then Merrill Kelly gave up 1 run and then Corbin Burns just pitched a shutout and then this and that. Like, it got tougher when Corbin Burns went down. But the number of gut checks they've had in just the last few days that they've answered the bell for, Wolf, you lose Corbin Burns mid-game, you stopped hitting in that game against the Nationals on Sunday, but you still hold on and get the win. Okay. Then you go out there and you beat Atlanta on Tuesday. Just the simple fact that it's your first game back, you're facing Spencer Strider, your first game back since the Corbin Burns injury, that could have buried them. They win that game. Zach Gallen was huge. Ketel Marte, Corbin Carroll, huge. So then, so you go out there Wednesday, and that game almost gets away from you multiple times in the 8th and 9th inning, but you hold on and win that. It would have been, even if you're not packing it in, it would have been easy to just pack in the 9th inning today and be like, hey, everybody doubted us. We already won this series. Okay, we're down 10-4. We're probably going to lose. No, you score 7 in the 9th inning and you win.
Yes. Once again, confidence is the currency of competition. I say it all the time, Basinonians, but it is the truth. It is the currency of competition. You buy and sell performances based on your confidence level, individually and collectively. This is why it's so important, because it could also make the Diamondbacks feel like their backs are to the wall. And it's kind of, it's kind of like what we saw, the kind of toughness and resiliency out of them the last 2 games. Like their backs are to the wall. It puts you on point as well when you start losing your best players, because every guy inside the clubhouse for the Diamondbacks knows how important Corbin Burns was to that team. Everybody knows how important he was and how well he was pitching and producing for the team. Now, all of a sudden, you feel like you're under attack. You're on point. You're on edge. And maybe that's exactly what the Diamondbacks need. Now, again, nobody wants to see Corbin Burns go down. Nobody wants to see Corbin Carroll get hurt. Nobody wants to. And Mel, please don't be yelling at the radio as I'm saying this, all right? Because the superstition thing
took
is
my headphones
bull.
off.
Okay? It's bull. And I don't believe in it. Yet at the same time, I'm just saying, It will make you feel like your back is to the wall, the world is against us. What do you say we go out and compete, boys?
Well, I mean, they were getting called the most disappointing team in baseball nationally last week, and nobody was really fighting back. I mean, at that point, at 27-31, they were one of the most disappointing teams in baseball. That's what 4 games ago. I mean, there's so much baseball left. There's still so much baseball left. There's 100 games left. There's going to be more downs this season. They're probably not going to finish the season on a 104-game winning streak.
Right. And that's why the freaky Mike Hazen is laughing at me hysterically.
Freaky Mike Hazen.
Wheeling and dealing.
He looked like he wanted to go to New Zealand last week, though.
Yeah, you know what I see? I see Mike Hazen sitting in his car right now. He's parked, but he's sitting there because he's listening to this right now. He's just
can you believe
laughing
these guys?
hysterically that I believe somehow, some way, a 3-game series against the Atlanta Braves on the road, that maybe this sweep isn't like every other sweep.
They needed something
that is out there. Maybe he's laughing hysterically as he hears me say that. But to me, this could be a still point moment for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Rick, remember this day, okay? Remember this day and write it down, Rick. This could be a launching point for the Arizona Diamondbacks. Backs to the wall. Bring it on. More bad news. I don't care. Watch this. Hey, sometimes it can put you on point. Adversity. Individually and collectively.
The question is where the turning point is, because you can say it was the Corbin Burns injury, or you could go back one night and when they were down 8-0, 9-0 before they'd even given up an out, they were down 11-0 in the second inning. From that point on, they outscored Washington 7-0 in that game and nearly had bases loaded with 1 out in the 8th inning with a chance to come back and maybe even tie it and win that game. They needed something. They needed a moment where it was like, okay, here we go. We're turning things around. Since that game, they haven't lost. And I would argue if Pavin Smith doesn't run home and get thrown out at home, they had a chance to maybe even come back in that game. You needed something crazy to kind of flip things, and they're 500. They didn't win the World Series today, but, man, it looks and feels a lot different. All right, quick show. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We've got Burns and Gambo coming up next right here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Dan Bickley here, and if you're ready for a new life with a brand new smile, you need to know about New Life Dental Implant Center. They offer amazing quality and unbeatable prices. They have their own lab, and everything is done in one location, and the entire process is entirely digital, which means your implants will be perfect. This is the place to make your smile dreams come true. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
Homeowners, discount agents might save you a little on commission, but if your home doesn't sell or sells for far less, you'll pay a big price. Avoid this mistake. I'm Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Let me show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. I'll even guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. Call me today, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Tomorrow, some of us will wake up and it will be our last day on this earth. It will be unexpected and without warning. Each year, 250,000 people will die from medical malpractice, the third leading cause of death in America. 43,000 will die in a car or truck crash. 6,000 will die working on the job. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan, and we represent many of these families. It's awful. Unfortunately, many times some of these family members are not speaking and never get to say, I'm sorry or goodbye. If you're at odds with a loved one, listen closely. Pick up the phone. Call them. Say you're sorry. I promise a huge burden will be lifted from your heart and your soul will be renewed. Even if you're not wrong in your own mind, it doesn't matter. Death is bad enough. Death without closure and love will follow you the rest of your days. Trust me on this. Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
The right way roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Investing successfully requires full-time focus, strategy, and teamwork, much like baseball. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth, and we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Hey, Jeff. Yes, you get it. Baseball isn't just a game. It requires dedication. Every play needs your complete attention. That's how you win. And off the field, I need a team I can trust. A team that understands the importance of focus and strategy.
At Trajan Wealth, we recognize that your focus should be on your passion. Our passion is going above and beyond to help you build a secure financial future.
That's why I choose Trajan Wealth. They understand the dedication required to build a legacy.
We provide peace of mind, allowing you to focus on what matters most. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300. 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varell. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. How sweep it is.
Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
Yeah, they win 11-10 because they were down by 6 in the top of the ninth. They scored 7 in the top inning, and they stunned the Braves in Atlanta. That's now 4 straight wins thanks to that sweep. They're going to look to keep the good times rolling as they travel now to Cincinnati. They start a 3-game series with the Reds tomorrow. Also from the Diamondbacks, a roster move that was announced prior to today's game. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank, remember him? He's been reinstated from his 1-year suspension for sports wagering. He was sent directly to the Arizona Complex League, added to the 40-man roster. In his place, Scott McGough has been designated for assignment. And tonight, the NBA Finals begins. The Oklahoma City Thunder look to finish their league best season on top. They host Game 1 against the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up to the claw. On this Thursday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. Here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only, the pointing, the flexing, John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
I didn't flex.
You pointed.
I just pointed.
I always assume the flex always comes after the point. So when I see the point, I just figure the flex is coming. Burnsy, what's going on? There we go. Now
the show can start, for goodness sakes.
In studio with you today.
Yeah, hi. Welcome. Good to have you here.
Yes,
A collared shirt and everything. You didn't have to get dressed up for me,
I figured if I'm
Gambo.
going to come in the studio, I might as well just get dressed. I might as well get dressed up.
Might as well. I mean, the no bull T-shirt not going to fly for the big meeting ahead today. No, they're not going to. You need.
I figured if the intern's going to dress up nice every day, come in with a collared shirt on, at least I could do is kind of match that.
Interns always feel like they have to get dressed up.
Not all of them.
No, well, the good ones do.
Yeah.
You hear that, Big Red? You've officially
Big
slid
Red,
over into the category of the good interns because you wear a collared shirt when you come to work. Not all of them do, but the good ones recognize that, hey, you know what? It wouldn't kill me to wear a collar.
I played a little joke on Big Red today. I walked by him with the Rick Ansley song, Never Gonna Give You Up, playing. Just to just rile him up a little bit.
You think he looks like
Rick Ansley?
Astley.
Ashley.
Yeah.
He looks like that guy. Yeah, they're never gonna get. He hates that comparison. He hates it, by the way.
I'm sure he does.
But he looks like the guy.
I'm sure he does.
So every time I walk by, I play the song.
And I'm sure if it continues,
he's been Rickrolled.
He's
been
Rickrolled. Well, I don't know if the Atlanta Braves got Rickrolled, but they got rolled.
That guy blew it.
Yes, blew it. Ba-doom, boom. Top story of the day of the Burns and Gambo Show.
Oh, man. Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run ninth inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park. Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
Yeah. The phone number for the Atlanta Police Department, if anybody wants to report a robbery, is 404-614-6544. That is the police department in Atlanta. If somebody wants to report a highway robbery in Atlanta, you could actually do the good thing. The Diamondbacks are on a getaway day. If they had to stay another day, they all might be arrested for theft.
Gambo's got the jokes today, everybody. I hope you're with us until 6 o'clock.
Good night, everybody!
Gambo has brought the jokes with him today. From Blew It to giving out the Atlanta Police Department telephone number, Gambo is making funnies today here on Burns and Gambo.
Yes, you could record that. That was thievery. They stole that baseball game
right from under their noses.
It.
Right from under their noses.
Can you imagine if you're a Braves fan and you're up 10-4 in the ninth inning, 1 out. You're 2 outs with nobody on base. You're up 10-4. Suarez strikes out. You've got 1 out. And the next thing you know, Suarez is hitting a 2-run double. The same guy that started the inning with a strikeout is hitting a 2-run double, and the Diamondbacks are taking that game from you 11-10. You're dumbfounded if you're a Braves fan right now. You're like, what the hell?
Okay, yes. I can imagine it. You know why? It's happened to us like 5 times this season.
Yeah.
Didn't it kind of feel good to do it to somebody else?
Did.
Just for one. It's happened not so many times, but at least 4 times to the Arizona Diamondbacks this year, where that game was won and it was done and it was over, and you were thinking about the next day's game, and they stole it from you at the end, or the Diamondbacks blew it. It felt so friggin' good to do it to somebody else. You know, to see somebody else watch their closer melt down in the ninth, to see blew it like the way he did in the ninth inning. It just,
I love that.
It felt good. It felt good finally to add a game to the list. You know, we've been keeping our list, right? And our list is games the Diamondbacks lost but should have won. Well, we're also keeping another list. Games the Diamondbacks won that they should have lost.
Right.
Yeah, but we haven't added a game to that list in a long time.
It's been a while.
It felt good to put one on that list today. It felt really good to put one on that list
And it
today.
was, it started off with a solo home run by Lourdes Gurriel. Okay, 10-5. Then Tawa walks, and Alec Thomas on an 0-2 pitch. 0-2 pitch, hits a home run. Okay, 10-7. Herrera walks, and you're like, okay, this is getting interesting. They bring in Iglesias, and Corbin Carroll doubles. Now you've got second and third, and the tying runs at the plate. And you're thinking, oh, my God, you got a chance here. You got a chance. Marte gets an infield single, 10-8, but then Perdomo pops out. 2 outs. And then here comes Vargas, Ildemaro Vargas, RBI single, 10-9. Okay. Suarez up, 2-run double down a left field line, 11-10. Shelby Miller comes in, gets a double play He walks a guy, but then he gets a double play on a Marcell Ozuna, and they end up winning that baseball game. And it was, again, you walked away like, I can't believe they won that game.
No,
I can't believe they won the game.
It was leads of, over the course of that game, the Diamondbacks, I'm just looking at they were down 6-0, they were down 9-3, they were down 10-4. You just don't win games. And the numbers now, they're all coming in, and we could take out the number stick and we could beat you up with it if we wanted you to, because there's just so many numbers about this game that show just how unlikely it is. I'll throw this one at you, and we'll just kind of sprinkle in some throughout the course of the rest of the day.
Okay.
The Atlanta Braves had won 766 straight games when leading by 6 runs or more entering the 9th inning. The last time they failed to hold a lead of that size was against the New York Mets on July 17th of 1973. That was the last time.
Did Tom Seaver pitch in that game?
I have no idea. I'll look it up on Baseball Reference.
John Matlack?
And I'll
Jerry Koosman?
I have no idea. But the last time the Braves blew a game where they had that big of a lead in the 9th inning, you have to go back to 1973.
Wow.
I was 2. You were 7.
7.
7 roaming the streets of Long Island, right? No doubt getting into trouble, doing bad
Spent
things.
a lot of time in Brooklyn in those early years.
Okay, so in the early 70s, you're in Brooklyn.
A lot of time in Brooklyn.
Roaming the streets, surely getting into trouble and doing things you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah.
Surely.
Maybe.
Even at age 7. Yeah.
Epic, at the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, epic collapse. Braves bullpen collapses again. Allows 7 runs in the 9th inning. Again, they're looking at it, and they just almost can't believe that they lost that game either.
Yeah.
And what was the number? How many games was it? Like, it's 1973, but does it say how many games it was?
766. The Braves had won 766 straight games when leading by 6 or more. In fact, I believe it was the first win ever for the Diamondbacks when trailing by that margin in the 9th. They had never won a game in franchise history when down by that much in the 9th inning. And so what it did was it did a lot of things. Okay, you got the sweep. You're back to 500. You're 3 games back of the last wild card spot now. All right, and not
you're going north.
You're going. Hey, north. There you go. Go north, young man.
Yes.
You're not headed south anymore.
Yep, go north.
At least for this week, you reversed the southward trend, and now it's more of a northbound trend.
From 5 to, I think it was 6 at one point, but from 5 games to 3 games back. Instead of 5 games to 7 or 8 games back. Like, it's a huge difference.
It's a huge difference. It's a huge difference.
Huge.
It kind of soothes the raw feelings over Corbin Burns, of which we don't have an update yet. It really masks another very concerning outing from Brandon Pfaadt that I know we're going to talk about in the next segment, because it's very concerning. Some of the things that he's kind of doing as of late. But most of all, it doesn't erase all of the bad juju from the Diamondbacks the last week and a half or so, because it was really bad there for a while. But it's a northward trend that gives at least a little hope that if Corbin Burns is going to be missing for a while, that they can survive it somehow, right? That they can. I know the Atlanta Braves are scuffling badly, but it gives you a little bit of hope that maybe they can figure this out to a certain extent and keep heading north, even with the loss of their ace.
For the last 3 days, I have not received a fire Torey Lovello tweet from anybody. 3 straight days without anybody saying, "Fire Torey, what's he doing?" The odd thing about this game is, Tommy Henry pitched.
Yes.
And when Pfaadt left the game, it's 6-0. You're hoping in a game like that, the middle relief can come in and kind of hold it down. They didn't. Henry let up 3 runs. Graveman let up a run. They gave up 4 runs.
Mm-hmm.
So, Tommy Henry pitched 4 innings. He gave them length. He gave them length,
but
he gave up 3 runs.
Gave up 3 home runs.
Didn't give him a chance to get back in the game. Them getting back in the game has nothing to do with the middle relief holding down the fort.
No, other than the innings that they were able to. That's it. I mean, and I agree with you. It was weird listening to the end of the postgame show, and we'll have Steve Zinsmeister on. We're not calling out Steve or anything. He does a fantastic job. But Tommy Henry, he didn't pitch great, but because he gave them innings, I guess that's
all he did. He gave them innings, but he didn't you want to hold it at 6.
Yeah.
Okay, we're down 6-0. Go 3 innings and don't give up a run. Give your team a chance. No, instead they gave up 4 runs in 4 innings.
No doubt.
And the Braves went from 6 runs to 10 runs.
No doubt. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, we're going to stick with the Arizona Diamondbacks talk. because we've got last night's Merrill Kelly's outing to talk about, and we've got today's Brandon Pfaadt's outing to talk about. There are still areas of concern for this baseball team. We'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs at the Braves.
Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10. They have taken down Atlanta, and they are back to 500 with one of the most improbable wins of the season.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Struggling with your eyesight, nearsighted, farsighted, having astigmatism, you've heard people like me tell you how awesome the Schwartz Laser Eye Center is, how incredible it is to have a vision correction procedure. I had LASIK surgery done by Dr. Jay Schwartz 15 years ago. I'm 58 and a half. No glasses, no contact lenses, nothing. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 locations in the Valley, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. And Dr. Jay Schwartz is the most experienced eye surgeon in the Valley, performing over 60,000 LASIK procedures. You don't want to go anywhere else. When you trust your eyes with Dr. Jay Schwartz, you know you've got the best working for you. Contact the Schwartz Laser Eye Center now if you're interested in a vision correction procedure at 480-483-EYES. Ask about the 2 years of interest-free financing. And don't forget the Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. Jay Schwartz, also the team eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. That number again, 480-483-EYES, or go online at teamidoc.com.
The Arizona heat can be dangerous, and you can help save lives. Text WATER to 620-620 for the UPS Store water drop-off locations, or donate today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive, presented by the UPS Store. Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and if you're hurt in an accident and results matter to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Just in the last month, they won $500,000 for an auto accident victim, $745,000 for a trucking accident victim, and $4.5 million for a client hurt in a slip and fall accident. So if you're hurt in any kind of accident, call Sweet James, where you pay nothing until they win your case. 800-9-million, 800-9-million, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off. Select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams Primer and Ceiling Paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
it's Luke. The answer backs are back. Can they keep this rolling in Cincinnati? We'll be looking ahead to D-backs Reds tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, we're going to talk about Merrill Kelly last night and Brandon Pfaadt today. Diamondbacks won an unbelievable game. First time in franchise history. They were down 6 in the bottom of the ninth, or the top of the ninth, I should say. They were able to rally to win the game against the Braves today. They completed the sweep. It was a remarkable game. But first, Lauren started the thing, and I finished the thing. All right?
Okay,
so the Braves had won 766 consecutive games when leading by 6 or more entering the ninth inning. The last time they failed to hold a lead of that size was against the New York Mets on July 17th, 1973. From that game, Harry Parker had been slated to start for the Mets, but at the last minute, Yogi Berra made a pitching change and sent reliever Tug McGraw to the mound in the hopes that he would pull out of a slump. It was McGraw's first start since September 15th of 1971. Wait, there's more.
Tug McGraw.
McGraw gave him 6 innings, went 10 hits, 6 earned runs, walked 4, and struck out 4. The Mets won the game on a pinch hit, 2-run RBI single.
Cleon Jones.
By Willie Mays
Willie
in
Mays.
the top of the ninth.
Oh, my God.
Willie Mays had a 2-run pinch hit single to give the Mets the win over the
He
Braves.
was a shell of his former self then. It was so bad. He could barely play. He could barely play. You know, as a kid who never got to watch Willie Mays play, you know, with the Giants in New York or San Francisco, I never got to see Willie Mays in his prime, but I remember his last year with the Mets, he was terrible.
That was his last year, and that was probably one of the
Can you
last.
click on his batting average that year with the Mets?
Hold on, give me a minute. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
Willie Mays, but wow.
Give me just a minute here.
Oh, yeah.
That last.
I remember that Mets team by like John Milner, Felix Mion, Bud Harrelson, Wayne Garrett,
Here we
Don
go.
Hahn,
Oh, here
Jerry
we go.
Brody.
Here we go.
I can name them all.
He had 211.
211.
In 1973, he hit 211, and yet remarkably was an all-star that year. He's got a little star by his name.
No
How the
way.
hell was Willie Mays an all-star in
No
1973
way.
with a
He
211
couldn't
batting
play.
average?
Couldn't play anymore.
Oh yeah, because he's Willie freaking Mays. That's why. Anyway, we thought you'd enjoy that.
Thank you.
Lauren
Thank
looked
you.
it up. I looked it up too, and we found out the answers to that. Now, Diamondbacks get the sweep. They're on to Cincinnati for a 3-game series starting tomorrow to continue this road trip.
Big series because the Reds are right. These are the teams you got to beat.
No
the
question.
Reds, the Braves, the Brewers. You got to beat these teams.
We got a couple things we need to talk about with this baseball team right now. One of them happened last night. One of them happened today. You start with whichever one you want. We'll just go down that road.
Brandon Pfaadt.
So about Brandon Pfaadt today, because Brandon Pfaadt's ERA in his last 5 starts, I believe, is hovering right around 11. No bueno.
I know. It's
He has an 11.09 ERA in his last 5 starts. He gave up 6 runs, 5 earned in 3 innings.
And it all went to hell in a handbasket in that 3rd inning. And you're watching the game. First inning was great. He had a great first inning. Labored a little bit in that 2nd inning. You know, they got a run off of him. But he had the 1-2-3 12 pitch first. Got through the 2nd. Okay, RBI double by Verdugo. And then all of a sudden. And I'll tell you, Bernsey, to your point, because you point this out all the time, so I'm gonna go with it.
Okay.
Because you're 100% right. We do talk about it. He walks Acuna, and then Baldwin reaches on a huge mistake by Ketel Marte. Couldn't backhand the ball. I mean, you should at least got 1 out. Maybe he had a chance for a double play, but you got to at least get 1 out. You got to get 1 out. Marte goes to backhand it, loses it. Okay, error by Marte. Riley then singles to center. Olsen doubles, splits the gap. It's 3-0. Ozuna drills an 0-2 pitch to center field. Alek Thomas was there. He was there. Now, he didn't catch it, and it would have been a tough catch, but he got there. But I think he felt the wall. I think before he hit the wall, he kind of felt the wall, so he kind of pulled up a little bit, misjudged it, ends up being a 2-run double, 5-0. Albie's RBI single, 6-0. 2 plays. Marte backhands that, and they might be out of the inning without any damage. Or if Alek Thomas runs that thing down at the wall, which, as we say all the time, we expect you to make those plays.
He did it the other night, right? He made that
the great play the other
spectacular
night.
play in center field where he crashed into the wall.
But he didn't make this one. Now, if you go look at that play, you'll be like, okay, it's a difficult play, but he should get that 9 out of 10. 8 out of 10 times.
Yeah.
8 out of 10 times he should make that play.
We're used to seeing Alek Thomas make plays like that. At that point, I was listening to the game, and they made the point during the broadcast, Chris and Candy, about how the Ketel error might have undone, and it's not to make excuses for Brandon Pfaadt. I know we play Pfaadt Rock all the time, and we're fans of Brandon Pfaadt. This is not to try to make excuses for him. They said on the broadcast, and I agree, you got to rise above that if you're Brandon Pfaadt. Okay, there's a play that wasn't, but you have to go pick him up now. You have to pick up Ketel Marte and get past it, kind of like what we saw, in a way, Justin Martinez do last night with Ketel when Ketel double-clutched that ball before throwing the first. There was 3 extra batters now that Martinez had to face. Brandon Pfaadt wasn't able to do it. And in contrast to Pfaadt now, and I'm going back to something I said at the beginning of the season, I was sure Brandon Pfaadt was going to establish himself as the 3rd best starter in this rotation. Look at the events of the last 18 hours.
Merrill Kelly.
It ain't happening. Merrill Kelly was spectacular last night.
As good as he, and it's been so many of these, but like you say, that's as good as we've seen him. No, that's how he pitches. Like, to me, that's who he is.
It's one of the best starts he's ever made as a Diamondback.
Really
but yes, we've been spoiled by him. It's one of the best we've ever seen.
7 scoreless innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, 8 strikeouts, 6-2 record, 3.43 ERA. Had a no-hitter until Acuna signaled with 2 outs on pitch number 75. Pitch number 75, they got their first hit in the 6th inning.
Yeah.
But then he gets Riley, and then he goes 1, 2, 3 in the 7th, like, I still got it. I was so worried about that game because I probably...
Because of Sale?
No, Sale, I was worried about I was worried about Merrill Kelly not getting the win.
I understand what you're saying. I was, too.
I was worried about him not getting the win
I was very
concerned
about that.
1-0, and then, obviously... 1-0. Then they ended up getting it to 2-0. But I was worried about them being able to protect a 1-0 lead with their bullpen and maybe costing, because we've seen it happen several times this year where a guy pitches unbelievable, Corbin Burns or Merrill Kelly, and then all of a sudden that guy gets a no decision because the bullpen blows it.
Here's Torrey after last night's game on Merrill Kelly and how good he was.
He just was dotting up the cutter. The four-seam fastball was moving around the zone. The changeup. It was just a really complete outing. Had the pitch count not climbed, I think in the 5th or the 6th, I was thinking about throwing him out there for the 8th. But given his circumstances with the heat and humidity, and he felt fine. He felt absolutely great. I want to stay ahead of it and take him out of the game and turn it over the bullpen. But I felt like he was strong, and he could have gone even further. That's what he showed everyone.
And I tell you again, I know I keep talking about this Corbin Burns thing like we know, and we don't know. I think we're all worried about Corbin Burns and his future this season. But again, we keep talking about paths for them to survive if it is really bad news about Corbin Burns.
Yeah.
The last 2 outings, forget today against Brandon Pfaadt or with Brandon Pfaadt, Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly doing what they did in the first 2 games of the series. Boy, doesn't that remind you of the good old days?
It does.
Doesn't it just remind you of, hey, remember how good Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly can be at the top of a rotation? And if that, I know it's asking a lot, but if that's who they're going to be, they might be able to survive this, depending on how bad it is with Corbin.
Yeah, look, they were teetering on a disaster. They couldn't continue to go south anymore. You don't want to fall too far back. So they needed to start winning games, and then you win these 3 games. A great win. First game, great win. Second game, great win. This just absolutely incredible. I mean, this came out of nowhere to win this baseball game. But you're right. Gallen, Kelly, but it's just never perfect, right? Okay, Gallen and Kelly got straightened up, and now Brandon Pfaadt's pitched 2 games where he can't get anybody out.
I know.
It's just you can just never get everything in order at the same time.
Everything's a but with the Diamondbacks. Yeah, great, but
it's like playing that Rubik's Cube game. Oh, I got the green lined up, but I screwed up the other one. By doing that, I screwed up the other one. Something always gets screwed up.
I was always amazed by people who could solve a Rubik's Cube in
6 seconds.
35 seconds.
I have no idea.
It's
I couldn't solve it if you gave me 6 months.
I consider myself a pretty intelligent guy. I was terrible with the Rubik's Cube.
I'm telling you, if you gave me one of those things right now and you said spend an hour on it each day for 6 months, I still wouldn't get it.
A Day to Remember is coming to Talking Stick Resort Amphitheater on October 25th with Yellow Card. It's the Maximum Fun Tour. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. You can win a pair right now by heading to the contest page at ArizonaSports.com.
Is Haircut and Yuma warming up for him?
No, Haircut and Yuma is not warming
up for him?
For Yellow Card or A Day to Remember. No.
Oh, man.
Where is Kevin Durant headed this summer? And is it somewhere that he had at least a chance to go to around the trade deadline? Gambo's got the latest. You're going to want to hear it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat.
Hydrate, Rook.
We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage brought to you by Kiltlifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. 783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The traditional way is not the way to sell your home anymore.
I want stuff the way it's being done now to get the bang for the buck, if you will.
It took us 3 days to sell our home.
With the 72 sold program, you will know what the top of the market is for your home in 11 days or less. We wouldn't be the fastest growing firm of all businesses in Arizona if 72 Sold didn't work. So if you're thinking about selling your home, you need to go to 72sold.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Chuck McDowell here again. Over the years, I've seen way too many timeshare exit companies pop up, take folks' money, and disappear. I just saw an ad from an exit company started by a couple of bozos that used to work for me. My advice, don't hire bozos out fire. Want out of your timeshare? I'll send you our free timeshare exit info kit explaining your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley for your free kit. Call 800-995-2929. That's 800-995-2929.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So you're in pretty decent shape, but, okay, as we get older, we lose a step. Totally natural part of being a guy. And at Vital for Men, we got your back by helping you get it back. Testosterone replacement therapy is designed to make you feel powerful, sharp, and renewed. Get started today with a free test at one of our 3 Valley-wide locations. And on top of that, we're excited to offer semaglutide to support your health journey even further. Visit Vital4Men.com today. Vital, the number 4, men.com. It's time to get it back.
I'm Mitch Varel. This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
But they were down by 6. And they won because they scored 7 in the top of the 9th inning. An 11-10 stunner in Atlanta. Diamondbacks sweep the series. They've also won 4 straight dating back to last Sunday. they'll look to keep the good times rolling as they travel to Cincinnati. They start a 3-game series with the Reds tomorrow. Also from the Diamondbacks, they announced a roster move before today's game. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank has been reinstated from his 1-year suspension for sports wagering. He was sent directly to the Arizona Complex League and added to the 40-man roster, which means they had to make room. Scott McGuff, the casualty, he has been designated for assignment. And tonight, the NBA Finals begins. The Oklahoma City Thunder look to finish their league-best season on top. They host Game 1 against the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for a complimentary popcorn and drink.
Arizona sports.
You know, I happen to believe that KD does not want to leave.
Suns, a new horizon.
You want players to not want to leave.
Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, so we're checking boxes here on the Burns and Gambo show, and the Phoenix Suns presumably are doing the same thing. Head coach, check. You know, like it or don't. Michigan State fan or not, that bit of business is done. And at some point, they'll have a press conference and they'll introduce us to Jordan Ott.
I was told today they're going to look to do something next week.
For the presser?
Okay, yeah. I'd like to get this done next week.
And undoubtedly, there'll be a bunch of questions about the process and everything. But there is also, and I'm not just saying this because it's time to move on, but in some ways, at least for me, and I've told you this a few times, the business of hiring a head coach was important, but also secondary. Now we're on to the meat and potatoes of the offseason.
Right.
Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal. Now, we'll talk about Beal a little bit. Let's talk about Kevin Durant because we are checking boxes. The coach is done, and now it's time to move on to KD. The NBA draft is 3 weeks from today, if I'm not mistaken.
Right.
You think that's going to be right around that time, if not the day of the draft, is when things go down with Kevin Durant?
Yeah, I do. The first thing I want to say is that, you know, a lot of the reports that are out there are inaccurate. And so what I'll say is to as of now, the Suns haven't been in discussions with trading Kevin Durant to anybody since February. Now, in February, they did speak to a lot of different teams about trading Durant.
Okay.
And we know that. But since then, when they didn't have a GM and they didn't have a coach, they weren't actively trying to trade Kevin Durant. So these reports that, the Houston report is just 100% wrong. Phoenix Suns have lowered their asking price for Kevin Durant, and Houston has made several calls to get a deal done. They haven't spoken. The Rockets and the Suns have not spoken since February. Honestly, they haven't. The Suns haven't had a coach. Before that, they didn't have a GM. There are no calls going on to trade Kevin Durant. Now, will there be calls now? Absolutely. There'll be calls. They will start the process now. They had to take care of some business at hand. You had to hire a GM. Once you hired a GM, his first job was to hire a coach. That was a long process. That took 5 weeks. They had to hire a coach. They weren't working on trading Kevin Durant before they had a coach in place. So that information was incorrect. And I think people could just rationalize that. Hey, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, they didn't have a GM. They obviously weren't calling to make a trade before they had a GM. And then when they hired a GM, they didn't have a coach, and his whole emphasis was on doing 20 interviews. It makes sense that they're not trying to trade Kevin Durant. Now they are.
Yeah.
Now they are. Today. Yes, they're trying to trade Kevin Durant today. And I expect that there's going to be a lot of interest in Kevin Durant. And I've said this all from the get-go. I do think that there is going to be a lot of interest. I have Houston as one of the teams that will be interested. I have today, as of today, I have all of the regular teams that you would want, except for one we've never talked about.
Okay, give me the teams.
So Spurs, Rockets, Timberwolves, Knicks, Heat.
Okay.
And the one team that I think that there'll be communication. Now, again, this may be the Suns reaching out to them or them reaching out to the Suns or just mutual interest. The one more team I'm going to put in there as a possibility is the Clippers. We've never talked about the Clippers before. But they got Zubac, they got Dunn, they got Powell, they got Derek Jones. I'll have to look at what their draft capital is, but the Clippers are a team That I heard. I have heard that the Suns don't have interest in Karl Anthony Towns. I did hear that today. I was told today that they wouldn't have interest.
Thank God.
What was that, Mitch?
I was doing an over-exaggerated phew.
Yes. I was told today that with the Knicks, more likely they would like an OG Anunoby or Mikal Bridges. But not a Karl Anthony Towns.
Your email on this topic got under Lauren's skin a little bit because she feels like every time. Can I speak for you, or do you want to speak for yourself? It's up to you. I don't want to.
No, absolutely speak for me.
I think
just be nice because I need her to help me with some paperwork on my computer soon.
I think she feels like every time Mikal Bridges is brought up in a Kevin Durant trade, it's like trolling her. It's like playing with her emotions. It's giving her false hope where none should exist. You know. So you say Mikal. You mentioned Mikal in your email.
I mentioned OG Anunoby too,
but she doesn't care about OG Anunoby. I mean,
I know
she doesn't. She before you got here, she showed me your email and she's like, "What the is this?" And she cursed. She used the word, "What the is this?"
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, this is Gambo doing the Gambo thing. She goes, I know, but it's him. I don't want you. Don't tease me like this.
I'm trying to be extra careful with what I say now because, like, within 5 minutes, it's in China, Japan, Brazil. Like, I'm in 75 countries.
I'm big in China. I'm Gambo. I'm big in China.
I'm huge in China.
Huge in France. I don't know why. In France, I'm very, very big.
Brazil. You wouldn't believe, but like Brazil. A lot of Suns fans in Brazil follow.
Bigger than the Eiffel Tower in France is what I am. I'm huge in France right now.
That's just Anga metal. Want to go see something real? Go to the Coliseum.
Oh God, here we go with that.
Eiffel Tower.
I'll put it on the list.
Yeah, you got a choice: Eiffel Tower, Coliseum. Go to Coliseum.
Enough of the palaver.
Yeah. So there's been no trade talk up until now, but now they will start the process of trying to actively trade Kevin Durant.
And obviously the question, and this goes without saying, but I'll say it because it needs to be said. Obviously, this list needs to be vetted by Kevin Durant himself too, and maybe. And I don't know if you know this, has this list already been vetted by Kevin Durant? Because he has a tremendous amount of say in where he's going to end up.
So I do know somebody that has been with Kevin Durant recently. And Kevin Durant and this person talked about the Spurs.
Okay.
And that's where I mentioned the Spurs. Now, this is, I don't want to say who, but, again, and somebody that Katie knows and trusts that was talking to KD mentioned the Spurs. He mentioned the Spurs. And they talked about the Spurs. Like, hey, where could you end up and everything? And he talked about the Spurs. Now, the Spurs, I would love to get Devin Vassell. Like, now you could sit there and position, like, the Suns need an influx of young talent. I don't think that they would trade Castle. But I'm telling you, like, you want to see a team make a leap next year? You throw Wembanyama out there with Fox, Castle, and Durant.
It's a pretty good team.
They can beat anybody.
That's a pretty good team.
They can beat anybody.
Yeah.
Like, tell me that team can't beat anybody.
Does somebody want to play the Devin Booker soundbite about how is anybody going to stop us, or do you want me to?
But there's defensive players there. They've got defensive players.
We've been down this road before with the who's going to stop that team?
Okay.
Well, it's going to stop themselves.
But they could play defense. They could play defense.
The Spurs are very, and if he wants to go there, and again, the reason why he controls this part of the process, I think is twofold. Number one, is because of the contract extension that he would be eligible to sign this offseason and kind of holding that hostage with any team that he wants to go to. Number two, the vibe I've gotten from you and others is that the way this all went down in February, the Suns want to make sure they don't do Kevin Durant like that again. Because the way this all went down in February was like Kevin Durant was about to get traded to the Golden State Warriors and he had no idea. Right? Or he had not been consulted, or he had not been talked to about it at all. And the general consensus after all that happened was that's just not how you do it with Kevin Durant. You include him in the process to make sure he's aware of what's going down, so he feels he's got some ownership
100%.
in it. Yeah, right or wrong, good or bad, that's just how it is with a star like Kevin Durant. And so I think this time around, the Suns are going to make absolute sure, extension aside, they're going to move Kevin Durant to a place he wants to go so they don't make him feel like they've done him dirty like they did back in February. That's part of this.
It is. And I think it would be wise, like you said, like if Durant has a few destinations, like I'd be happy going here. I'll work with you guys. Then it makes things a lot easier. I don't think they could get McDaniels out of Minnesota from what I've heard. But could they get Naz Reid, who you like? Could they get Julius Randle? Julius Randle's a good player. I think there will be I still like the Houston if Houston wants them. Now again, there will be discussions with these teams. Like the Suns will probably reach out or they'll reach out. But now that the GM is in place, the coach is in place, they're going to work on the coaching staff, work on the draft, and work on Kevin Durant. The ideal situation for the Phoenix Suns is to trade him by the draft, because if it does include draft capital, they might like San Antonio's got 2 picks. They got
second
2
and the 14th, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like they're probably not going to give you 2, but would they give you 14?
Maybe.
Like, okay, I'll take 14. It's better than 29.
When the temperature exceeds 100 in the valley, 15 minutes, just 15 minutes of exposure can cause permanent damage. Text the word water to 620-620 and help us save lives this summer by dropping off water at select UPS store locations or by donating today. It's the Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting Phoenix Rescue Mission. As the NBA Finals begin tonight, we want to ask the question, is it time for us all to just let it go? That's next on Arizona Sports.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Let me clear this up. Is there familiarity in the Michigan State thing, and people are going to just really go up on this Michigan State thing? And I totally understand it, and there's bias in the NBA, there's bias in all sports. Matt Ishbia did not know Jordan Ott. He had never met him before. He had never spoke with him before. He didn't have his phone number. First time he met him was yesterday in Michigan.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about JLC Roofing with the rain. Oh, we're in monsoon season. We had so much rain in June. I couldn't believe how much rain we got in the last week. 3 times it's been pouring at night. My house, just so much rain. That's why you got to make sure your roof is up to par. Is your roof up to par? If not, you know what could happen. All of a sudden, a little bit of water damage, little leak turns into something big, and all of a sudden you've got problems. Insulation, mold, drywall, paint, flooring, baseboards. What could have been a simple repair from JLC Roofing for a few $100 is costing you thousands and thousands of dollars, time, and it's a mess when they come in. They've got to repair everything. But no, JLC Roofing offers free estimates. Free estimates. You can call JLC Roofing right now and say, hey, listen, I just want to get my roof checked out. Just check out my roof. All right? You just check out my roof and see if it needs a repair. Because if it needs a repair, might as well get it repaired. Sometimes repairs are as little as a few $100 rather than spending the big dollars. Now, if you happen to need a new roof, $1,500 off for our listeners. How about that? Call JLC Roofing at 602-ROOFING. That's 602-ROOFING, or go to jlcroof.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives. When I visited your Scottsdale location, I was amazed at how many people were getting their new smiles. Who can benefit from full mouth dental implant treatments?
The patients that benefit from this treatment are those that are either missing multiple teeth, they are suffering from some form of gum disease, they have periodontal disease, patients that have been wearing dentures that are ill-fitting, or they're just unhappy with the appearance of their smile with their dentures. Those patients can benefit from this procedure. Also, those that have limited access to insurance or funds. We really wanted to make this treatment as comprehensive and affordable to anyone that needs and can benefit from it.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
Southwest Gas, proudly fueling over 1 million homes and businesses across Arizona with safe and reliable natural gas service. Hi, it's Vince Marotta. Natural gas not only supports lifestyle, it supports economic development. Many large-scale businesses that have expanded operations into Phoenix are dependent on natural gas to support their business and production. Choosing Southwest Gas means choosing an energy provider committed to trust and excellence. Learn how Southwest Gas is supporting growth in our communities and making a positive impact for future generations at swgas.com.
Due to new tariffs, AC system costs are rising. No worry. Collins Comfort Masters is buying back your old air conditioning system, up to $2,500. Because we're official Lennox dealers. Collins Comfort can get you a new high-efficiency AC system for as low as $89 a month. That's less than a cup of coffee per day. Schedule your appointment by calling Collins Comfort Masters at 480-NO-WORRY or visit collinscomfort.com.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
Lauren, did I explain your Mikal Bridges angst properly?
Honestly, you did it more eloquently than I ever could have.
I am a professional talker.
And I'm too in the weeds about it.
You
that
are.
It just would have been too emotional.
You're in the weeds.
I'm a professional talker, too.
You are.
I am.
Speak terribly, but you're a professional talker.
I'm a professional talker.
Sometimes people say, what do you do for a living? I talk. That's what I do. Speak.
That's what I do.
Nouns, verbs, conjunctions, adjectives.
I was going to say just nouns and verbs. That's it.
No adverbs, no adjectives,
No, I don't even know what those things are.
No conjunction, junction. What's your function?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Parlare in Italian. Parlare. Speak. Parlare.
That's what you do. Speak. Just not well.
Not well.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
But that's what keeps things fun.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Keeps it spicy here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Well, if I can make it, then anybody can, right?
No doubt. No doubt. It's the truth.
Shoot for the stars, people.
Connor,
you too could end up like Gambo.
That's your inspiration, Connor.
Not a bad life.
If Gambo can make it, you can.
Fully charmed.
Fully charmed kind of life.
Fully charmed kind of life.
It's not third eye blind, semi-charmed kind of life. You have a fully charmed life.
Exactly.
You really do. You've been kissed by the gods. Just
like that.
Just like that. All right, enough of that. Lauren, you got a poll question for us?
I do have a poll question for you
what
guys.
You got?
And it's about the Arizona Diamondbacks. They just swept the Atlanta Braves. So we're asking which of the following best describes your mood when it comes to the Diamondbacks. Are you feeling we are so back? Encouraged but hesitant to buy back in? Or it's more the Braves than it is the Diamondbacks?
I'm thinking like James Brown. I feel good. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The way that I should. Da-da-da-da-da.
So that's what you're voting? You feel good?
I feel good. They just won 3 in a row. They're heading north. Go north, young man.
I'm waiting for that Corbin Burns shoe to drop, so put me down for the second option. I'm encouraged, but I need a little bit more.
You're sitting at the stop sign?
I'm sitting at the stop sign right now, letting the traffic pass. Yeah.
Sitting on the dock of the bay.
Something like that.
Watching the tide roll away.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, Burnsy, you're leading the pack with 60% of the vote going with encouraged but hesitant to buy back in. 17% going with we are so back. And it's more the Braves than the D-backs, getting 24% of the vote there.
Gambo's in that place today. I'm just warning everybody right now. Gambo's
not even a Friday show.
I know.
The Shangri-La
Gambo's
is the leader of the pack.
He's in that place today. He's in that special zone.
I'm in my zone.
Yeah, I know.
I'm in the zone.
You're there.
Welcome to Burns and Gambo karaoke, because that's what the rest of the show's going to be.
When Gambo gets there, that's
what happens when I'm all by myself. Everybody's away. Nobody's home.
Yeah.
It's just me and Mr. Fred.
All right, you're here now. There's no Mr. Fred.
I'm here. Mr. Fred's home.
Yeah,
with Brody. But.
That's your poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo Twitter page. It's like driving on black ice. I swear to God, it is sometimes. It's just like you got to be really, really cautious with where you put the steering wheel. NBA Finals tonight, Game 1. Of what everybody's anticipating is, first of all, it's the two.
You got 4 or 5. 4 or 5 games.
5. I got.
You gonna
the
give
Pacers
Indiana 1?
I'm going to give the Pacers 1. Called a gentleman's sweep. I don't know which one they're going to win, but they're going to win 1, and it's going to be OKC in 5. You got a sweep?
I think I'll give the Pacers 1 too.
Okay.
I think I'll give the Pacers 1. They play hard. They play good defense. They'll find a way to win 1 at home.
I mean,
Oklahoma City's going to thump them these first 2 games.
Give me competitive games. If not a competitive series, give me competitive games. I get These are two historically small markets. I read a story yesterday on awfulannouncing.com. It's the matchup featuring the smallest combined markets in the history of the NBA Finals.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Indianapolis and Oklahoma City. Like, if you add up their market sizes, it's the two smallest markets we've ever seen in an NBA Finals.
I think what hurts, to be honest with you, and I know that hurts a little bit. I think what hurts more than anything else is just a lack of star power. There's one star in this series. One.
Not two?
I don't think so. You think Halliburton's a star?
I think he's on the fringe. I think he's on the fringe of being a star. I think this postseason has done everything it can do to get him as close as he can get to being a star. He's had a hell of a postseason.
He's a great player. Is he a superstar?
And what he did against the Knicks and the way he kind of invited the spotlight on him against the Knicks.
Yeah.
Again, I think it got him as close to it as he can be. Whether he's there or not is up for debate. I think he is.
Luka comes to town. Jokic comes to town. Giannis comes to town.
I guess. Okay.
Hey,
well, if
Halliburton's coming to town, the Pacers. So what?
Like anything, there are degrees. Is he at that level? No, he's not at that level. Is he around the Devin Booker level? Yeah, I think he's around the Devin Booker level. I don't know if he's around the Giannis level. But
Trae Young or Tyrese Halliburton? Who do fans want to see more?
Honestly, I think after this postseason, Tyrese Halliburton.
Okay, I think it's Trae Young.
I think after this playoffs, he's passed Trae Young right by.
Okay.
I think in terms of popularity. But anyway, speaking of Tyrese Halliburton, you and I both read a story today on Bright Side of the Sun. If this series is quick and merciful and over and OKC rolls Indiana, maybe we won't have to deal with this as much. But you know as well as I do, the minute Tyrese Halliburton does anything special in this finals, we're going to have another round of what if from Phoenix Suns fans about Tyrese Halliburton and the draft that wasn't. Is it time to let that go? Is it time to give that up? Or do you just always...
Is this me and you, or is it Vince Marotta?
It's whoever you... For now, it's you.
Yeah, I could give it up.
You can give that up?
I could give it up.
Okay.
Because, but give it up to what extent? Because here I am all these years later. The Cardinals could have had Adrian Peterson. Did we give that up?
Give it up to the point.
Did we give it up?
That we just don't bring it up anymore. When do we stop bringing up Tyrese Halliburton should have been a Sun or could have been a Sun? When do we stop that?
Let's just say that you are going to spend 10 more years doing this show.
Fantastic. Sign me up right now.
There's not a year that will go by that you don't bring up that Halliburton could have went to the Suns. Not a single year.
I tend to think you're right.
My point would be, even after he retires, like, the Cardinals could have drafted Adrian Peterson. They didn't. Like, we still think about it. We don't let it haunt us, but you still think about it. I guarantee you right now, over the next 10 years, you'll never go a year without bringing it up a few different times that Halliburton, every time the Pacers play the Knicks, every time he has a great game, every time he leads his team to success, he could have been a Sun. I don't think it. So let it go. Yeah, he's not a Sun. You didn't get him, but you could have had him.
Yeah.
So are you supposed to let that go?
I think, and Mitch brought up a good point. My headset, which is why I paused for a second. I think because this organization has yet to win a championship, I think we lean on the what-if game way more than we probably should. I mean, there are to this day people who still bring up the coin flip for the love, right? The Lou Alcindor, Neil Walk coin flip back in the day. I mean, that was a long time ago. It's like Steve Bartman getting forgiven by Cubs fans when they won a World Series,
and he never accepted it,
or even like Bill Buckner, getting forgiven by. But it's like once the Suns get their championship, the Tyrese Halliburton what if, the Luka Doncic what if, the Lou Alcindor what if, it evaporates. It's gone. It just ceases to exist. Just like the Bill Buckner ceases, the Bill Buckner hate ceases to exist.
Yeah.
The Steve Bartman hate ceases to exist. That's the only thing I think that will truly...
A championship?
Absolutely. That will truly evaporate the what if. And as long as that hasn't happened, the what if will always exist. 10 years from now, we'll what if Luka and DeAndre to death for the rest of our lives until the Phoenix Suns get a championship. And then we won't. And then it'll stop. But only then. Only
You're right,
then.
because Do we ever go a year where we don't mention the coin flip, like you just said?
No, it comes up. It just does.
In conversation comes up.
In perpetuity. It's always there. It's always there. When we come back on Burns and Gambo here on Arizona Sports, the Diamondbacks closer didn't pitch himself out of the role last night, did he?
Oh, my goodness.
That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Lots of reasons to hire a financial advisor. I recommend Stuart Willis. You want that personalized financial planning, that strategy, the expert guidance, and objectivity. Yes, financial advisors possess specialized training and experience to help you. Time savings, peace of mind, all of that stuff. When the market was tanking a couple of months ago, a lot of people panicked and got out, and now all of a sudden the market's doing great. So if they would have just been patient and stayed in, it's why you have to have a financial advisor, somebody that's been through this. I recommend Stuart Willis. 5 locations in the Valley, asset preservation, wealth, and tax. He's going to help you every step of the way. A lot of financial advisors, they're great working with you when you're making your money and you're investing all the time. And then once you're like, okay, I'm retired now, I want to start taking that money out, they don't care as much about you. But Stuart Willis makes it very important to be with you every step of the way, to make sure that you get to that goal to where you could start taking out that money, and he's ready to help you take it out the way you're supposed to, so that way you keep more of your money. Give him a call. Get a free portfolio review. 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of these 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
Join the party on Saturday, June 7th at 7:30 p.m. as Phoenix Rising takes on Orange County in a night full of color, community, and top-tier professional soccer. Be one of the first fans through the gates and grab a free Phoenix Rising beach towel. Perfect for the summer and perfect for showing your pride. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688. 800-859-6688.
In baseball, having the right game plan is key to winning. The same applies to your finances. I'm Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth. When it comes to managing money, you need a strong team. And that's why we're proud to be the financial team for our hometown baseball manager, Tori Lavello.
Thanks, Jeff. Success demands a smart strategy and a strong support team. With Trajan Wealth, I have both. They created a personalized plan that helps me grow and protect my wealth, direct my investments, and ensure my retirement is well planned, so I can focus on winning games.
That's right, Tori. We build personal strategies to help secure your financial future so you can enjoy life today without worrying about tomorrow.
And that's why I trust Trajan. If you want a financial team as committed as mine, call Trajan Wealth today at 480-990-3300. That's 480-990-3300.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Paid advertisement.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Down 6 runs in the top of the 9th, the Diamondbacks stunned the Braves in Atlanta and took Game 3 of the series 11-10. That's also 4 straight wins for Arizona dating back to last Sunday. They'll look to keep the good times rolling as they travel to Cincinnati. They start a 3-game series with the Reds tomorrow afternoon. Also from the Diamondbacks, a roster move that was announced prior to today's game. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank has been reinstated from his 1-year suspension for sports wagering. He was sent directly to the Arizona Complex League. He was also added to the 40-man roster. Scott McGuff was designated for assignment to make room. And tonight, the NBA Finals begins. The Oklahoma City Thunder, they look to finish their league best season on top. They host the Game 1 against the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us Thursday morning to the D-backs Keep It Rolling in Hotlanta. We'll get started at 6 here on Arizona Sports.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run 9th inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
It's crazy. The last 18 hours of Diamondbacks baseball has given us so much to talk about and so much to react to. It's almost hard to know where to start. I mean, that was today's game.
Okay.
That was a 6-run comeback by the Diamondbacks in the top of the 9th inning, down 10-4 going into the 9th. They beat the Braves.
So that game reminded me of one of my favorite boxing matches of all time.
Okay.
Meldrick Taylor versus Julio Cesar Chavez.
Okay.
Meldrick Taylor on the scorecards had won every single round. Every single round. All he had to do was stand up in the last round. All he had to do was stand up and he was going to win the fight. And Julio Cesar Chavez knocked him out. Knocked him down. He got up. He didn't know where he was. He's looking at Lou Duva. Richard Steele, the ref, is saying, talk to me. Say something. Say you're alive. Say hello. He's not saying anything. There's like 4 seconds left. He's up. There's like 4 seconds left in the fight. So that's it. It's over. Fight's over. Chavez win. By knockout. Because he just couldn't respond to the ref because he was just he got knocked out. He got up, but then they called it off. That was the Diamondback game today. They lost every round, and then in the last round, they knocked out Meldrick Taylor.
Yeah. In doing so, they got the sweep. In doing so, they accomplished one of the greatest comebacks in the history of Major League Baseball. I mean, it's been a while since we've seen a team. The Diamondbacks have never done it, down 6. Then there's also what happened last night. Now, today's win was a big deal, and it's the most recent thing that's happened, and the sweep is awesome, and the comeback was unbelievable.
Okay.
Oh, the 8th and the 9th inning of last night's game in and of itself is a segment on the show and what happened there, because there was just, like I say, Gamble, there was just so much to talk about. Whether it was Ryan Thompson almost inexplicably being used in that moment, like, whoa, not him. No, not Ryan.
1-0 lead, 6 outs to go. Here comes Ryan Thompson.
It was like the highest leverage situation he's come to pitch in like 3.5 weeks.
Right.
It's like, no.
Verdugo singles, they pinch run. Murphy then gets a hit. So there's one hit the whole game. The Braves have one hit.
Yeah.
Ryan Thompson comes in, base hit, first and third, nobody out. What the hell?
What the hell?
He's got to face one more batter.
Yep.
he can't come out of the game.
Has to face 3, right?
Has to face 3. He gets the strikeout of Baldwin, who good
player.
Good player.
Kind of surprising.
He strikes him out.
Yeah.
Now, so second and third, 1 out, and they take him out of the game, and they bring in J Mart, who is electric. Strikes out Harris on 3 pitches, intentionally walks Acuna, and then he gets Riley. He got Riley to 3-1. He comes back and he strikes him out. 100-mile-per-hour fastball. Then a changeup strikes him out. Okay, great shot. That's incredible. They got out of a jam with 2 on and nobody out, and didn't give up a run.
It felt like one of the biggest moments of the year, didn't it? Like in real time, it was like, oh my God, that was one of the biggest moments of the season that Justin Martinez got out of that jam. Ryan Thompson waiting for him, top step, dugout, high five. Everything's electric, everything's great. Ketel Marte comes back, gives him an extra run to play
nice
with,
insurance run.
and you're feeling so good about that game. And then the bottom of the ninth,
He had no idea where the ball was going.
It was everything that was great and awful about Justin Martinez all in one package.
Well said.
All just in one little half hour, because the whole ninth inning, you're watching it.
He had no idea where the ball was going.
Not a clue.
I'm going to throw this ball, and I don't know if it's going to go to the left or to the right or up or down.
Not a clue.
So he strikes out Harris on 3 pitches. Okay, great. Okay. No. The ninth, he walks. So the ninth inning, he walks Olsen. Okay, leadoff hitter walks. Strikes out Ozuna. Walks Albies, 2 walks. Then you had the big play where you could have got out of it with the double play, but Marte double clutches.
Double clutches the ball, yep.
And he's on. He then hits Williams with the first pitch he throws, and then he strikes out Harris, and he gets the save. He walked 4 batters, and he hit a batter, and he struck out 4 batters. He threw 37 pitches in the game, but in the 9th inning, he had no idea where that ball was going when he threw it. He didn't know.
To me, it emphasizes a few things. Okay, number one, I'm assuming most Diamondback fans know this. Shelby Miller was not available last night. He had pitched in 3 of the 4 games leading up into that moment. They needed, and he ended up getting the save today. He pitched the 9th because J Mart obviously was unavailable today after having thrown 37 pitches. I think what's very, very obvious is that Justin Martinez can only be counted upon for 1 inning. I think at this point. So if you're going to use him in the 8th, I don't know if you can ask him to pitch the 9th after what we saw last night. I think you might, which now puts a greater emphasis on really figuring out, other than Shelby Miller, who do you trust in the 8th inning so you don't have to pitch Justin Martinez in that moment? Because it's obvious that Ryan Thompson. Go ahead.
You needed a strikeout.
No,
there.
I know you did. And
you needed somebody that could strike somebody out in that situation.
My point is, if you're going to bring Justin Martinez in the 8th,
somebody else in the 9th.
Somebody else in the 9th.
Okay.
I just don't know if you can. And the minute Justin Martinez starts to fumble around in the 9th, you got to get him. That to me is
he struck out 2 guys with 2 guys on base. You couldn't afford a sac fly.
Yeah, no,
you couldn't afford a fly ball.
He saved the game in the 8th.
Yeah,
I mean you don't get awarded a save in the 8th. He saved the game in the 8th last night. It just compounds. Or not compounds, it magnifies Torey Lovello's bullpen issue, especially with no puck and with Ginkel and Reno. Like, who do just getting to Justin Martinez. If Shelby's unavailable because of overuse, who do you got? Kendall Graveman, we saw him today. He gave up a run. Jalen Beeks, we didn't see him last night. It wasn't a bunch of lefties that you were contending with in that moment. It just, once again,
Christian
shines.
Mania.
As a shorter inning,
if he's available,
because he's more of now. Tommy Henry gave him length today, and maybe you use Mena more as a shorter guy, just for an inning. I don't know. I think you need to come up with somebody else to get you to the 9th because I'm not sure
They were warming up Murillo, and I'm like, I don't want him either.
No, no. In my mind, I was thinking, who's the lesser of 2 evils here, Murillo or Justin Martinez, who has no idea where the ball's going.
I thought it was a great move by Lovello to get Thompson out when he got him out.
Amen. He ran from the dugout to get him.
Yeah, I thought it was a great move to get him out of the game and bring in J Mart in the 8th. I thought that was a really good move. I thought it was a good move to intentionally walk Acuna Jr. to walk the bases loaded because I don't want to face Acuna Jr. I'd rather face Riley. Riley's 0 for 3 in the game, but then J Mart's down 3-1. He comes back and he strikes him out with a 100-mile-per-hour fastball and a 90-mile-per-hour change. And then he stuck with him in the ninth when, I think many managers may have taken him out.
Yeah. All right. So leave me this real quick. We got Kellen coming up to talk Suns basketball.
Okay.
Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being you have zero comfort in. No, scale of 1 to 10. 1, you have no faith in him. 10, you have ultimate faith in him. The next time Justin Martinez is called upon to save a game in the ninth inning, what's your comfort level? Scale of 1 to 10, where are you? After what we saw last night.
7?
Okay.
7?
Okay.
I'm not an 8 or 9 or a 10.
Okay.
But I'm not a 5.
Okay. I'm probably.
But I agree with what you're saying. Like, you can't have him throw 37 pitches.
You can't.
He's a 10-pitch guy.
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gamble Show, we'll talk more about this in a little bit. But when we come back, what does Kellen Olson think of the Suns hiring Jordan Ott? We're going to ask our Suns guru and co-host of Arizona Sports Tonight. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gamble Show.
The Phoenix Suns hire Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as their next head coach.
Devin Booker was a part of interviewing 5 of the candidates, and Jordan Ott was the guy that he recommended the most. Steve Nash, former Sun, had Ott in Brooklyn, raved about Jordan Ott. They did their due diligence. They did their homework. They took 6 weeks to do this, and they came away with Jordan Ott.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. Deals galore, especially on the best truck out there on the roads, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500. This thing is a beast. Whether you're hauling, whether you're towing, whether you're cruising, whether you're just driving around town, driving to the beach, driving to the mountains, the 2025 GMC Sierra 1500 is powerful. It's packed with technology. It's ready for any job. And right now at Liberty GMC, $12,500 off a Sierra 1500 or 4.9% financing for 84 months. Nowhere can you get a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com. How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at AmazonBusiness.com.
Check engine or ABS light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. It's free. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs. You sound very calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees. Ooma. Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Fernando Tatis Jr. and the San Diego Padres return to Chase Field for a weekend series starting June 13. Get your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Phoenix Suns were not a good defensive team last season, so why did they hire an offensive coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Yeah, the Phoenix Suns continue to, if not dominate the conversation, certainly be in the conversation. Jordan Ott, we learned yesterday through the reporting of Gambo and Shams and others, is going to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. They haven't even officially announced it yet, if I'm not mistaken. We haven't gotten the email from the Suns, but we know it's going to be Jordan Ott. We know a press conference you think might happen at some point next week in which we'll get to hear from him. We've got a lot to react to, and joining us right now via the air link, our Suns guru, co-host of Arizona Sports at Night. He's got a terrific column up right now on ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. It is Kellen Olson. Joins us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Hi, Kel.
Hi, friends. How are you?
Good. How are you? We can't see you. We don't have the monitor on in here, but we assume you're there, so we're waving, even though we can't see you. But we assume you're there.
It's okay. I'm waving back.
Okay.
I can see Gambo's elation at hearing my voice alone.
Love having
see, look
you
at that.
on.
Look at that.
Love having you on the show. Love having you on this show. Let's
love being here with you, pal.
Let's talk about the process. It took 5-6 weeks, 15 to 20 candidates, knocked it down to 9, knocked it down to 5. Knocked it down to 2, ended up with Jordan Ott. Give me your thoughts on the whole process of interviewing all these guys and ending up with Jordan Ott.
Yeah, you want to be able to take advantage of every opportunity presented to you, I guess I'll put it as, and this was an opportunity for them to be as thorough as possible, because there are situations like the one that arose right at the end of this hiring process, potentially with the Knicks, and that was a moment where you saw the news that Tibbs got fired, and you think like, well, thank goodness from the Suns' perspective that the Knicks didn't get bounced in the first round, because if they would have, Tibbs would have been fired then, and you would have been competing directly with the Knicks for all of these candidates that you were interviewing, but they were able to really space things out, take their time, be as thorough as they wanted to be. Something that you reported that I think was a big deal was like, because of how spread out these interviews were, like you had one block of interviews where Devin Booker was in the mix a little bit. And those are like the types of things where, again, it was an opportunity presented to them being the only team with a real opening, and they took advantage of it with how thorough they were.
You wrote about this. We've talked about this on the show. I want to hear, because I know you've done a deep dive into all these different candidates is the way that you do. Tell me why Jordan Ott is getting a little bit of a bad rap here in terms of his qualifications to be a head coach in the NBA. At least that's the best way I can frame it. Do you think he's getting a bad rap in terms of his qualifications to be a head coach in the NBA?
Yeah, I think it's less that he's underqualified and more that others are more qualified, if that makes sense. Like, I think Jordan Ott has the qualifications to be a head coach, but when you look at the tenure of Chris Quinn, when you look at the rise of someone like Johnny Bryant, again, when you look at like tenure and just how long someone like Mike Inori has been doing this and how involved those guys have been, Ott's trajectory is like a little bit skittish, might be the wrong word, but just like uneven with just how he was in the video room for 3 straight years with Atlanta. Didn't get promoted to an assistant coach job until he goes to the Nets, where for 6 years he stayed there. It was a really good sign that when they changed coaching staffs, they went to Steve Nash, he remained on. But at the same time, when he went to the Lakers, it was because he was getting a bigger spot, a more prominent position. He goes to Cleveland, but he's not the number 1 there still. He's still the number 2. So there are other guys like Brian who like immediately became a number 2, Nori the number 2, Quinn's been a number 2, or a number 1, I should say, to the head coach. Like, that's the only thing really with the resumes, but you can get a little finicky and just like you're being trying to be too perfect with the whole situation and evaluating him that way. I think the more important thing on him is that he has a really large player development background. He was a crucial piece of Evan Mobley breaking out this year, making second-team All-NBA, making Defensive Player of the Year. The whole, like, well-rounded part of his head coaching tree, we just don't really know. right now, but the most crucial one that had to be there for the coach coming in, especially a first-time head coach, was player development, and that's where he thrives.
Yeah, when they got to 5, people asked me, like, who do you want for the job as opinions? My opinion was I wanted either Sweeney or Quinn. So Ott was not in my top 2. I wanted Sweeney or Quinn. It ended up being Ott. They vetted him. One of the things I liked is not only that Booker was involved in that last process. I don't care as much about that. But Steve Nash had rave reviews about Jordan Ott. Steve Nash had him in Brooklyn, and they went to Steve Nash, and they asked him about him, and he gave a glowing report on how good of a coach he thinks he will be. So I think they did a good job of vetting him, and I like the Nash angle in this whole thing as well.
Yeah, you want to talk about someone's opinion and just basketball prowess that holds weight here more than a lot of other places, and it holds it everywhere internationally for Steve, of course, but especially here in Phoenix. And again, that is going back to your original question, like how you can benefit from being this thorough and taking this much time and really digging into the weeds and speaking with his former head coaches, speaking with some of his former players, and really diving into how he is as a mind and what he can do. The word for Nash was offensive coordinator, so he was more in charge of the offensive stuff he did. But to go back to your reporting on Booker, I think it's really important that he was bouncing ideas off of all these guys with what he likes to do here, what he likes to do there, and the fact that he seemed to sign off on Ott, according to your reporting, more than anything else is huge, because Devin needs to be fully invested and fully engaged with the style of play, because he and the rest of his team certainly were not back-to-back years.
Kellen Olson is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. We just had a segment a few segments ago in which we were talking about Kevin Durant, in which Gambo had said, okay, now here we go, full speed ahead with the effort to trade him. How hand in hand do you believe the two sides will work together and will need to work together to get this done, to kind of avoid a repeat of what happened in February when clearly Kevin Durant was blindsided by the whole process, Kel?
It's tough, because the easy answer here is that they'll work with him as much as possible, and that these will be two sides that come together to figure out what's best for both of them. But if Kevin hypothetically says, and this is me not reporting anything, I don't know anything, so don't take this, just take it for a thought exercise. Like, let's say he wants to go to Miami, and Miami says, okay, we'll give you Terry Rozier, Nikola Jovic, Pelle Larsson, and a first-round pick. That is a poo-poo platter of an offer. How much do you want to appeal to Kevin Durant with that type of offer and that type of location, where you know you would not be getting the type of return that you would in trading him to other teams? So there is a breaking point for like both sides here specifically, because let's say Kevin doesn't want to go to Houston, to loop in another random team name. He doesn't want to go there. He can just sit there and say, okay, we'll see how the year goes, and we'll talk extension or a new contract when I'm an unrestricted free agent next summer, instead of him getting traded to a team that knows that they are going to get him on that 2-year extension that they can sign him to after the trade. It gets complicated very quickly. So I think they're going to try to work together, but there is no perfect way to do it.
I think the interesting thing, I think they're going to be able to move Durant. The fascinating thing to me is going to be Beal. We know, you know as well, they don't want Beal here. They want him gone. And now it's a question of, if you can't trade him, and if he doesn't want to accept the buyout, is there a possibility that they end up getting stuck with Bradley Beal, even though they don't want the guy?
Yeah, and that's where you have to wonder, Gambo, if this goes as far as Jay Crowdering him, right? Just being like, okay, go home. We'll let you know when we need you, if we need you. And I do wonder if that is something that they would consider. You don't think so?
I don't think they would do that. I know, and we're going to talk about this later, but I know in the interview process with the coaches, they were asked, like, what would you do with Bradley Beal? How could you get this guy back on track and stuff like that? Now, you know, as we both know, they'd love to get off on him. You can't trade him, so it's basically buyout or not. But if you can't buy him out because he doesn't want to take less money, you might be stuck with the guy. So this will be a really interesting situation to see if Bradley Beal ends up back on the Suns, or if they're able to find a way to get him out of here.
Yeah, and the best case scenario is he stays healthy and you're able to get something out of him this year, and then all of a sudden he's an expiring contract next year. And an expiring contract worth $50 million is a large ask to find the right deal that works, but it still makes him at least somewhat movable, whereas right now the extra year is just way too much. Like, we just learned that with Yusuf Nurkic, right, as a recent example of how that really affects the situation that you're in. So that's the best case scenario. I do not think waive and stretch is something that they should do. I think that they will definitely consider it. That'll have to include a buyout, but a buyout has to include Brad agreeing to said buyout. And I don't know if he's in a state right now to be agreeable, and I would understand from his perspective why he wouldn't be with how this whole thing is panned out for him.
Very complex moves coming up for the Phoenix Suns to try to figure out all this, and it's gonna take a skilled hand, and I hope they have one in that front office to make this work, given all the moves that they've made. Kellen, we've kept you for 10 minutes. We didn't even get to your great column at ArizonaSports.com presented by YRefi, in which you have the details of that letter, that internal memo from Matt Ishbia to the basketball ops staff about how things are going to work there. It was good stuff. I would encourage everybody to go to ArizonaSports.com to read that. And Kellen, we thank you for your time, man. Thanks for coming on.
Thank you. Everyone turn on your Gambo notifications. It's time. If you've been slacking, turn them back on. Here we go. It's going to be a month. It's going to be a month.
Hey, vacation's right around the corner, though.
But here's the thing. If I'm going to turn on my Gambo notifications, I don't want pictures of Italy. I want news about the Phoenix Suns. So I've got to know I'm not getting pictures of Italy.
Instagram is where I put the majority of my vacation stuff.
I don't want notifications from you and, oh, look, this is Gambo hanging out by Lake Como.
You don't want,
I don't want that.
You don't want the
need
picture of
that.
Mount Etna?
No, I don't. Not if my notifications are going to be turned on for you. No. I want breaking Suns news is what I want.
Is that true? Do people get
I'll
pissed
take
off?
Can I get Mr. Fred photos? I'll take notifications for Mr. Fred photos.
Mr. Fred! I'm going to put out a Mr. Fred photo right now.
Oh, God.
He's the best.
We've created a monster.
I love Mr. Fred.
Thank you, Kellen. Nice jersey, by the way, Kellen. We appreciate you.
Thank you, baby. Bear down.
You got it. Kellen Olson joining us live from his home here on the Burns and Gambo show on Arizona Sport. I think he's wearing a McMillan jersey from U of A. Drafted by the Carolina Panthers because he's a U of A guy, that Kellen Olson is.
Mr. Fred.
When we come back, Jordan Ott has a challenge that he has to overcome. The Michigan State thing, everyone's still talking about it. There's another challenge he has to face, a bigger challenge, coaching this basketball team. And we'll explain next on the Burns and Gambo show.
D-backs at the Braves.
Osuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10. They have taken down Atlanta, and they are back to 500 with one of the most improbable wins of the season.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You don't want to go to a bank for all of your banking needs. You want to go to Global Credit Union because they offer everything that a bank has to offer: checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and much, much more. And at Global Credit Union, everything is just better. Whether it's their commitment to reducing fees, whether it's their customer service, and the fact that you can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week to answer any questions that you've got about your money. And then there's the benefit that always kicks in this time every single week, payday. Maybe it's coming up for you tomorrow. Tomorrow's Friday. Maybe you have direct deposit set up with your employer. You're going to wake up tomorrow morning, there's going to be a check in your account, and you can go spend it. If you bank with Global Credit Union and you have direct deposit set up with your employer, you can have access to direct deposit funds up to 3 days in advance. Payday's not Friday. Payday's Thursday. Payday's Wednesday. When do you need it to be? That's how it works with Global Credit Union, up to 3 days in advance. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit is required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited-time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Dan Bickley here with my guy, Shane O'Hanrahan, GM at Chapman BMW, one of the best dealerships you are going to find on the planet.
That's because we're different, Bick. We're a family-run business for 58 years. We have employees that have worked at our store for 30 and up to 40 years. It's a great place to work and a family that cares about its employees and its customers. So put us to the test. Come on down, see how easy it is to do business with Chapman BMW, and I'll ensure you'll get the very best deal.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want. Like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Down 6 runs in the top of the 9th, the Diamondbacks stunned the Braves in Atlanta and took Game 3 of the series 11-10. That's also 4 straight wins for Arizona dating back to last Sunday. They're looking to keep the good times rolling. They're making their way to Cincinnati. They're going to start a 3-game set with the Reds tomorrow afternoon. Also from the Diamondbacks today, they announced a roster move prior to the game. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank has been reinstated from his 1-year suspension for sports wagering, added to the 40-man roster, sent directly to the Arizona Complex League. Scott McGuff has been designated for assignment, to make room on the 40-man roster. And tonight, the NBA Finals begins. The Oklahoma City Thunder look to finish their league best season on top. They host Game 1 against the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Trajan Wealth. Join Wolf at Desert Ridge AMC on June 10th at 5 p.m. for a showing of Retirement on the Brink. Sign up at retirementonthebrink.com. Show your VIP badge for complimentary popcorn and a drink.
One thing about the NBA now today, it's so easy to go out and say, the coach ain't doing this, the coach ain't doing that. Are you putting the right pieces around to really compete for a championship?
Arizona Sports.
First and foremost, I don't think Phoenix had the right pieces to really say they were going to compete for a championship this year.
Suns, a new horizon shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, welcome back on this Thursday. Thanks for hanging out with us. The Jordan Ott hire coming down yesterday. We spoke about it in and around the rain delay. We had about an hour and a half long show, and then we came back on when they were in their hour-long delay. And we spoke a lot about the Jordan Ott, the hire, and things like that. And obviously, we spent a lot of time talking about the Michigan State thing, okay? And a huge amount of time talking about the Michigan State. And it's still a thing, and it's not going away. And whenever it is that Jordan Ott is introduced to the Suns fans and the media, the Michigan State thing is going to come up. Let's set that off to the side for just a second, Gambo, and focus in on how tough of a job coaching the Phoenix Suns is going to be right now.
Love that angle.
This is a very difficult job for a variety of reasons that have nothing to do with Michigan State at all.
Start with how freaking tough the West is.
Yes.
There are 7 or 8 really good basketball teams in the West. You're not in that group.
Nope.
You're not in that group. 7, 8, the West is a monster. If you're in the East, If the Suns were in the East, like, okay, you can probably get into the playoffs. This is going to be very difficult. You've got great basketball teams in the Western Conference, and it may stay that way for a number of years. So that's number one. Number two, you're going to be starting over with a completely different roster and a rookie head coach who's never been a head coach before. So starting over with a new roster, you've got to find the pieces that work to make the team competitive. I think the very first step is creating a team that will play hard. Creating a team that, they're going to lose a bunch of basketball games, but they're going to make it hard on you. They're going to do things the right way. They're going to, all the intangible things. They're going to dive for loose balls. They're going to take charges. They're going to do what they need to do to be competitive and to hang in there, play good defense. They've got to build that team because that's a team that, you go to the arena, your team loses, they play Oklahoma City and they lose by 10, but you're like, you know what? Yeah, we're only down 5 going into the fourth quarter. They lost by 10. Like, they played them hard. You could say, okay, I can live with that. We know they're not as talented as these teams, but as long as you're seeing an effort, you can accept that.
That is certainly, more than, boy, I'm so glad you said it like that, because we sit here and, is he an offensive-minded coach? Is he a defensive-minded coach? Is he this, he that? You have to start with, like, the basic, very, very basic thing about Jordan Ott. He needs to get this team to play harder night in and night out. He needs to develop a connection with his players that the last two guys just could not do at all. They just failed. You say whatever you want about Frank Vogel and Mike Budenholzer. They failed to connect with their players at even the most basic level. And it was very obvious from the minute the teams were on the floor that connection was just broken and not working for better parts of all of the seasons. That is first and foremost, more than anything, what needs to be done. I think, and we'll see how this shakes out with Kevin Durant, and we'll see how this shakes out with Bradley Beal. Gambo, this second apron thing has turned into such a drag for teams that are over it. I was looking at some comments made by the general manager of Minnesota now that they're out of it, and I'm paraphrasing here. He basically said, look, if you're going to be over the second apron, you better have a really, really good reason for being over it. Like, you better be that close to it because it's so limiting and it's so constricting and it keeps you from doing so many things.
So many things.
And the concern for Jordan Ott is that he's going to either be dealing with a roster that is still over the second apron or just doesn't have that much talent on it because they worked so hard to get under the second apron and they had to take lesser deals to do it. And I don't know which of the two are going to happen, but I think that's going to make it even harder for him to do his job because that second apron, Matt Ishbia can poo-poo it all he wants the way he has for the better part of the last year. It matters. It matters when you're not competing for a championship that you're over the second apron, and they've got to get under that thing.
Yeah, they have to. And that's why, you look at trading Durant, you look at finding a way off of Beal, if you're able to do it, and then, creating and opening some avenues to be able to do some things, I talked to you about the Lakers and I've heard some things with like LeBron and the Lakers, and I don't think LeBron likes playing with Luka, and I don't think Reeves likes playing with Luka, and I'm going to be fascinated to see what happens with the Lakers. Sure, fascinated to see if those three guys, if they all come back together.
Yeah,
to see because is there a way to buy out LeBron? Would LeBron take a buyout? Would he go somewhere else? And this is just stuff I've heard, and we'll see if it happens or not. But, you've got to create avenues to be able to use your mid-level exception, to use your biannual, to be able to – you need to create those.
Aggregate salaries in a trade.
Not have draft picks that are frozen or moved to the back of the draft. You need to create, these avenues, and that's something that the Suns don't have right now. So what happened? The Suns got Durant, and they got Beal, and they got Booker. And how did they fill the roster? With a bunch of veteran minimum guys.
Yeah.
Chimezi, Metu, come on down. Keita Bates, Diop, Utah Watanabe. You go look at that roster was filled with, and they got a couple of veteran decent guys, Eric Gordon. But that team, they plugged that roster with 6 veteran minimum guys.
Absolutely.
Because that had to be your depth.
And it was presumed that they were premium veteran minimum guys because they were all kind of sold the same vision. Hey, come here, play for a year, reestablish your value, and then leave us. Go make your money. But come here and we'll get the best veteran minimum guys on the market. because they'll all want to come here, have a good season playing with this big three, and then cash in a year later. And of course, it all blew up in their face to the point where they basically collected all of those veteran minimum guys and traded them for Royce O'Neal about halfway through the season, right? So yeah, it's going to be and all the while, Jordan Ott has to figure out, how am I going to be a head coach in the NBA? Because it's not like, I'm sure he's got a plan and I'm sure he's got an idea of what kind of a head coach he's going to be. You don't know until you know, right? You don't know until you start doing it. Jordan Ott is going to be learning on the job.
Who's your right-hand guy? Is it a veteran? Is it a veteran coach?
Right.
Or is it like Memphis is looking at the former Milwaukee coach Adrian Griffin as a possible, I don't know if that's out there or not.
I've not heard that, no.
They're looking at Adrian Griffin.
Careful, you're going to get aggregated. Look out. Look out.
The Grizzlies are looking at if they do we want to bring in a veteran guy that's been an NBA head coach before that could sit to my right and help me with things like that. I've mentioned to you with Jordan Ott that there's a relationship there with Jared Dudley, who is a terrific young up-and-coming coach who interviewed for the job here and is ready to be a top assistant at the very least. Would they allow that? Would they allow him to be your top guy, or do they want somebody that's been a head coach before?
When we come back, a fan favorite with the Arizona Cardinals is an Arizona Cardinal no more. He's found a new home. Plus, the competition in the NFC West, it might go from top to bottom, and we'll explain why next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Cardinals organized team activities, the OTAs. By rule, they are voluntary, non-contact, limited in time and scope.
Really? Really, really?
So players can opt out of them.
I'm good at you.
Later, dudes.
There's none of this.
Take it easy.
And they can't go on forever.
All right, we'll be out here all night. When we get this thing right, let's go.
Hear Arizona sports hosts talk with Cardinals players and coaches live from the OTAs on 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. Coverage of Cardinals OTAs is brought to you by Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13, delivery by 8 p.m., subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the June 14th D-backs game against San Diego. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
Ready! Hi, my name is Brent Sanderson with Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning. What makes Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning a great choice for customers is that you know when Ready comes to your home, you're going to get an honest assessment, a positive experience from start to finish, a very comfortable, no sales experience. Our mission is to come in, assess the situation, troubleshoot, and solve your problems and leave you smiling.
ReadyServices.com. Ready.
Michigan International Speedway.
It's madness in Motor City as NASCAR Prime heads to Michigan International Speedway. 200 miles per hour feels even faster than it sounds. These white-knuckle, 3-wide thrills bring us one of the fastest tracks in the Cup Series. So strap in and stream Michigan Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
My perfect day has sand, salt, water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Sky Rizzy. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Sky Rizzy, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Sky Rizzy is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin. And that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, a.k.a. only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
Hey, it's Luke. The Answer Backs are back. Can they keep this rolling in Cincinnati? We'll be looking ahead to D-backs Reds tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Take all of Mitch's money, apparently, into the tip jar on this one. He is tip jarring this. Very excited by it. He's so much so that he's dancing on the other side of the glass.
Well, this day is so much better thanks to what the Diamondbacks were able to do. This would have been an awful day.
Did the Dodgers lose?
Huh?
Did the Dodgers lose?
No, they took the lead. It's 6-5 now in the bottom of the 8th.
Still a pretty good day. Diamondbacks were down 6 in the top of the 9th, and they
pulled a rabbit out of a hat.
Scored 7 runs to win.
Last time it happened against the Braves, Willie Mays got a base hit for the 73 Mets.
It's actually the truth.
Willie Mays for the 73 Mets.
The last time the Braves were up by that much in the 9th inning and lost the game, it was 1973.
Tug McGraw started.
Willie Mays had a pinch hit 2-run single in that game. That's the last time it happened to the Braves. It's crazy. We welcome you back to the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports. This is not going to surprise anybody, because I think when we talk about guys who could still come back to the Arizona Cardinals, we tend to focus on, at least I do, Will Hernandez a lot, right? Like, just because of the need at the position, do they have a need at the position? And he was. And again, we have no update on that, and I don't think we're going to get an update on that until we get a little closer to training camp. I don't think there was any chance at all of this player returning to the Cardinals. That being said, he was a really good Cardinal, so let's spend a moment or two talking about Dennis Gardeck, who
always played hard.
He signed a deal with the Jacksonville Jaguars last year in 7 games before tearing his ACL. 3 sacks, 6 tackles for loss. He had an interception. He had a forced fumble. Remember that crazy season in 2020 where in only 94 defensive snaps, he had 7 sacks, 7 tackles for loss, and 10 quarterback hits. He took over Chandler Jones, tore his bicep, and in 94 defensive snaps, he put up those numbers.
Undrafted out of Sioux Falls, ended up being a really good special teams player.
Yes.
And then eventually, switching from inside to outside linebacker, it gave him a little chance to play. Obviously, he led the team in sacks last season before the ACL injury. I think that was the second time he's had the ACL, too.
You're right, yes.
So that's why he's kind of went, unsigned. So he is 31 years old. It's an opportunity to just give him a chance to see if he can contribute in some way.
Yeah,
he's gonna give you everything he has in Jacksonville. He's gonna give you everything he has.
You're right about the two ACLs, and that's why he was on the market. And I'm sure he didn't get very much money from Jacksonville. It's one of those guys that reminds me of something that you like to say often, and many times. You root for people, not teams.
Yeah, sure.
He was a really easy guy to root for. I mean, Darren Urban over at AZ Cardinals wrote this, and he's not wrong. He gave off kind of Pat Tillman vibes, right? Like, he had the hair. He had kind of the devil-may-care attitude. Every time we had him on the show, he was always fun. He just embodied a modern-day football player, like with that attitude that you would expect. He was a good guy. I'm not talking about him like he's dead. He's in Jacksonville. He's not dead. He's very much still with us. But he's one of those guys where where it was kind of there was no need for the Cardinals to even take the chance with all that they added at the position.
Yeah,
right?
Will Hernandez, yes. Dennis Gardeck, just no chance. With what they were able to do in free agency and then in the draft, they addressed their areas on defense and it really just and I don't think Gardeck was going to come back anyway, but this gives him an opportunity. He had to show that he was healthy, and he probably did. But here's a guy, listen, I give him a lot of credit. 96 games for the Arizona Cardinals. 96 games for a guy that was undrafted out of where he was.
Yeah.
It's a testament to how hard he worked to be able to stay in this league, and he's still trying to play.
Along those lines, I should, since you mentioned Will Hernandez, the other name that is still kind of out there in terms of former Cardinals is Kaiser White.
Kaiser White.
And I continue, I don't know what the issue there is. Is he asking for too much money? Are people waiting for the price tag to come down? Is he going to be somebody? He's going to sign with somebody at some point. But I just had to do a Google search just to make sure he hadn't signed with anybody and I had missed it. He still hasn't signed with anybody.
My guess is the Cleveland Browns.
Is that what you're thinking?
Cleveland Browns, Kaiser White. It is interesting he hasn't signed because he's unlike like the Will Hernandez and the Dennis Gardeck. We're not talking about a guy that's injured.
Nope.
We're talking about a guy that's he's 29 years old.
Yep.
That's, still this guy's had over 100 tackles 3 times in his career. Like, why is he not signed?
It's look, I'm just speculating. I really don't know. A lot of times when you get to this time of year and a guy is unsigned, if he's not coming off of an injury, it's the money. It's just I want X and you're offering Y, and now let's stare at each other until one of us wins, right?
True. That's what
let's
happens.
have a good old-fashioned stare down and see who's going to win. And it seems like usually the team wins unless you're playing at a position where suddenly you have leverage because somebody goes down, somebody gets hurt, and now you can get what you wanted money-wise. So we'll see. We'll see what happens there. Cardinals have one last week of their off-season program next week. They got the mandatory minicamp next week, and then they're done. They'll shut it down for the rest of the summer until training camp starts in August. The Cardinals were not a last-place team in the NFC West. We've talked about this. So they do not qualify for the most likely worst to first teams in 2025. Cardinals were in third in their division.
But the 49ers?
They were number one on ESPN.com's list, ranking the most likely worst to first teams for 2025. They had San Francisco number one. Lauren, they had the Chicago Bears number 2 as the most likely worst to first teams in the NFL. Patriots 3, Saints 4, Titans 5, Raiders 6, your beloved Giants 7th, and the awful Cleveland Browns 8th. And the 49ers, they basically said, because look, they're getting McCaffrey back, they're getting Ayuk back, they're getting Trent Williams back. They weren't actually that bad last year, even though their record wasn't very
go through
good.
them again. 49, no.
49ers 1.
Nope, we're not going to do it.
Chicago Bears 2.
Sorry, they're not going to do it.
No, don't apologize. I don't think they're going to do it either. I don't even think they're going to have a winning record.
Wow.
Okay.
You are the embodiment of cynicism in there.
They have
Goodness sakes.
the 4th toughest schedule in the NFL, and they still play in the NFC North. Why are they winning?
Because they were in last place.
You're so excited. Well, but why are they second? I don't know.
Okay.
The Patriots 3rd.
No chance.
Saints 4th.
You see, Derek Carr walked away from $30 million.
Yeah, and he said, didn't he basically say, I just
couldn't do it.
I couldn't do it. I felt like I couldn't take their money because I know I couldn't play.
Wow, $30 million. Saints, no.
In the same division as the Bucks, the Panthers, and the Falcons. Okay. Titans 5. Same division as the Titans, as the Jags, the Texans, and the Colts. They got the Titans 5.
No.
With a rookie quarterback. Raiders 6.
No.
Giants 7.
No.
Browns 8.
The only one that I would give a chance to is New Orleans.
You don't think San Francisco can, huh?
No.
It was pointed out in the story that there were no worst to first teams last year. Nobody did it. Now, it happens a lot, obviously. Since 2002, it's happened 25 times, but nobody did it last year.
We're going to go back-to-back year.
And
who would you pick?
You
think the 49ers could beat out the Rams?
No, I don't think the 49ers are – I think they lost too many guys. I do. I think they lost too many guys. So, no, I wouldn't pick them. I wouldn't pick the Bears. Let me think about the – oh, you're not picking – you know what?
Saints?
I think the Saints would probably be the best bet. I think you're actually absolutely right on this one. I think the Saints are the best bet.
I don't know who the hell that quarterback's going to be, but just because the division's not that
The
great.
division's just not that good. I can't
And put
see.
Derek Carr down as the next guy when we talk about, like, hey, who would walk away from money and leave all that money on the table? $30 million.
Derek Carr would.
$30 million.
When we come back, we're halfway home on this Thursday. Lauren, when she's not wringing her hands about her football team, is busy preparing the 4 o'clock reset. She'll present it for you next on Burns and Gambo.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
When summer heat hits Phoenix, staying hydrated is life-saving. But for those without shelter, clean drinking water can be hard to come by. That's why the UPS Store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to become your neighborhood hydration station. This month, help us support Phoenix Rescue Mission by donating or dropping off bottled water for those who need it most. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS Store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
You know the only thing worse than the big heat?
Yes, that big ego you like to carry around, Paul.
That's bad. But what's worse is when you're not ready for the big heat. And that used to be us at Casa Calvisi before we called America Roofing.
One of the best moves you've ever made, my friend. And now we're doing the same thing. America Roofing just came over to my house and repaired a section of my roof.
And here's how it gets better. For Gatos and everyone, save 12% with tax and tariff relief. Yep, when America Roofing says we've got you covered, they're putting our savings where their mouth is.
12% off right now while it lasts. Tax and tariff relief from Arizona's #1 roofing company. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, locally owned.
More than a quarter century as Arizona's roofing experts, and now 12% savings when you mention Calvisi.
Or you mention Gatos.
Or Arizona Sports.
Or KTAR.
Get that free inspection.
602-960-ROOF.
Or AmericaRoofingCo.com.
America Roofing, they've got you covered.
ROC number 186438042.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. All right, I want to play the final call. Let's do it.
Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
They were down by 6 in the top of the 9th inning. And then they scored 7 and won the game. That's 4 straight, by the way, dating back to last Sunday. So now the Diamondbacks are hoping to keep the good vibes going on this road trip. They're now in Cincinnati, most likely in Cincinnati. They start a 3-game series with the Reds tomorrow. Also from the Diamondbacks, a roster move that was announced prior to today's game. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank has been reinstated from his 1-year suspension for sports wagering. He was sent directly to the Arizona Complex League. Additionally, he was added to the 40-man roster, and to make room, Scott McGuff has been designated for assignment. And tonight, the NBA Finals, Game 1. The Oklahoma City Thunder look to finish their league-best season on top, hosting the Indiana Pacers at the Paycom Center. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
It's been a while since we've done this one with all the short shows. 4 o'clock reset. We get you caught up on everything going on in sports. Full edition of the Burns and Gambo show today. We are back in full force, and so is Lauren, and she has the top stories of the day today. Lauren, take it away.
Is this how you do this thing?
Yeah, is this thing on? Because it's about to be on. Right.
Is this how you do the 4 o'clock reset? All right, well, let's lead off with the highlight of the day.
3-2, swing, line drive, that's fair! Down the left field line, into the corner it goes! Marte scores! Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead! 11-10, it's a miraculous 7-run 9th inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
What percentage of Braves fans up 10-4 in the 9th inning? All right, let's beat this traffic out of here. Let's 10-4. This thing's in the bag. 3 outs to go. It happens everywhere. It happens. Sure. You get in your car, you drive in, and then you get an alert that the Braves lost the game.
What percentage of Diamondback fans stopped watching, stopped listening? Said, you know what? It's over. They're going to lose. It's
Imagine
done.
being in your car and you find out they lost the game. Well, it was 10-4 5 minutes ago.
Yeah. Gurriel homered. Thomas homered on an 0-2 pitch. There was a 4-pitch walk to Jose Herrera. Then they brought in Iglesias, and he got into so much trouble so fast. 3 pitches to Corbin Carroll, double. 1 pitch to Ketel Marte, RBI single. 2 pitches to Vargas, RBI single. I mean, it bang, bang, bang. He was 1 strike away from ending the game to Eugenio Suarez. Suarez was down to his last strike before he laced that ball down the left field line.
Left field line. And the runner scored from first. On the move, 3-2 pitch, on the move, scored. I couldn't see if the left fielder bobbled it or not, but they didn't even get a play at the plate.
Nope, they didn't even get a play at the plate.
It went deep into the corner in left field. It just took a second.
The win probability, it was 99.9% for the Braves when Suarez started the inning with a strikeout.
Can we do, if I could be president for a day, I would do away with win probabilities. What was the Knicks' win probability against the Pacers in that first game? I would do away with it. I would do an executive order.
That's your platform you're going to run on?
I would do an executive order and I would do away with win percentages. Not allowed to use them anymore.
I think you might have to run on a few other things.
Probably,
but, But that's a good place to start.
The economy, the other things maybe, but okay, that's.
I was just trying to get Trump to make me ambassador to Italy, but if I've got to go all the way to
that didn't
president
work.
to be able to, I know.
That didn't work. Yeah.
I asked him too. Make me ambassador to Italy. I did. I asked him.
It's shocking that he didn't choose you. Shocking, I say.
You're beyond qualified for that role, Gamba.
I was qualified. I'm surprised I didn't get it.
The Atlanta Braves, they decided to call up Craig Kimbrell from AAA as a result of today's game, too, by the way.
It is really bad for them.
Yeah, and the Arizona Diamondbacks, they made the following moves today. They reinstated from the ineligible list and optioned to the Arizona Complex League Andrew Saalfrank.
It's interesting. We had a conversation about the bullpen earlier, and I completely forgot or neglected to bring up Andrew Saalfrank as part of the
I'll bet
the
that
bullpen conversation.
Oh, I don't want to say it that way.
Boo.
He's been out of baseball for a year.
He has. Yeah.
It's obviously I have no idea what he's been doing with the last year and what he's been doing to ramp himself up. But I was listening to the broadcast today, and they kind of mentioned that depending on what shape he's in, given the need of the Diamondbacks bullpen in general, it might be a fairly quick ascension for him if he's in a decent enough shape. AA, AAA before they could use him. They certainly could use him.
Didn't he have a run of like 13 innings or something where he didn't give up any runs a couple of years ago, and then it kind of imploded a little bit.
It's
in
the Red
playoffs.
Bulls and the Rice Krispie treats.
That's right.
Is that what he had?
We had him on the show many times, and he was all Red Bulls and Rice Krispie treats.
He was like, third inning, I have a Red Bull. Fifth inning, I have a Rice Krispie treat, and then I'm ready to go.
Before they like made them and packaged them and put them in boxes, like our parents used to make Rice Krispie treats all the time.
Yeah, I made Rice Krispie treats as
everybody,
a kid.
and now they actually Rice Krispies was like, screw that, we're gonna make money off of this.
Yeah, you still make them if you want. He was huge for them in the postseason in 2023.
You can make Jell-O too, but now you just buy Jell-O cups. Right? People don't want to. People are lazy now.
Jell-O.
They don't make pudding. They don't make Jell-O cups, and they don't make Rice Krispie treats anymore. They just buy them at the store.
I like the G of pudding. fully off that word for Gambo.
Just pudding. Is that also going to be part of your platform when you run for president?
What's that?
I'm going to ban pre-made Rice Krispie treats and pudding.
That's a great idea.
And I'm going to ban win probability. Vote for me. I'm John Gambado. A vote for me is a vote for homemade pudding.
That's a great idea. I think I'm going to run on that.
Yeah.
I would also, once again, add a few things to that platform.
Good luck, man. Good luck to you.
They also designated Scott McGough for assignment. And in the NBA, tonight is the first game of the NBA Finals. That one starts in about an hour and a half from now. You can listen to that over on ESPN 620 AM. But a fun fact from this game.
We got
TJ McConnell will be making his NBA Finals debut, but his sister Megan signed her first WNBA contract on June 3rd for the Phoenix Mercury.
She got hurt.
No, she's coming in.
Oh, she's coming in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So TJ McConnell's
sister's coming in.
Yep.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lots of Benedict Mathurin, TJ McConnell, Lou Dort on the Oklahoma City side. There's some Arizona ties in this
Jalen Williams.
Jalen Williams,
Yeah,
of course.
of course,
Perry,
yeah.
of course.
Let me just say this on the Scott McGough thing. Can we never see him again? Is it can we just guy's been here for 3 years. Can we just put an end to it?
Folks, I hope you're paying attention at home. We are seeing the building of a political platform right in front of our eyes.
And it's taken 9 minutes.
This is
I'm
how
gonna run on never
campaigns
bringing
begin.
Scott McGough back.
This is how campaigns begin, right here.
God, a strong start.
You're just running for office. Why not me?
That's such a loaded question. Honest question. Level of interest in the NBA Finals?
Oh, I said this to you earlier. My level of interest is not that high.
Yeah?
But I am rooting for Oklahoma City because I think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is a phenomenal player to root for. And I like Jalen Williams and Lou Dort, and I'm going to root for OKC.
I'm hoping against hope that that the games are good. I feel like the series is going to be pretty one-sided, but just give me a couple of good games in there that are compelling and interesting at the end. I don't want 20-point blowouts every night.
There is something about this Oklahoma City team really being one of the best we've ever seen if they blow them out in 4.
Oh, yeah.
And knock them out in all of these. I mean, outside of the Nuggets, nobody's challenged them.
Yeah. It's just hard to want to see that because it doesn't make for very compelling
television. You just watch a
television,
level of greatness.
Yeah,
this team, from start to finish, would be the best team in the NBA all year long. I mean, there's a level of greatness there.
And the Nuggets are the only one, to your point, that gave him any kind of a fight at all.
And an update on one long-standing Burns and Gambo bet. Aaron Rodgers has he's informed the Pittsburgh Steelers he's flying there tomorrow to sign a one-year deal with them. He plans on attending minicamp next week. The Steelers play the Jets week 1. They play the Vikings week 4. They play the Packers week 8. They play the Bears week 12. And they play the Lions week 16.
Jeez. I'm not happy about winning this bet. I would like him to go away. I'll throw that. I'll ban Aaron Rodgers from playing in the NFL.
I'm voting for you now. You've got my vote.
An executive order in which Aaron Rodgers is not allowed to participate in the National Football League.
That I could get behind with you.
I've never had a reason to want the Steelers to fail. Man, I hope this blows up in their face. I really do. It's just the most non-Steelers quarterback you could possibly go out there and get. Karmically speaking, you're asking for it if you're the Pittsburgh Steelers. You just are. I hate this. I really do. I do not. It is the worst match between player and team maybe in the history of free agency or the NFL. It's really bad.
And something else you hate to see, the Indianapolis Colts quarterback Anthony Richardson has injured his throwing shoulder, will be out indefinitely, and will not participate in minicamp next week.
I did not see that.
Daniel Jones, number 1.
Riley Leonard, number 2.
And number 3, the Colts are on the Cardinals' schedule.
Yep.
Right? Early in the season, I think. Early-ish in the season. They face the Indianapolis Colts, I believe.
I'd be calling Andrew Luck right now. Hey!
Another guy who walked away from millions.
Hey, you're not that old, Andrew.
Come on back. Stanford doesn't need you. We do. Come on back.
What was that crazy great website when Andrew Luck was playing? There was a terrific Twitter site.
The one where
with
he was
Andrew Luck.
The Captain
Andrew
Oh my
Luck.
God, it was so good. It was so good. It was such a good website.
My dear, I've sent you a letter from the front
right.
where we are about to engage.
It was so good.
Red-birded, exactly. It was funny. It was.
They're 35 years old.
No.
Come back right now.
Come on back, Andrew.
And finally, in WNBA news, the Phoenix Mercury, they're back in action tonight. They host the Golden State Valkyries. Tip-off for that one is at 7 p.m. at PHX Arena.
All right. And that is your 4 o'clock reset here on the Burns and Gamble Show. Thank you, Lauren. When we come back, the Diamondbacks, a stunner in Atlanta today. Can the vibes keep going in Cincinnati? We're going to chat with D-backs broadcaster Steve Zinsmeister. He'll join us next on the Burns and Gamble Show.
D-backs at the Braves.
Osuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10. They have taken down Atlanta, and they are back to 500 with one of the most improbable wins of the season.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make 6 figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
When it comes to your electric bill, saving energy means saving money. That's why SRP offers many ways to help you cut costs and boost comfort. From rebates and discounts that can save you thousands of dollars, to expert insights that can help make your home more energy efficient. SRP has tools and programs that give you many ways to save. Explore your options today at srp.net/savings. That's srp.net/savings.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Chime. You like going out? I do too. I go to a lot of concerts and obviously even more sporting events. Why not build up your credit when you're out with the Chime Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card? You can build credit with money you were already going to spend anyway, and you can avoid interest. Makes a lot of sense, so learn more at Chime.com because improved credit opens a lot of doors. Makes it easier to get a loan if you ever need one, and you get better deals on big purchases like cars and houses. That's why the Chime Credit Builder Secured Visa Credit Card is worth checking out. No annual fees, interest, or credit checks. Use it everywhere Visa credit cards are accepted. Make everyday purchases count with Chime's Secured Credit Builder Visa Credit Card. Get started today at Chime.com. Chime feels like progress. Chime is a financial technology company, not a bank. Banking services provided by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. members FDIC. The Chime Credit Builder Visa Credit Card is issued by the Bancorp Bank N.A. or Stride Bank N.A. Chime checking account required to apply. On-time payment history may have a positive impact on your credit score. Results may vary. Out-of-network ATM withdrawal and OTC advance fees may apply. Spot me eligibility requirements and overdraft limits apply. Timing depends on submission of payment file. Fees apply at out-of-network ATMs.
Green flag in Michigan International Speedway.
It's madness in Motor City as NASCAR Prime heads to Michigan International Speedway. 200 miles per hour feels even faster than it sounds. These white-knuckle, three-wide thrills bring us one of the fastest tracks in the Cup Series. So strap in and stream Michigan Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
The home of the D-backs. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. It's D-backs on the road with Burns and Gambo.
Chewing on a piece of grass. Oh, one of my favorites. One of my Ventura Highway. Love this song. Love this song.
When Diamondbacks are on the road, we catch up with one of their broadcasters.
Tell me.
And which just gives us a chance to play one of your favorite songs, Ventura Highway. Joining us right now.
Gator lizards in the air.
I'm sorry?
Gator lizards in the air.
Yes, they are.
Gator lizards in the air. Great song. Great song.
Joining us right now as part of our broadcaster segment, we are catching up with our good friend, our former colleague around here at Arizona Sports and now host of Diamond Talk, Steve Zinsmeister, our guest on the Burns and Gambo show. And what a day to talk to Steve, because I was listening to Steve when I was driving in, talking about one of the craziest games we have all ever seen in our lives. Have you come down off that high yet, Steve, or are you still up there?
Well, you know what's funny about when things happen that late in the game, because I'm preparing for the post-game show, right? And so my first thought is, oh my gosh, what am I going to say about this 2 minutes from now? And oftentimes when it happens so quick like that, I miss little things, so I went back and rewatched it after I got home today. That's how excited I was about it. And you start to notice little tiny things that you didn't notice before. Like, how about the fact that the 4 biggest hits of the game during that 7-run ninth inning, all of them were hit on pitches that were outside of the strike zone. Corbin Carroll's double, Ketel Marte's infield single, Vargas, Suarez, all of their hits were on changeups that were not in the strike zone. How weird is that?
Crazy. And I said this to Burnsy earlier because I've never seen anything like this. Good thing that they were getting out of town right after that, because the Atlanta Police Department was probably called, because that was highway robbery. Like, they could have called in like a robbery right there. There is no way the Diamondbacks should have won that baseball game. They end up taking that thing and sweeping the Atlanta Braves.
Yeah, well, and think about what that game could have meant to the Braves had they won it in the fashion that it looked like they were going to. At one point being up 6-0 or 9-3 or even 10-4 in the ninth inning, like you win the game that way, it starts to feel the same way that game one went for the Diamondbacks in this series, where they win handedly. And all of a sudden you start to turn the tables a little bit and things are starting to look up for the Braves. But then you just, like you said, highway robbery, right? And they blew it. That's really what it came down to, is the Braves pitchers just had nothing going for them there in that ninth inning. And the Diamondbacks offense is capable of so much, and that was on display here today.
Yeah, what happens a lot of times, and me and Burns always talk about this, well, when you win, it masks the mistakes, it masks the errors, and there were plenty of mistakes in this baseball game, and I think, and things that didn't go right, and I think it starts with Brandon Pfaadt, who had another really bad outing. Now, Marte didn't help him at all, but even after the Marte mistake, it ends up being like 4 straight hits, so we're a little concerned about Brandon Pfaadt. Doesn't get talked about enough because they came back to win the game in thrilling fashion.
Yeah, I mean, Marte has his second error in the last 5 games. We remember the other one that came at the end of the last homestand, and usually they end up being mistakes that could either end an inning or potentially get you 2 outs there in that inning, and could have prevented, who knows, could have prevented that 5-run third inning that Pfaadt had. So, really frustrating to see the defensive mistakes continue. But like you said, when you go on a run like the Diamondbacks did offensively at the end of this one, it kind of hides that fact. It also overshadows the fact that, Josh Naylor left the game early with an injury, or the fact that Torey Lovullo burned the DH in favor of Tim Tawa early in the game, the first baseman, I should say, Pavin Smith, where he moved Pavin off, and Tawa's all of a sudden got to be your emergency first baseman. So, those things, had the game gone south and the Diamondbacks lose, maybe we're looking at those as like, oh, man, not again. But you're right. Here we are talking about a win.
All right. I know that you checked out of here when that game was done, but you said you rewatched it. I am curious if you, and I just did a quick scan of Twitter. I haven't found anything. If you have heard anything about Josh Naylor, because it certainly looked like he was taken out of that game because of the injury. Have you been privy to any kind of information that you can share about his status?
I have not personally been told anything about Naylor. However, I did see a tweet from our friend Jody Jackson, who did respond to somebody asking on Twitter, and she said Naylor is considered day-to-day with a sore hand and shoulder. I don't know what this stems from, if it happened today or previous, but I can tell you that there was a home game a couple of days ago at Chase Field where I noticed him shaking out his wrist and holding his wrist during a game. I don't know if that's the same hand issue that we're talking about now, but I noticed it a couple of days ago, asked Torey Lovullo about it. He said there was nothing there. Clearly he's just been playing through some tough stuff.
Speaking of Twitter, Steve Zinsmeister is joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show, host of Diamond Talk, as we are talking to our Diamondbacks broadcaster, as we do during every road trip. One of our listeners mentioned on Twitter, and I want to put this ball on a tee for you and let you hit it, that we need to spend at least one moment talking about what Shelby Miller has meant to the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2025. What has Shelby Miller to you meant to the Arizona Diamondbacks in 2025, Steve?
Well, it's just stability, right? And in the face of the most adversity maybe a Diamondback has ever faced, when you consider his first stint with this team, I mean, I think a lot of people probably saw him sign a minor league deal with this team in spring and didn't think much of it. Like, oh, there's no way that guy makes the team. Well, he did. And then all of a sudden it's like, well, okay, he's not going to pitch meaningful innings for this team. Well, now he is. And for me, it's just stability. Right now, Shelby Miller is the most stable arm you have in this bullpen that has struggled at times. And even though a guy like Justin Martinez is going to get the ninth more often than not, Shelby Miller is going to get the eighth, and that might be even more important to have stability right now to kind of bridge that gap between Martinez and whatever starting pitcher is out there on any given day. I think it's one of the more uplifting stories, certainly that the Diamondbacks have, but maybe across baseball, is his redemption arc within this organization, where a lot of fans were not fans of Shelby Miller after the way the first time went. And it's been so long since then that I think a lot of people just forgot about Shelby, and now here he is making quite the impression the second time around.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me is we were talking about this. Can you pitch J-Mart more than one inning? Is he more of just a one-inning guy, 10 to 15 pitches? Those 37 pitches today, you could see that he didn't know where the ball was going in the ninth inning. He had no idea where the ball was going. Walked 4 batters, hit a batter. It was just it was a tightrope that he walked.
Yeah, no, I think pretty much everybody watching that game saw the same thing you did, Gambo, and you better believe Torey Lovello saw it too, but made the conscious decision to show some confidence in his closer and just kind of let it ride and see, hey, whatever happens, we're riding with Justin Martinez. And that showed a lot of confidence, but I think that what they realized, particularly in that game where Shelby Miller had pitched, I think, for the previous 5 days, he wasn't available, so there's no way he was going to throw. So Martinez goes out there, and yeah, I mean, the wheels fell off a little bit, but he's also the kind of guy that he's going to strike out the 4 most important batters of the game. Like, more often than not, he does something that is amazing. I mean, think about the situation he came into in the 8th inning where he gets you out of a jam where it's basically bases loaded and like no outs, I think it was, and nobody scores. And he did something similar last week against the Pirates at Chase Field where he came in with bases loaded and I think it was no outs or 1 out, and he ends that inning with nobody scoring. So it's situations like that. They're just like really great feathers in the cap for him. I called it his Heisman moment, where he seems to, more often than not, get the job done no matter how messy.
Steve, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for working a little overtime with us here on Burns and Gambo. We'll see you when you're back in here tomorrow, okay?
All right, guys. Always appreciate it.
You got it, Steve Zinsmeister, our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show, host of Diamond Talk, as part of the D-Bucks.
Find out when Naylor got hurt. That's interesting, because I don't remember when he got hurt either. I'm just asking now to see if I can find out.
And what was interesting was it was obvious he was hurt when he was running the third, and he didn't look well when he was running it. So I wonder if a new injury has occurred that had to do with more of his lower half and not his hand or his shoulder, because it was very obvious when he was running the third that something was not right with him. So I don't know. We're trying to get to the bottom of that. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, we've already talked about Kevin Durant. Let's have a Bradley Beal conversation. What will the Suns do with Bradley Beal? And just as importantly, what can they do with Bradley Beal? That's next on Burns and Gambo.
The OTAs are happening in Tempe, and the Cardinals are getting the rookies adjusted to NFL practice mentals and the Valley Heat. Hydrate, Brooke! We are live from Cardinals headquarters, bringing you conversations with coaches and players, exclusively on 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel. Cardinals OTAs and minicamp coverage, brought to you by Kiltlifter from Four Peaks Brewing.
Going to need new tires on our Navigator within the next month or so. The low-price tire guarantee at Sanderson Ford. Why buy tires anywhere else when Sanderson Ford offers the best selection and the best price for new tires? 13 major tire brands, all makes and models. 30-day price guarantee, road hazard coverage available. You need new tires? Stop on by Sanderson Ford. Sanderson Ford also has a lot of great deals going on right now during the 70th anniversary sale. You're going to take a great look at the Maverick, the Ford F-150, the Escape. They've also got the Bronco and the Bronco Sport Big Bend. All these vehicles right now waiting for you. If you're tired of the car you're driving, the truck you're driving, you got a lot of miles on it. The AC doesn't work very well. You're going to need new tires. Stop putting money into it. Head on over to Sanderson Ford. Trade that bad boy in and get yourself into something brand new at Sanderson Ford. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale or online at sandersonford.com.
Hello, everybody. This is Eric Bryan, the owner of Precision Air and Plumbing.
Eric, do you know why I want people to know we are a family-owned business?
Because behind every leader is the support of a loving family?
Definitely. And people need to know we are truly committed to quality and care we give to our customers.
Unlike the big corporations and hedge funds buying up our competitors with no ties to our community?
Exactly.
Call the #1 rated family-owned business in Arizona, Precision Air and Plumbing.
Call 602-FIX-MY-AC today.
Stay cool in your own swimming pool and get a free Baja shelf for your new pool. Yep, just do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, now our summer escape is our own backyard. That's not taking a week vacay, that's every day. And right now, with a summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Check out our backyard transformation at calpool.com/Paul.
Now more than ever,
Lowe's knows you don't just want a low price, you want the lowest price. And with our lowest price guarantee, you can count on us for competitive prices on all your home improvement projects. If you find a qualifying lower price somewhere else on the same item, we'll match it. Lowe's, we help, you save. Price match applies to same item. Current price at qualifying retailers. Exclusions and terms apply. Learn how we'll match price at Lowes.com/lowest price guarantee.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's hot out in Phoenix, really hot, but you can help us do something cool. This month, the UPS store is teaming up with Arizona Sports to support the Phoenix Rescue Mission by collecting bottled water for our most vulnerable neighbors. It's easy to help, and we can't do it without you. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620 to help us bring relief today during the Arizona Sports Water Drive. Message and data rates may apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Ozuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
They were down 6 in the top of the 9th inning. They were down to their final out. And the Diamondbacks decided to score 7 runs and win 11-10 the finale today. That's also 4 straight wins for Arizona dating back to last Sunday. So they got to keep the good times rolling, right? They're making their way to Cincinnati, maybe in Cincinnati. It's been a while since they finished up that game, but they start a 3-game set with the Reds tomorrow. And then tonight, the NBA Finals. In Oklahoma City, the Thunder are looking to finish their league best season on top. They host Game 1 against the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off is at 5:30, and you can listen to it all on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by Blue Sky Pest Control. Worried about scorpions? Blue Sky Pest Control gets results. Call 602-BLUE-SKY. Hello, Blue Sky. Goodbye, scorpions.
Arizona sports.
There's going to be serious conversations about moving Kevin Durant.
Suns, a new horizon. Shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, so step 1 happened a few weeks ago with the hiring of Brian Gregory as the general manager. Step 2 happened yesterday with the hiring of Jordan Ott. Step 3, we presume, is going to be a Kevin Durant trade at some point in and around the NBA draft, which is 3 weeks from today, as a matter of fact. Step 4 is where things get real. I mean, it's all interesting. In degrees. Like the Kevin Durant thing is interesting. The Bradley Beal situation and the resolution of the Bradley Beal situation.
Right.
It's a loaded question, but where do things stand with that right now? Where are we with that?
So what became very interesting to me is when I was in California, not last week, this past week and the weekend before, I talked with one of the candidates. I talked to several of the candidates for the Suns coaching vacancy. And one of them told me, you're like, what are some of the things you guys are discussing? And they said it was interesting because they asked me for what my plan would be for developing Ryan Dunn and Bradley Beal.
Okay.
So developing Bradley Beal, the guy's a veteran. He's been in the league for a long time. Like, I get they didn't mention Oso Iguodaro? They didn't, no, just those 2 guys. Nobody else. What would your plan be for developing Ryan Dunn and Bradley Beal? I spoke with somebody else, and they asked how you would rehabilitate Bradley Beal, like how you would rehabilitate him. And it got me thinking, like, do they feel like they're going to get stuck with him? Do they feel they're going to get stuck with Bradley Beal? Now, I know this, and I know I got it. If I'm wrong on this, I'll go down to 99.8% accuracy, okay? I'll take the hit because I said there's no chance Bradley Beal's coming back. And I believe that based on what I was being told because I don't go out on a limb like that on my own unless I know something. And at that point, and now it may have been emotions, but when that season ended, they wanted Bradley Beal out the next day. They wanted him out.
Okay.
There's make no mistake about it. And they still don't want Bradley Beal. But I don't know what happens if, you can't trade him. And if you can't buy him out, that's when they're stuck. So I do wonder if they feel like we may not be able to move on from Bradley Beal. We may be stuck with them. Let's just see if these coaches would be able to work with him and try to get more out of him. Can they get him healthy? Can they get him, can they get him dedicated? Because there was a lot of feeling in the organization that Bradley Beal wasn't very dedicated to helping this basketball team. And the fans were pissed off as all hell.
The fans.
With Steph Curry and the laughing when Steph Curry, in a game you needed to win, Steph Curry drains the three and he's laughing. And, man, all the things I heard about Bradley Beal were not good. And I believe that the organization wants him gone. And I still do. I just don't know how they're going to get there. And I wonder if they feel like they can't get there.
It's interesting. So I think I know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I'm assuming in these conversations that you had with a couple of the candidates that they weren't asked the same question about Kevin Durant, right? They weren't asked the question about, hey, how would you rehabilitate is the wrong word, but how would you incorporate Kevin Durant? How would you use it?
No,
it was
not at all.
Not him.
Kevin Durant did not come up because Kevin Durant's not expected to be here. Bradley Beal, so you can control getting rid of Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You don't have any control over getting rid of Bradley Beal.
And this is where, I swear, and you've worked with me a long time, like we kind of know each other pretty well. I really don't like doing the I told you so thing. I really, really don't. But when we had those conversations about Beal when the season ended, we had a lot of conversations about him accepting a buyout might mean that he has to accept less than his full salary.
By like $30 million.
And I told you then, he's not going to do that. Who would do that? Nobody would. The only way you would do that is if you know for a fact that you are going to make up what you lost in your next contract. Otherwise, you're not giving a dime back. No, you owe me $110 million. You will give me $110 million.
But what if you take 80 and somebody else gives you 30 and you still make the 110?
As long as you can make it back, and I'm wondering, and I'm just speculating here, I have 10 times more about this than I do. I wonder if that's the holdup. I wonder if they want him to take X amount off of what's owed to him, and he's come to find out, I am not going to make X back in my next contract. No, I'm not taking your buyout. And if that's the holdup, then you're kind of stuck because Bradley Beal can sit there and say, yeah, no, I'm not doing it.
Then your option is just work with them and play him or sit him out.
And I worried when we had these conversations a month ago, I thought to myself, boy, there's a scenario here where he just says, no, I'm not doing that. I don't have to do that. There's no reason for me to do that. I'm not giving back a dime of my money if I don't want to. And I don't know that's what's happening here. But if they're talking about scenarios internally about how to make Bradley Beal work.
I got thrown back when I spoke with some of the candidates, and it was like, well, what are some of the questions? What are some of the things you're discussing? And one candidate told me, yep, they asked, how would you develop Ryan Dunn?
That's interesting.
How would you develop Bradley Beal? It's like, Bradley Beal? Like, that didn't make no sense. They don't want Bradley Beal.
Because there's another option here, and that's to say to Bradley Beal, okay, fine, you don't want our buyout?
Play well, we'll trade you at the deadline.
Play well, we'll trade you at the deadline, or we're just ain't going to play you. We just ain't going to play you. But the fact that they're asking these candidates how they would use Bradley Beal kind of suggests that's not really an option for him. You know what I mean? Like there's the Jay Crowder thing, basically, right?
I'm coming around a little bit to look. I'm again, emotions get the best of you sometimes. There's zero chance he's going to come back. I still think I know that they want to move on from him.
It's just, can they?
It's just, is there an avenue to get there?
And when I say
I want to get on the other side of that mountain, but how do I get there?
Yeah.
I can't go through it. I can't go around it. How do I get there? I want to get from point A to point B, but there's no real path to get there.
And when I say the Jay Crowder thing, I mean, I'm talking specifically about, okay, fine, you're on our roster, but we're not going to play you. You're not going to play. You're just not going to do
Except it's 3 years left on a deal, not 1 year left on a deal.
Oh, it's a totally different deal. I'm just using that as a if it really got bad, would they do that to him? Would they just say, okay, fine, that's it? It would just be a horrible outcome. It'd be a horrible scenario because I just can you get underneath the second apron if Bradley Beal's on your roster? And if you can't get, and I don't know the answer to this question, I really don't. But if you can't get under the second apron as long as Bradley Beal is on your roster, you're in such trouble next year trying to make this roster even remotely competitive. Because you're so stuck if you're over the second apron.
Yeah.
You're so limited in what you can do.
Look, I want to believe that there's a way out of this Bradley Beal thing, and I always have thought that they were just figure it out. Like go get 2 years and $30 million from somebody else, and we'll make this work. You go and then we free. Now you got to pay him for 5 years, but you pay him a lot less money than what he's making now. You just spread it out over 5 years, and you find a way to get under that second apron. I think that's. But again, he holds the cards here, and that's where it becomes, I'm starting to come around a little bit to thinking, wow, again, do they want him gone? Yes, I know that. I know that they want him gone. Now it's a matter of how do you get him out of here?
He always did hold the cards in this.
He did.
From day one. He always held the cards.
He's still smiling, too.
And he's not doing himself any favors with how this fan base feels about him because of how that went down last year. Join us for another Arizona Sports Half Day Club. It's one of the best deals out there next Wednesday as the Diamondbacks, the red-hot winners of 4 straight Arizona Diamondbacks, taking on the Seattle Mariners next Wednesday. Text the word HALF to 620-620. We're going to send you a link to get lower-level tickets for just $9.87. Again, text the word HALF to 620-620. Oklahoma City about to take the court in Game 1 of the NBA Finals. In a way, their present can be traced to the Phoenix Suns' past, and in particular, a move that former general manager Steve Kerr made once back in the day. We'll explain next on Arizona Sports.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
The Phoenix Suns are hiring Cleveland Cavaliers assistant Jordan Ott as the franchise's new head coach.
Surprise. Jordan Ott, when this whole thing started, when this process was at 15 plus, people zeroed in on that name with only the connection to Michigan State. And Jordan Ott is the last man standing.
On the banks of the Red Cedar, there's a school that's known to all. Its specialty is winning, and those Spartans play good ball. That's the first lines of the fight song. Get to know it.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Hondo Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through 9th at Chase Field in Phoenix. Experience 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo, plus live performances by Cody Johnson, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Tickets on sale now through Sunday, June 8th, with an early bird 25% discount. Get yours at thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and summertime in Arizona means triple-digit temperatures and hours spent indoors, which means now is a great time to get your air conditioning unit tuned up by Parker & Sons, which can prolong the life of your system, save you up to $30 a month on utility bills, and give you the peace of mind you need entering the long, hot summer ahead. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Before the D-backs versus Padres matchup on Saturday, June 13th, pick up a Cattell Marte Silver Slugger cap. Secure your tickets now at dbacks.com.
Thinking about about a cash offer for your home? What if you could shop and compare the best offers by making just one phone call? That's what you get when you call me, Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. Get up to 9 offers with at least one at 100% of market value, or I will pay the difference. Whether you want speed, flexibility, or top dollar for your home, I deliver. Call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
At Shane Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Shane Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here, and I'm sitting next to my great friend, Dr. Joe from Aria Dental Implant Center. Hey, Dr. Joe, it's great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
Talk to me about the All-on-4 dental implant.
It's a process where we can remove patients' remaining dentition, where we can place 4 dental implants, take our digital impressions, so we can get this population back in function.
You know I've had the All-on-4. It is a life changer. It truly is. Not only to be able to smile, right, but also to bite into a steak. What is the best thing about getting the All-on-4 dental treatment?
Self-confidence. The only reason people don't get All-on-4s is because they can't afford it. It's expensive.
Yes.
My goal is to make it economical. So if I can reduce that cost, I will.
If you have broken or missing teeth, he's going to help you. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. It's spelled A-R-I-A. AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the June 14th D-backs game against San Diego. Courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing. Message and data rates may apply.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update.
Presented by Sanders and Ford.
All right, Lauren's here. She's got an update on our Twitter poll question of the day, our social media poll question of the day. Lauren, you got it. Take it away, please.
All right, guys. Well, now that the Arizona Diamondbacks officially completed the sweep of the Atlanta Braves earlier today, we're asking which of the following best describes your mood when it comes to the D-backs. Is it, we are so back, encouraged but hesitant to buy back in, or it's more about the Braves than it is about the D-backs?
Encouraged but hesitant to buy back in.
Yeah, I said, I feel good, James Brown. I feel good. I feel good. That was a good sweep. They needed that in the worst way. Head north, not south.
And 60% of our audience is encouraged but hesitant to buy back in. 22% say it's more the Braves than it is the D-backs. And 18% say we are so back.
The only thing keeping me from the we're so back is the update on Corbin Burns. That's the one thing that just has me hesitant to say, oh yeah, everything's gonna be great, everything's awesome, we're so back.
I checked on that a short time ago. I haven't heard anything new.
Because it just I can't give it my full we're gonna be fine. I still think they can overcome that. But
if Gallen pitches like he did consistently.
If Gallen and Merrill Kelly are the 1-2 punch that they've always been for this team, pre-Corbin Burns, they can survive this. But it's hard to declare I'm so back on that after one good Zach Gallen start when the previous 4 were no good.
Especially when Fought Rock's been so sad.
And we haven't played one Fought Rock song today, and quite frankly,
he doesn't deserve it.
It's not deserved. I was just gonna say it's not Fought Rock, Fought got rocked.
Yeah.
Today.
What best Fought Rock song would his performance What's the word I'm looking for?
Would describe
his performance.
It's funny that you bring that up because Mitch said rock the boat earlier.
Okay. What yacht rock song would describe the performance of Brandon Pfaadt today?
Baby Come Back. Escape, the Pina Colada song.
Okay.
That's too happy-go-lucky, but actually
I know.
not.
I'm just thinking titles here. I just did a quick Google search of
the top ones,
greatest yacht rock songs, and I'm just trying to see which ones. I keep forgetting, because he keeps forgetting how to throw strikes.
I keep forgetting how to throw strikes.
I keep forgetting how to get outs. I mean, I don't know. You got one for me? This is all I got. I just got greatest yacht rock songs here. That's it. I can't tell you why. From the Eagles?
I don't have one. Okay. I'm looking. I don't have one.
That's the best I got. Anyway, we're not going to play one because he doesn't deserve it. We don't have anything against Brad. It's just been his ERA is 11 in his last 5 starts. I mean,
anything on what I should do if I become president? Anybody tweeted that?
Has anybody tweeted on what Gambo should do? No, Gambo. I think you should take that as an endorsement.
Although I did get
nobody wants you to be
get
president.
a message from the Arizona GOP. We'll run you for office. I go, no way. He goes, you'd crush it.
Well, you go for it. Knock yourself out.
I did get a message after we said they were listening, and they said that they would run me for office.
I wish you.
I swear, I got the
wish you the best luck. Now you'll have to earn my vote, Gambo. If that's
you wouldn't
the case.
just vote for me?
No, no, I wouldn't just vote for you. No, that's not. Hey, I know that. Yeah, I'm just gonna vote for him. Yeah, no, you gotta convince me. You gotta sell me. You gotta earn my vote.
I'll work on it.
I saw this story a few days ago, and we had a bunch of short shows the last couple of days, so I kind of sat on it. And we don't have a ton of time here, but I think it's a lot of fun because you can kind of go back into the Wayback Machine. You talk about playing the what if game. Oklahoma City's playing in the NBA Finals tonight. With a chance to win it. This is from The Athletic. Tracing the Thunder's rise back to a 2007 trade that Sam Presti made with Steve Kerr. You'll remember the trade.
Okay.
Kurt Thomas and 2 first-round draft picks to the Seattle Sonics.
Oh, my God. Totally remember that trade. Yeah.
Steve Kerr.
To get off of Kurt Thomas's salary.
Yes, Steve Kerr was told by Robert Sarver, shed enough salary to escape the luxury tax. Kerr recalled recently, quote, "We were exactly $8 million over the tax. Trading Kurt Thomas got us under the tax, and there was only one team, literally one team in the entire NBA that could absorb his salary into a slot. It was the Seattle Sonics at the time. Kerr traded Phoenix's 2008 and 2010 first-round picks along with Thomas's contract to Seattle.
2 first-round picks to get off of Kurt Thomas's salary.
Yes.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. Okay.
Presti used one of those picks on Serge Ibaka. After Ibaka's 7th season, Presti sent him to the Magic for Victor Oladipo and the 11th pick. He used the 11th pick on Domantas Sabonis. He then later traded Victor Oladipo and Domantas Sabonis to the Pacers for Paul George, who he then eventually traded to the LA Clippers
for the draft picks
for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the draft picks that became Jalen Williams. So follow me. Kurt Thomas, and 2 firsts became Ibaka, became Oladipo and Sabonis, became Paul George, became Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and Jalen Williams.
That's incredible.
It's incredible. Like you think of and I know a lot of other things happen in there, obviously.
That's like 6 degrees of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
I know.
Can you tie Kurt Thomas to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? Yes, I can. How long's Kurt Thomas been out of the league?
Forever.
When was the last time Kurt Thomas played?
That trade was 20 years ago. That trade was nearly 20 years ago. All right? Yeah, he's been out of the league a long. He was old then.
Kurt Thomas, his last year in the league.
Can I guess?
Go ahead.
2012.
2012-13.
Okay.
He's been out of the league for 12 years. And you could tie Shai Gilgeous-Alexander back to something that was done from the Phoenix Suns in 2007.
That Robert Sarver made Steve Kerr do. We got to get under this tax, make it work. Okay, fine. Kurt Thomas and 2 first-round picks to get off the contract.
Wow.
And how Sam Presti was able to again, like I say, other things happened. Westbrook happened, Harden happened, Durant happened. Obviously, there was
there's a
more.
direct correlation there.
Direct correlation.
So,
I mean, literally the two players that he acquired for in Ibaka, he then flipped to the Pacers to get Paul George.
You can make the argument then, if the Phoenix Suns never make that trade, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's not on the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yeah.
Like, where did it all start? It started there.
Started with that trade.
If the Suns don't trade Thomas to Seattle and give up 2 first-round picks, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander might not be on the Suns.
It
on
is
the
a
Thunder.
Crazy story. It's just think about that tonight when Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is 33 points, 14 assists, 7 rebounds, and 14 of 16 from the free throw line. Or
Bill's Carnage on YouTube. I'll take obscure Kurt Thomas trivia for 500. There you go, right, YouTubers.
There it is. There
you go, YouTubers. I got you.
When we come back, if you're watching us on YouTube or if you're listening to us on ArizonaSports.com or the Arizona Sports app or just on your good old-fashioned radio, if you missed the Diamondbacks game today, boy, did you miss a doozy. Lots to unpack from one of the greatest comebacks, quite frankly, in the history of the Diamondbacks organization. And that's next on Burns and Gambo.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
Saving for retirement was tough enough for us.
Yes, and navigating markets can be challenging at times.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we take a disciplined approach with your investments.
Tell us more about that.
We take an active approach to money management, positioning your portfolio for opportunities we see ahead.
So all your clients get the same portfolio?
No. We tailor your portfolio to your individual goals and needs.
What about communication? We don't like being left in the dark.
We check in regularly to keep you informed on the markets and your portfolio.
Which means you'll help us stay on track.
Yes. Our goal is your comfortable retirement. And as a fiduciary, we always put your interests first. Because we do better when you do better. At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Pro Paint Days are back at Lowe's, and My Lowe's Pro Rewards members can save even more with limited time deals. Right now, buy one, get one half off select HGTV Home by Sherwin-Williams primer and ceiling paint. Plus, get free same-day delivery to your job site when you order by 2 p.m. Offer valid through 6/13. Delivery by 8 p.m. Subject to driver availability. Additional terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-566-1649. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-566-1649. That's 800-566-1649. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Osuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10.
They were down 6 in the top of the 9th, and before you knew it, they scored 7 times to take the 11-10 victory in the finale. It's also 4 straight victories for Arizona dating back to last Sunday. They'll look to keep the good times rolling on this road trip. They're in Cincinnati. They start a 3-game series with the Reds tomorrow afternoon. Also from the Diamondbacks today, a roster move that was announced just before the game. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank has been reinstated from his 1-year suspension for sports wagering. He was sent, directly to the Arizona Complex League and added to the 40-man roster. In order to make room, Scott McGough was designated for assignment. And tonight, the NBA Finals begins. Game 1 from Oklahoma City. The Thunder are looking to finish their league-best season on top, while the Pacers are looking to continue this miraculous Cinderella run. Tip-off is at 5:30. We got pregame coverage happening right now over on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. America Roofing wants to give you some relief on your roof. Save 12% with their tariff and tax relief, or get a free inspection. Online at AmericaRoofingCo.com, Arizona's largest roofer.
Hey, it's Luke. The answer backs are back. Can they keep this rolling in Cincinnati? We'll be looking ahead to D-backs Reds tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
3-2, swing, line drive. That's fair. Down the left field line, into the corner it goes. Marte scores. Vargas right behind him, and the Diamondbacks take the lead. 11-10. It's a miraculous 7-run 9th inning, and Atlanta has been stunned here at Truist Park.
10-4 was the score at the start of the top of the 9th inning. The Arizona Diamondbacks were down to their final strike before Eugenio Suarez laced that 2-run base knock into left field to give them an 11-10 lead. Gambo, it was the first win in the history of the Diamondbacks organization where they won a game that they trailed by 6 or more in the 9th inning. They had never done that before they beat the Braves today 11-10.
Not only that, Suarez struck out to start the inning.
Yes, he did.
They were 2 outs away.
Yes, he did.
With Blewett pitching, but Blewett. Gurriel home run. Alec Thomas home run on an 0-2 pitch. Alec Thomas hit a home run after the Tawa walk, and it's 10-7. Herrera walks, Corbin Carroll doubles, Marte RBI infield single. Thank God you had, I watched that play a couple of times. Thank God you had Corbin Carroll at second base, because they would have thrown out any other runner
His
at third.
speed allowed him to get there, yes, and make a play at third. I totally agree.
So that's 10-8. Perdomo pops out, and then Vargas has an RBI single to center. It's 10-9. Suarez is 3-2. down to your last strike, double down the left field line, 2-run score, 11-10. Shelby Miller closes the door, gets Marcell Ozuna into a double play, and the most improbable victory happened. Like the most improbable. Down 10-4. You're down 6 runs, and you only have 2 outs left, and they come back and they win that baseball game. Incredible.
Blewett was in the game when he gave up the home runs to Gurriel and Thomas, and that made it 10-7. Then he issued the 4-pitch walk to Herrera, as you mentioned. The thing, and Steve Zinsmeister mentioned this when he was on with us earlier, you start to notice the details a little bit more the more you think about it. And I didn't rewatch the game like he did, but I'm looking at like the game log for it. Corbin Carroll's double to center off Iglesias, 3 pitches. Marte scoring or the run he scored on the RBI infield single, the RBI he had, 1 pitch. Vargas, 2 pitches. Iglesias threw 6 pitches. And by the time those 6 pitches had been thrown, it was a 10-9 game and the go-ahead. It happened that fast.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so quick the way it happened. And then for him to be 2 strikes against Eugenio Suarez, it was amazing. It was remarkable. It completely covers up a bad performance by Brandon Pfaadt, which we're going to talk about a little bit. But to the point of our poll question, okay, they've won 4 in a row now. They just swept the Atlanta Braves. How back are the Arizona Diamondbacks after this?
They're back to playing the type of baseball we expected them to play. We expected them to win series, to win games, to have winning streaks, to be in contention. Not even in contention, but to get a wild card spot. I feel a lot better about them now than I did last week. When they were struggling to win games and losing series to bad teams. Like, what is going on here? That was a great. Now, listen, you could have lost that game today. And we'd be sitting here saying they took 2 out of 3 from the Braves. That was good. They went on the road. They took 2 out of 3. That was good. To win that game the way they did, and I think that just goes to shows everybody, they stopped listening to Torrey. They did not stop listening to Torrey. That was ridiculous.
Stop listening to Torrey, of course.
That was so stupid. And again, it doesn't mean that Torrey's doing a great job this year. He's made a lot of mistakes. It's been hard with that bullpen. It's been hard because he's even mentioned it. I don't even know what to do. And the interesting thing is, and we'll talk about Pfaadt in a second, but it's not like the middle relievers came in and kept them at bay.
No.
It was 6 runs when Pfaadt went out. Tommy Henry comes in, and then Graveman comes in, and they give up 4 more runs. Hey, middle relief, 4 more runs. So now instead of 6, they've got 10. It was just the most unlikely comeback you could see that the Diamondbacks pulled off today. But you know what? Wins like they count. They count in the standings. That's a good win.
Yeah, look, we've both been keeping track of games like this all season long. And I think most of our listeners know, like, we got to the end of last year and we got to the start of this year. And we had said, okay, what we're going to do is as the season goes along, we're going to keep track of 2 things. We're going to keep track of games that you lost but should have won, games that you won but should have lost. Gambo, this one definitely goes on the games you should have lost but won list. The last time we put a game on that list, April 12th against the Brewers. It's been nearly 2 months since, and again, maybe other people have their own standards by the way they judge this thing, but by our standards, it has been 2 months since they played a game that they won but probably should have lost. They've had 3 of them so far.
I got March 30th. Diamondbacks rally from behind to beat the Cubs in a thriller.
I got that one. And then I got April 12th against the Brewers. Diamondbacks were down 4-0 going into the 9th. They had been shut out the first 17 innings of the series. They rally in the 9th thanks to 4 walks. Alec Thomas had an RBI triple, a 2-run Corbin Carroll double. Jake McCarthy, who was 2 for 30 to start the season, tied the game with an RBI single on the first pitch that he saw.
And the gap and right, and then Naylor was intentionally walked, and Gurriel had a sac fly to win it.
That's the
I
last
have that one in there too.
That's the last game I have that, and maybe your list is different, that they won, but they probably should have lost. There have been 5 so far that they should have won but lost. And so when you said it earlier in the show, come on, can you imagine what it feels like to be a Braves fan? Yes, I can. Because it's happened to the Diamondbacks 5 times this year.
Sure.
Maybe not like this. Maybe not with a 6-run lead in the 9th inning that they blew, but games that you absolutely had in hand that you lost. It's happened to them 5 times this season.
And you hope that the law of averages evens out, right? You hope that the law of averages are, hey, Should have won those 5, should have lost those 5. You hope that it kind of balances out. What you don't want is there's 2 games that they should have that they won that they should have lost, and there's 10 games that they should have won that they lost.
And honestly, I'm glad you brought that up. That's exactly, I think, the point of the list is to get to the end of the year and, okay, which one did you have more of?
Right.
Which one? And
did they balance out, or was it overwhelmingly one side or another?
Yeah, because honestly, and it's felt like this so far this season, it has been overwhelming games that they lost but should have won, right? That's been... It's been leading all season. It's nice to see the scales get balanced out a little. Now, they still, the Brandon Pfaadt issue is real. The Corbin Burns issue is real. Now you've got the Josh Naylor. He left today's game with an injury.
He's going to be out for a couple days, I believe.
Is that what you think? Or what you're hearing?
He's tough kid, always plays hurt. I think he might miss. I'm trying to find out. Might miss a couple of days, but
okay.
He's the type of kid that always plays hurt or banged up.
So he left today's game early with an injury. You've got the Corbin Burns diagnosis that we're all waiting on. Brandon Pfaadt, who we're going to talk about here in a couple of segments, he's pitching to an ERA of 11 in his last 5 starts. You still have a bullpen that, make of it what you will. Justin Martinez showed us the very best and the very worst of the Justin Martinez experience last night. I'm still trying to wrap my head around how I feel about this bullpen right now, because it's just hard to know who to trust down there still.
I mean, Ryan Thompson had a couple good outings, and then he comes in yesterday.
They couldn't get him out of that game fast enough last night. Dude, they're sprinting to the mound to pull him out.
I mean, and Merrill Kelly pitches his ass off. He's got a 1-0 lead. And then Ryan Thompson comes into the game. The first 2 guys are on base. You got first and third, nobody out. You're like, okay, you're gonna blow it. You are absolutely going to blow up. But then he came up with a big strikeout. Torrey, I thought, did a great job. Got him out of there. And then Martinez comes in, blows away 2 guys. I'm like, okay, this is easy. Just going to go 1, 2, 3 in the 9th inning. And then you had this marathon 9th inning. Bases loaded, run in, 3-2 count before he finally got out of it.
It was kind of a miracle they won that game last night, to be honest with you.
Oh, totally.
It was I mean, that 9th inning, it was a miracle they got out of that, having given up on only 1 run.
Yeah.
When we come back, so we've heard about Minnesota, and we've heard about the New York Knicks. We've heard about Houston. We've heard about the San Antonio Spurs. Is there another team worth entertaining in Kevin Durant trade talks? Maybe one we hadn't discussed yet? There is. We'll tell you who it is next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
How in the world does this not become the rallying cry for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now? They could have easily folded them. The news has been bad for the Arizona Diamondbacks right now. The results haven't been great either. And now all of a sudden they come into Atlanta and they sweep the Atlanta Braves.
With everybody writing the Diamondbacks off and saying the season's over, and okay, yeah, you finally won a game on Sunday, but you lost Corbin Burns for who knows how long, and they go into Atlanta and they sweep the Braves. If nothing else, it shows you they're not done.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Bear, one of the Henley brothers who runs Waltz TV and Appliance, conveniently located off the I-10 in Warner. And Bear, what do our listeners get by shopping at Waltz?
Well, Dan, you'll get great expertise and great prices. We'll give you the best in-store and in-home experience every time. We also offer same-day delivery 7 days a week. Come check out our great selection, speak with our knowledgeable staff, and enjoy worry-free installation done by a pro. Only at Waltz. Shop local. Shop Waltz.
Spend the day with Dad at Chase Field on Sunday, June 15th, and pick up a Father's Day polo shirt before the D-backs versus Padres matchup, courtesy of Budweiser.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about why refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Why refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company paid, whole family health insurance, and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to whyrefi.com/careers or email careers@whyrefi.com.
It's heating up in Phoenix, and while most can beat the heat with a cold drink in the shade, many in our community cannot. This month, the UPS store and Arizona Sports are teaming up to collect water donations for Phoenix Rescue Mission, all to keep our community hydrated and healthy this summer. And your donation can make a big difference. Text WATER to 620-620 to find participating the UPS store locations near you, or to make a donation. Text WATER to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
You've always been strong, but in the face of life's toughest moments, you're going to discover an even deeper strength within. These are the moments you go from strong to stronger. Because no matter how scary the diagnosis, we're ready to do whatever it takes. We've been training for this moment, so we can be there right when you need us. We're ready for cancer. Cancer isn't ready for us. Learn more at dignityhealthazcancer.org.
Shane Company engagement rings are expertly crafted to fit both your style and your lifestyle.
My wife's an artist and works with her hands. Shane Company helped me create a ring that's beautiful and sleek. She loves it.
Shane Company rings are crafted with care using high-quality materials, and we set each center stone by hand in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store. We also protect your ring, including the center stone, with our unmatched free lifetime warranty. Let us help you find your perfect ring, in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Join the party on Saturday, June 7th at 7:30 p.m. as Phoenix Rising takes on Orange County in a night full of color, community, and top-tier professional soccer. Be one of the first fans through the gates and grab a free Phoenix Rising beach towel. Perfect for the summer and perfect for showing your pride. Tickets start at just $15. Grab yours now at phxrisingfc.com. That's phxrisingfc.com.
How can you free your team from time-consuming office tasks? Amazon Business. Smart business buying tools enable buyers to find and purchase items fast so they can focus on strategy and growth. Free up your team and focus on your future. Learn more at amazonbusiness.com.
Arizona Sports.
This team is not going nowhere. This team ain't going nowhere. Nowhere. They're not even going to be a top 6 seed in the West. I don't care who they trade for.
Suns, a new horizon, shaping the Suns' future this offseason with Burns and Gambo.
All right, welcome back on this Thursday afternoon. Burns and Gambo here. The Phoenix Suns, Jordan Ott move is done. The head coach has been completed. That box has been checked. Now it's on to the meat and potatoes of this Suns offseason. Most importantly, the Kevin Durant trade. And it's time to roll up our sleeves and get to work on this. Now, you said something very interesting about this earlier. You said, and there was a report a couple of days ago out of Houston, that the Suns had been repeatedly calling the Houston Rockets, and each time they call, they're asking for a little bit less from the Rockets in a Kevin Durant trade, and you're shooting that down.
Yeah, Phoenix Suns have lowered their asking price for Kevin Durant, and Houston has made several calls to get a deal done. They lowered their asking price. They haven't even talked to Houston since February. Haven't talked to Houston since February. They didn't have a GM or a coach. They just hired the GM 6 weeks ago, and then they just hired the coach 2 days yesterday. They hired the GM, first job, go interview 20 guys and find me a coach. That took up all the time. They haven't actively spoken with anybody since the trade deadline, and they spoke with a lot of teams in February, but they haven't spoken with anybody since then. They have not had a conversation with the Rockets, and I'm sure the Rockets would back this up if somebody went to the Rockets and said, when was the last time you talked to the Suns? The Rockets haven't talked to the Suns since February. Now, will they talk in the next couple of days? Yeah, now, because now it's done. Coach is done. Let's go. Let's get Kevin Durant traded. Let's get a deal done. Let's try to get a deal done by the draft. But this lowering the asking price, okay, why would they lower the asking price with Houston when there's probably expected to be 5 or 6 other teams involved? Why would you lower your price with one team if there's all these? You wouldn't. You would say, okay, let me know if things change. We've got 5 other teams to talk to.
Yeah, and in that regard, it's this leverage is the key thing here. You want multiple teams, you want multiple conversations, you want being able to play teams against each other. This was never about just trading Kevin Durant to the Houston Rockets. But as you say, now that Jordan Ott is done and now that the coaching search is over, this is the priority. This is the thing. And now it's time for calls to be made. Now it's time to figure out. And honestly, it's time to figure out what Kevin Durant wants and how easy Kevin Durant is going to make this on you, how much cooperation there's going to be between Kevin and the Phoenix Suns. That when it comes to this, we all know Kevin's going to be gone. It's just a question of making sure Kevin doesn't paint the Suns into a corner by saying, I only want that team and I won't go anywhere else. In some ways, not that they're negotiating with Kevin, but the conversation that they have with Kevin is just as important as the conversation they have with the teams about Kevin. It's almost right. I mean, it's got to be almost as important.
Well, yeah. Listen, I think obviously Kevin Durant wasn't thrilled to find out that his name was being bandied about the way it was, but he's a professional. It is what it is. It's not like he has a no trade clause like Bradley Beal. So they discussed trading him. Should they have done it? Should they have approached it differently? I'm sure that they would agree that they should have approached it differently. But they had to pivot very quickly when they couldn't get Jimmy Butler through Beal because nobody wants to trade for Beal. So they quickly pivoted to talking about Kevin Durant in a deal to try to move Kevin Durant to several different teams. It didn't happen. Durant turned down an opportunity to go to Golden State in a package that would have been a good package for Phoenix. And now you start to look at what's next. And I believe that as of now, discussions will start with the Suns and other teams about Kevin Durant.
Let's pay off the tees. There was a team that we have not talked about at all when it comes to Kevin Durant, and it's an interesting one, and that would be the L.A. Clippers.
Yeah, I mentioned the Spurs, the Rockets, the Timberwolves, the Knicks, the Heat. I think there's going to be a couple more, but I did mention the Clippers. Today I heard that the Clippers that I would expect that the Suns are at least going to contact the Clippers or vice versa to see if there's any interest. The Clippers have some good players. They have Zubac, they have Dunn, Powell, Jones. So they have a good roster where you could pluck a few good players that could come in and fill out your roster. Not the star players that some other teams may have, but they've got quality players on that roster. And you might look at that and say, okay, now would the Clippers say, okay, let's put Harden, because that's a big three. Harden, Durant, and Kawhi is an older big three.
Sure is.
It's an older big three. So I did hear the Clippers name. Now, again, it's not, because of the cap space situation and nobody having cap space, I think that there is going to be, and I've said this from the beginning, I don't think there'll be a shortage of teams that are interested in Kevin Durant. I think there'll be multiple teams, several teams that are interested in trading for Kevin Durant. What package do you get back? I don't know. I don't know yet. But I do believe that there'll be enough teams that are interested in Kevin Durant in which you should be able to make a good deal as long as what you're saying is correct and Durant doesn't force you into one team and one team only.
Yeah, and I'd have to look at this and see what the Clippers have to offer. And I'm not worried about the number of teams necessarily. I am worried about the quality of offers that are coming in. I do worry about that very much because Kevin Durant is still a very, very good player, a great player. One of the best players in the NBA, but he is, with that age and with the inevitable decline in the skills and really honestly the lack, again, and it's not all his fault, but the lack of success in thinking that, teams are a Kevin Durant away from being a finals contender.
Yeah.
There are two teams that have fallen prey to that the last 5 years, and they were both really, really wrong. Brooklyn Nets and the Phoenix Suns thought they were a Kevin Durant away from being an elite team, and they were both. And so does that cause teams to offer a little bit less, not want to take as big a risk? I mean, we all know the Suns aren't going to get what they gave up to get him.
And age.
And age is the big thing. Of course, age is the big thing.
When the Nets got Durant, he was in his early to mid-30s. Mm-hmm. When the Suns got Durant, he was
in his mid-30s,
34
basically.
years old.
Yeah.
The Suns had him for, he's 30. Durant, I think he'll be 30. His birthday's in September.
I think he's going to turn 37.
He'll turn 37. Yeah. So the Suns had him for 35 and 36, basically. Mm-hmm. They had him for 35 and 36. The Nets had him for like 34, 33, 32. The next team that gets Durant, you're going to have him for 37, 38, and 39. Now, he's still great.
Yeah.
And he still balls. But it is 37, 38, 39. it's inevitable that he's going to slow down a tick here and there, and you got to worry about the injury history, and it does become a little bit of a risk.
I'm sorry. I know I'm probably going to be broken record about this, but I'll tell you something else gives me concern about this trading Kevin Durant business. All right. You got to do it, and everybody knows you got to do it. I'm really worried about a rookie general manager in this league trying to thread this needle and pull this off. I really am. I'm very concerned. I know he's got experienced lieutenants in his office with him, Matt Tellem being first and foremost.
Yeah.
But I am very worried about a first-time general manager who really lacks the experience that comes with pulling a major, like this is going to be your first test. Like hiring Jordan Knott, nothing against Brian Gregory. Hiring Jordan Knott was not your first test. This is your first test.
What was Mike Hazen's first test?
Mike Hazen's first
Seattle.
test was Seattle, right? It was the Ketel Marte trade.
Nailed it.
But Mike had a background in this that Brian Gregory doesn't.
He was never a GM before. Right?
No, but he worked his whole career in front offices and Major League Baseball teams.
Point is, he nailed it.
He was assistant GM for Boston for years.
Yep.
Brian Gregory doesn't have that kind of resume.
Nope.
Didn't have that kind of resume. That is the thing that maybe scares me more than anything, is that this big, important trade that you got to get right, and everybody knows you have to get right, you're asking a first-timer who just doesn't have the experience to pull it off. It makes threading the needle even harder, Gambo. It really does. And I hope they can get the right return for
James Jones, senior advisor?
Okay,
Can you pick his brain? Can you, give me your thoughts on this.
Do you want to? I mean, is
James
Jones, he's there.
He's being paid.
But is James Jones going to be asked to play that kind of role for this team, or is he just there?
I think when you're listen, I know when funny, but when the Suns got off of Lon Babby, Lon got fired, and
he was an
James
advisor,
was brought in. He was a special advisor, and he complained to everybody that no one ever called and asked him for his opinion.
There you go. Right?
Sorry, Lon, but it's true. He's getting paid $500,000, and he was showing up at nobody wanted his opinion. It was like, well, we're going to pay you, but he did. He complained that nobody ever called. James is a little bit different. I would think that if you want to run something by him, he's being paid by the organization to be an advisor. He has experience as a general manager.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's Brian Gregory's decision.
Yes.
Or Matt Ispia's decision, depending on your perspective. And do they have I hear what you're saying. This is the thing about this, Gambo, that will make me the most nervous about it up until the minute it happens.
You don't want to fail your first big trade.
It's not Kevin Durant's age. It's not the number of teams that are involved to get him. It is Brian Gregory and whether he has the it factor to pull this off and nail it his first time out.
You know this. The Suns don't have to win this trade. They just can't lose it.
I would agree with that. Yes, I would agree with that.
Don't have to win it, just don't lose it.
This Father's Day, hit it out of the park. Head to the contest page now at ArizonaSports.com for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets to see the Diamondbacks and the Padres, plus a special Father's Day gift bag to make it even more memorable. Celebrate Dad with baseball and gear and great memories. The Diamondbacks pitching just in the last 24 hours or so. Highs and lows that we need to talk about. It's been like that all season. And it's been like that the last couple of days, and that is coming up next on Burns and Gambo.
D-backs at the Braves.
Osuna goes after the first pitch, grounds it to short. Perdomo has it, goes to second. There's one. Marte to first. Double play. Ball game. Series sweep. Diamondbacks come all the way back and win this finale by a final score of 11-10. They have taken down Atlanta, and they are back to 500 with one of the most improbable wins of the season.
The D-backs are on to Cincinnati for 3 games at the Reds. We start pregame for Game 1 tomorrow afternoon at 3:30. The Arizona Diamondbacks play on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Was reading a story today. I think it was an Easy Central. Should you crack your garage door when it's hot in Arizona? Here's what the experts say. And on that same article, it said 6 tips to keep your AC unit blowing cool. And they talk about changing the air filter, cleaning your vents. But they mentioned clean out the drain, clean off the coils, the condenser coils, the condensate drain line. Clean out the drain, clean off the coils. Those 2 things are listed very high on 6 tips to keep your AC unit blowing cool. Those two things are included in the $129 tune-up from Christian Brothers. Yes, those two things are included. They don't mention it. That's what they mention. Clean out the drain, clean off the coils. Christian Brothers does that. They tune up your AC unit for $129. It's going to get hot here real soon. It's starting right now. We've avoided the terrible heat, but let's get your AC unit tuned up now for $129, in which they will clean out the drain and clean off the coils. Call 602-222-3535, just $129. Call Christian Brothers at 602-222-3535.
Hey, we're here with a special guest, Jeff Jr., CEO of Trajan Wealth and filmmaker behind Retirement on the Brink. Hey, Jeff, welcome, man.
Well, thanks for having me, Wolf. It's always great to be here.
Jeff, you've been in finance for a long time. Why make a movie?
Well, after years of seeing people struggle, we needed better retirement education. And Retirement on the Brink, it offers real actionable insight.
It's a documentary that's resonating with folks. I know because I'm in it and shared my story.
Yeah, you are. And having you in the film, it means a lot. These stories are real and they really do matter.
What's the biggest takeaway from Retirement on the Brink?
Well, retirement planning isn't just about numbers. It's about understanding your goals, creating a plan for the life that you want, and finding a trusted advisor to help. And I'll end by saying space is limited, so visit retirementonthebrink.com for VIP access and showtimes.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Green flag of Michigan International Speedway.
It's madness in Motor City as NASCAR and Prime heads to Michigan International Speedway. 200 miles per hour feels even faster than it sounds. These white-knuckle, three-wide thrills bring us one of the fastest tracks in the Cup Series. So strap in and stream Michigan Sunday at 1:30 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR, it's on Prime.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, so many people rave about the quality of your work. What's your secret?
It's very simple, Dan. We're accountable. We do what we say we're going to do, and we do it right the first time. We're a one-stop shop that builds everything in your backyard from the pool tiles up. At Turf Monsters, we take great pride in our customers, and our finished products is what separates us from our competitors. We have the #1 installers in the Valley, and we're the #1 company for a reason.
Check out their work and schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Right now, get a $15 gift card after rebate with the purchase of select AC Pro refrigerant products at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Testing.
We're live from Chick-fil-A.
This is Grant.
And this is Laura.
And a little thing we love about the Chick-fil-A Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich is that sweet bun.
And that chicken filet was perfectly crispy and soft at the same time.
And that Smokehouse Barbecue sauce, it's a lot of fun. And the brown sugar bacon definitely had a little bit more pizzazz. Also, the mac, one of the all-time greats. Man, I'm getting hungry.
Order the Smokehouse Barbecue Bacon Sandwich and our Coca-Cola on the Chick-fil-A app for a limited time. Real guests paid for their testimonials.
Go from daydreamer to industry leader with Amazon Business. From office supplies to IT essentials, Amazon Business provides tools that help you save costs and make insight-based decisions. Learn how to bring your visions to life at AmazonBusiness.com.
I'm Mitch Farrell. This was Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. How sweep it is. The Diamondbacks down 6 in the top of the 9th inning, stunned the Braves in Atlanta, scoring 7 in the top half and taking the series the finale, 11-10. It's also 4 straight wins for Arizona, dating back to last Sunday. They're hoping to keep the good times rolling as the road trip continues in Cincinnati. They start a 3-game series with the Reds tomorrow afternoon. Also from the Diamondbacks, a roster move that was announced prior to the game. Left-hander Andrew Saalfrank has been reinstated from his 1-year suspension. He was added to the 40-man roster and then sent directly to the Arizona Complex League. Scott McGuff has been designated for assignment to make room on the 40-man. And tonight, moments from now, as a matter of fact, the NBA Finals begins. The Oklahoma City Thunder are looking to finish their league best season on top. They host Game 1 against the Indiana Pacers. Tip-off again moments from now. You can listen to the game on ESPN 620 AM. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Don't let it ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Luke. The Answer Backs are back. Can they keep this rolling in Cincinnati? We'll be looking ahead to D-backs Reds tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
So before I left the house, I was watching the D-backs game, and before that crazy comeback in the ninth inning where they were down 6 to start the top of the ninth, and they came back to win with a 7-run ninth inning. First time in franchise history they had ever had a comeback like that in the ninth. I knew full well, Gambo, that before all of that happened, one of the main topics of today's show was going to be Brandon Pfaadt and our level of concern with him. Like we were joking earlier, we haven't played one Pfaadt rock song today. We're looking for a yacht rock song, a title that kind of describes our feelings about Brandon Pfaadt right now, and we were struggling to find one a little bit. I'm not saying he got bailed out by what happened today, but it certainly took the attention off of him. Like, because we would have had a lot of conversation about Brandon Pfaadt and our level of concern.
There's no question. I mean, after the last outing where he didn't even record an out, had to take him out of the game. You're like, okay, this is really bad. And now you've got, this outing today. It was terrible. So, like, Brandon Pfaadt was pitching really well. And you can make the argument that it was really close between him and Merrill Kelly. But everything's, the wheels have come off for Brandon Pfaadt lately, and he's really struggling. And I don't know what to do, but that third inning got away from him, and it got away from him quickly. Now, it didn't help that plays weren't made in the field, which usually happens. Marte had a play, should have made it, didn't. Alec Thomas, tough play, could have made it, didn't. And all of a sudden, it led to a big 6-run inning, and Brandon Pfaadt is struggling.
At the end of April, Brandon Pfaadt was 5-1 with a 2.78 ERA. 2 starts into May, Brandon Pfaadt was 6-2 with a 3.28 ERA. In his last 5 starts, his ERA is 11. In his last 5 starts combined, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I know, like you mentioned that last start where he couldn't get an out. It was, just complete struggle bust right there. And now with today's outing, he started well enough, and it looked like kind of vintage Brandon Pfaadt, and then he got himself into a little bit of trouble. I know this. I know that of all the takes that I've had about anything, the one where I said Brandon Pfaadt by the end of the season would become a better, more reliable starting pitcher in the Diamondbacks rotation than Merrill Kelly has not aged well, Gambo.
No,
has not, like moldy bread on the pantry shelf. That take has not aged well.
It's just like you want all these things to click at the same time, and they just can't.
Yeah.
Pfaadt's okay, Gallen's down. Now Gallen's good, and then Pfaadt's down, and like you just the strength of this staff, this rotation is 1 through 5. They were supposed to be really good.
It's funny. I was thinking about that during the commercial break. Let's do a temperature check of the Diamondbacks pitching rotation right now. Zach Gallen, it was a struggle for about 5 starts. He looked great the other night against Atlanta.
Trending up,
but still like tentative trending up. Like, okay, it's looking good, but let's see where this goes. Merrill Kelly, up. Like,
up.
And
not trending up.
He's up, and he stayed up, and he's been up. Brandon Pfaadt, trending down. Way trending down. Eduardo Rodriguez, who's going to be tomorrow's starter.
I mean, he had been trending down.
He's back. And you better believe tomorrow that's going to be a top. Okay, what does that mean? How does he look? Because now, with the Corbin Burns injury, you don't have the in case of emergency break glass Ryan Nelson option anymore.
Ryan Nelson is, and he's up.
And he's up. And Ryan Nelson is in and he's out. And that completes the 5. But on Eduardo Rodriguez, you always had if things get bad, we'll just put Ryan Nelson in the rotation. The Corbin Burns injury has kind of robbed you of that. You need Eduardo Rodriguez to be better than he has because you really don't have any other options now at this point. You've exhausted
But I agree with that. Better than he has, but he doesn't have to be go give this team 5 to 6 innings, 3 to 4 runs a game, and we'll call it a day. Pitch to an ERA of 4.
Yeah.
Pitch to an ERA of 4, give them a chance. Don't get blown out in the 2nd or 3rd inning.
Now, we're waiting on Corbin Burns news. We haven't gotten any.
Checked on it just a little while ago. Haven't heard yet.
I don't know about you.
I've not heard.
I am bracing for the worst news.
Yeah, I think
it's speculative, but I'm bracing for the worst news.
I think that's normal. I mean, hey, the guy's out. His elbow hurt. Like, I don't know how you're bracing for good news.
Right.
Well,
the only thing
best case scenario could be what? An AJ Puck situation where you miss some time and come back?
That's the only thing we have to lean on. is, okay, it happened once with A.J. Puck. Can it happen again with Corbin Burns? I mean, elbow soreness. He's never, I don't want to, it's like I know baseball fans are like super superstitious, and I don't want to feed into that, but he's never really had a major injury like this. So that, and I think that kind of works against him in a situation, considering all the innings and how hard he throws and things like that. I don't think that helps, but your elbow's tight. It's hurt. You have a first opinion. Torey Lovello specifically said it was not conclusive. We wanted him to go get a second. He wanted to go get a second opinion to be sure. So now he's getting a second opinion. I have a bad feeling about it. I do. And so without him, at least in the short term, you're going to be without him for a while. All right. We know that. He's not going to be back in 15 days. You've said that. Without him, assessing the current state of the Diamondbacks rotation, we've got Merrill Kelly we feel great about. Zach Gallen we're feeling better about.
Nelson we feel great about.
Right, great or good? Okay, you know what? I'll give you great.
I think
great. Okay, I just like Merrill Kelly we feel great about. I don't know if I'd say I feel as great about Ryan Nelson as I do Merrill Kelly. Okay. Eduardo Rodriguez, I have no idea how to feel about him.
I haven't felt good about him.
And Brandon Pfaadt, I don't feel good about Brandon Pfaadt.
I mean, I didn't want Rodriguez to come back.
Father said, what a lovely boy. We'll teach him what we learned. Oh, yes, just what we learned. We'll dress him up warmly and we'll send him to school. I'll teach him how to fight to be nobody's fool.
That's all I can think of.
Are we saying this is the Brandon Pfaadt song?
Lonely boy. Lonely boy sitting in that dugout after getting taken out of each of these games. Sitting in the dugout when he can't get an out.
Okay.
Sitting in the dugout, blown out in his third inning.
I knew you were working on something over there. I couldn't tell what it was. I knew you were working on something.
I was trying to come up with
song solutions to Lauren on this.
What do we think? Lonely boy? Does this work? I mean, I couldn't think of another Fat Rock song that worked.
Well, how could his parents have lied?
Kinda.
When they said he was the only
Is this Yacht Rock?
son.
Yes.
He thought he was the only one.
Lonely boy. Brandon Pfaadt's a lonely boy.
I will say their look gives Yacht Rock.
Okay, does it?
What'd you say?
I said their look.
They look like a Yacht
gives
Rock
Yacht
band.
Rock.
Andrew Gold. Lonely boy. That's it. Brandon Pfaadt, lonely boy. Gets blown out, doesn't get it out. He's sitting in the dugout. He's a lonely boy. He gets tonight. He throws 6 runs. They take him out of the game. He's sitting in he's a lonely boy.
One other thing, just to say, since we're talking about the rotation, I'll say this.
We missed Mitch on that. Mitch knows music. You like that song, Mitch? He's laughing. Okay, what do you got?
At this point, bring Merrill Kelly back one more season. Why the hell not? Bring him back.
Because he was on with us. If somebody offers him 2 years, he's getting
okay. That's a fair retort. That's a fair retort. He's just too good of a Diamondback story to see him pitching in somebody. That would be so. It'd be, for me, infinitely more weird to see Merrill Kelly pitching in somebody else's uniform than Zach Gallen.
Didn't he
He
pass
just
like
feels like a
Schilling on the
Diamondback.
win list with that win yesterday? I think he passed Schilling.
Was it yesterday's win?
I think yesterday's win. I think he passed. Oh, let me see. Diamondbacks career win leaders. I think he passed Kurt Schilling.
Did he?
Yeah. I mean, he's climbing up that ladder. Like he's been all-time win leaders. Let me say, I think he passed Schilling yesterday with that win, and he's going to pitch more games. He's going to win more. He did.
He
Schilling,
did. He's got 59. Kurt's got 58.
So where is he now? Where's he ranked?
Third, and he's got a mile to go to get Brandon Webb.
What's Webb at?
87.
So
he's
needs
28
more.
28 wins to get to Brandon Webb.
Okay, so he might not get there.
Yeah.
But third all-time in wins.
Third all-time in wins, and Zach Gallen is 5th on that list. By the way, Zach Gallen's going to pass Kurt Schilling this year too. Probably. He's got 56, so he needs 3 to pass him. There's just something.
There's something about Merrill Kelly.
There's something about Merrill Kelly that just embodies
confidence.
Diamondbacks. I don't know. I don't even know how to describe it. I don't want to see him go anywhere.
They couldn't hit him yesterday.
No, they couldn't.
They had no clue.
And maybe too, it's that his stuff is going to age really well.
Because he doesn't throw hard.
He doesn't have to throw that
hard.
hard.
No, but he can paint a corner.
Yeah.
He is the Bob Ross of pitching. He is the Bob Ross of pitching. He really is.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show here on Arizona Sports. No. I want
There he is. That's Merrill Kelly. Tell me he's not the Bob Ross of painting. I'm going to put a little happy tree right here on this corner. I'm going to put a little squirrel in this corner.
You know what? It's your
I'm
world.
going to have a little snow top in that bottom corner.
You want to put a happy little change up here? Go ahead. Put a happy little change up here.
Okay, it's good.
We're just going to paint some curveballs right here.
Exactly. You know what? It's your world. If you want a fastball here, go ahead and just put a fastball right there. Look at that. Isn't that a happy little fastball in the corner right there? Such a happy little fastball.
Oh, the corners are so perfect when Merrill Kelly paints. So perfect, those corners.
Got 4 people on the other side of the glass, and they're all looking at us like, will you guys please
Big Red, have you ever heard of Bob Ross? Big Red knows Bob Ross.
Of course.
Big Red knows him.
Everyone's heard of Bob Ross, for goodness sakes. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, did you hear what Gambo had to say about Bradley Beal earlier in the show? What you didn't? You're going to want to, because it's really interesting next on Arizona Sports.
The Phoenix Suns have a new head coach.
Jordan Ott.
Yep.
Assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers is their pick to become their 4th head coach in 4 years. Ott has been on NBA coaching staffs with the Hawks, Nets, Lakers, and Cavs since 2012.
All right.
More reaction to the Phoenix Suns' new head coach on the way from Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Love telling you about the Lund Mortgage team. Saw a testimonial come in. I've heard the name Lund Mortgage around town for years. So glad I finally got to experience it firsthand. More and more people use the Lund Mortgage team and rave about the experience, whether you're doing a refinance, a new home loan, getting yourself pre-approved for a mortgage. The Lund Mortgage team will give you a terrific first-rate experience. You'll be raving about how good they are. That's how terrific the Lund Mortgage team is. Right now, they're helping a lot of people. A lot of people right now get pre-approved for a mortgage, and they do it absolutely free. You're saying, how do they do it for free? They do. They'll pre-approve you for free. So that way, okay, I want to go buy a house. I'm renting. I'm living with my mom. I'm in the basement with my whatever it is. They'll help you get out and buy a house because they'll get you pre-approved. Now, once you're pre-approved, you know exactly what type of house you could look for. Very simple. It's a great market right now. It's definitely a buyer's market. A lot of houses, a lot of inventory, house prices coming down. Call the Lund Mortgage team. Get pre-approved for free. 623-889-0130. That's 623-889-0130.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
If you're 55 and up, T-Mobile has plans built just for you. 2 lines of unlimited for just $30 a line. That's a 45% savings compared to Verizon and AT&T. But don't just take our word for it.
It's not just the savings that are great with our T-Mobile plan. There's all this value from all these other things that T-Mobile offers.
T-Mobile has been such a savings for us.
We love it.
Switch today and get 2 free 5G phones like the Motorola Edge with Turbo Power charging that gives you power for the day in just 15 minutes. And customers 55 and up can get 2 lines of talk, text, and data for only $30 a line. Go to T-Mobile.com/55 to learn more. With 24 monthly bill credits and 2 new lines with autopay for well-qualified customers plus taxes, fees, and $35 per line connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Contact us plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. 45% off 2 lines versus AT&T Starter and Verizon Welcome. Plan benefits vary. See details at T-Mobile.com. Motorola Edge requires 68-watt charger. Charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary based on usage and configuration.
This is Joe Cordell of Cordell & Cordell. Cordell & Cordell is the largest family law firm in the country with over 35 years of helping clients navigate divorce. That does give us certain advantages, for example, in experience and resources. But being big doesn't mean less personal or less local. Our attorneys live and work in your community, and as neighbors, they understand the challenges your families face. If you're a guy facing divorce, remember, Cordell & Cordell, a partner you can count on. Visit CordellCordell.com to schedule your consultation.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
All right, what's on tonight? Games we're going to watch this evening. It's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Game 1 of the NBA Finals, about 5 minutes to go in the first quarter of that game. Oklahoma City, a 12-10 lead over the Indiana Pacers so far. 12-10. Game just started.
OKC in the lead.
Yes.
Okay.
12-10.
All right.
Early.
They're in it. The Pacers are in it.
Too early to say that. It's just, the Pacers are in it. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander already has 7 points on 3 of 5 shooting. And Tyrese Halliburton is scoreless so far.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who would never even be on the Oklahoma City Thunder if it wasn't for Kurt Thomas being traded from the Suns.
If it wasn't for Robert Sarver making Steve Kerr trade Kurt Thomas and 2 first-round picks to the then Seattle Sonics, it started a cascade of moves that ultimately ended up with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on the Oklahoma City Thunder. It was a crazy story from a couple days ago. It was fun talking about that. That's what's on tonight. Obviously, no Diamondbacks baseball on tonight. They already played. The Mercury are on tonight. They're taking on the Golden State Valkyries at 7 o'clock, hosting them at PHX Arena. We've only got a few minutes left.
Let's go. Bradley Beal.
Just real quick, I want to mention Big Red Rage is on after us. The special guest for tonight's show is Star Thomas. Cornerback Starling Thomas will be the guest
Good
of
player.
Paul Calvisi and Ron Wolfley tonight.
Like him a lot.
Let's talk about this Bradley Beal thing.
Yeah.
For people who might have missed it. The most interesting thing we learned today on the Burns and Gambo show was that some of the candidates for the Phoenix Suns coaching job were asked the question how they would rehabilitate Bradley Beal with the Phoenix Suns.
Yeah, I spoke with several candidates that were interviewed for the job. Just connections in the league. I know some of these guys. And I did speak with a few of them. And the first one told me, when I had my interview, one of the things they asked me is, how would you develop Ryan Dunn? Okay, it's interesting. Ryan Dunn, obviously a big part of their future. And the second one was, how would you develop Bradley Beal? And that caught me off guard. Like, they were asking about Bradley Beal?
As it should have, yeah.
I'm like, look, I know for a fact that they don't want Bradley Beal. I even came out and said there's a 0 chance Bradley Beal is going to be back. And that's based on, I don't guess at this stuff. That's basically the direction they wanted to go in when the season was over. They wanted Bradley Beal out of here as quickly as possible. Mm-hmm. Okay, the first train out. Maybe they wanted him under the first train out, but they wanted him out. So I do truly believe that they still do, and they do. But it may not be an avenue to get there.
Yeah.
So I could end up again. My rate may go from 99.9 to 99.8% accuracy, because they also asked another candidate about Bradley Beal and how would you rehabilitate him if we were to keep Bradley Beal. So I do believe that they want to get rid of him. That's their priority. But they also understand that if he doesn't want to accept a buyout, they're stuck with them. And is there a way to make it work?
Yeah, it was interesting to hear you talk about this earlier, almost as if maybe that when you were told this information at the end of the season, that there was an emotional component to it.
I'm sure there
was.
was.
Like maybe the season with the wound was still too fresh for them to not have an emotional response, and they were kind of speaking with their hearts and not their heads. Look, even when we've been talking about this for a month and a half, I've worried and wondered all along, why on earth would Bradley Beal give money back unless he knew he was going to make that up somewhere else? And I'm wondering if it would benefit the Suns if he took a buyout that was less than what he was owed. Bradley Beal is just not going to do that unless he knows he will make up that money with the next team that he joins. And if he's coming to find out that he's not going to make up that money from the next team he's going to join, he shouldn't accept a dime less than what he's owed. He shouldn't. I wouldn't. You wouldn't. Nobody would. Nobody would. You know what? On second thought, I'll spot you guys $5 million. It's okay. I understand you're going, hell no.
Yeah.
That's what you owe me. That's what you're going to give me. And if that's what they're running into, that's a problem.
Yeah, we'll see how that plays out. They want him gone, but it might be easier said than done.
Big Red Rage is next. We'll see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
Hey everybody, this is Dan Bickley.
And Vince Marotta.
The Arizona heat is dangerous, but you can help save the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors.
Arizona Sports and the UPS Store are teaming up with the Phoenix Rescue Mission to fight thirst and heat-related illness. You can drop off water at a participating UPS Store location or donate today. Just text WATER to 620-620 to learn more.
The Arizona Sports Water Drive benefiting the Phoenix Rescue Mission is presented by the UPS Store.
Message and data rates may apply. Monsoons, wild winds, roof destruction, driving rain. Is your roof prepared?
Hi, I'm Lori Clark, owner of Right Way Roofing. We offer free estimates and up to 12 months, same as cash. Let's get your roof ready before the storm strikes. Remember, there's only one way, the right way.
Right Way Roofing, we do it right. We'll always keep you watertight.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hi, it's Vince Marotta from Arizona Sports. Have you been thinking about making a change in your career? You've heard me talk a lot about Y-Refi. Well, they're hiring. As a student loan advocate, you will guide their borrowers and co-borrowers through the application process, ensuring that you're helping each one of them in their unique situation. Many student loan advocates make six figures, and there is no cold calling. Y-Refi also offers great benefits, including 100% company-paid whole family health insurance and matching 401k. If you're interested, go to yrefi.com/careers or email careers@yrefi.com.
Oh, it is hot in the valley and you got to have shade. All Pro Shade Concepts is locally owned and operated with 20 years of experience. Their custom-built shades block up to 95% of the sun's UV rays and lower temperatures by up to 20 degrees. Free estimates and installation on all products. All Pro Shade will also donate a pair of running shoes to Shoes for Soldiers with every shade order. Text SHOES to 620-620 to nominate a soldier and schedule your free consultation at allproshade.com.
Message and data rates may apply.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement, but you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company. your friend and jeweler.
You know, our summer escape now is our own backyard. That is not taking a week vacay. That's every day. And that's what happens when you do what we did at Casa Galvisi and call California Pools and Landscape. Whether it's a backyard refresh or a complete reset like we did, stay cool in your own swimming pool. And right now, get a free Baja shelf with your new pool. Yep, don't miss the summer sales event at California Pools and Landscape, where you get a free Baja shelf with a new pool. Click calpool.com/Paul.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.